crazy. Hot times in the city. I'm feeling kinda bad. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right and buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Welcome to the mop-up for November 22nd, 2021. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in New York City where the temperature is 62 degrees. They say it's partly cloudy. I would have no idea. Coming up on today's show, we have director, comedy writer, and comedian Judd Apatow. Director, comedy writer, and comedian Robert Smigel, comedy writer, comedian, and actor Greg Fitzsimmons, and that's just the beginning of our Thanksgiving, our pre-Thanksgiving spectacular. Welcome to the mop-up for November 22nd. Is it really November 22nd? I did an interview with Mort Sahl about the Kennedy assassination. He passed away this year, about a month ago, Mort Sahl. And if you want to hear a really interesting conversation about the Kennedy assassination, go to davidfeldmanshow.com and listen to the extended interview with Mort Sahl that I did about 5 years ago about stand-up and the Kennedy assassination. Well, there's been a lot of assassinations going on in this country of ours. Kyle Rittenhouse, since the last time we met, was acquitted. What a brave young man, isn't he? Kyle Rittenhouse, very emotionally stable young man. He really holds up great in high pressure situations. I certainly hope that after he does his Tucker Carlson interview, he plans to go back to Kenosha, Wisconsin, and self-deputize once again to patrol our nation's streets and keep us safe from people like him. This is the guy I want, the child with an AR-15 Rittenhouse. In the heat, in the fog of battle, he trips, he falls down. Then, as he's down on the ground, he fires at two people. This pathetic coward claims he was standing his ground. He wasn't even standing up. How can you stand your ground if you're lying on it? And this is just the future of our country. My advice to you is get some Google glasses or Oculus and live in a virtual world, because This is where they're going to be thousands and thousands more Kyle Rittenhouse. Roger Rittenhouse is the great comedian. Kyle Rittenhouse is the joke. How do we get more AR-15s into the hands of highly emotional virgins like Kyle Rittenhouse? This is what makes America safe. Giving AR-15s to incels. What could possibly go wrong? Well, you know what? I'm an optimist. I thought the jury missed it by a mile, but I'm an optimist. Don't feel bad, folks. I believe we will convict Kyle Rittenhouse after his next shooting. I'm optimistic. I think we can get him on the next shooting. Meanwhile, the judge in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial has ordered the city of Kenosha to reimburse Rittenhouse for the bullets. That's how bad that judge is. And all I can say is Kyle Rittenhouse makes me ashamed to call myself an emotionally unstable menace to the community. Well, there's been looting going on in California. There was looting in Walnut Creek, California. They broke into a Nordstrom's, and then in San Francisco, Union Square, they broke into a Louis Vuitton and looted that. You know, even looting a Louis Vuitton store is a complete ripoff. You're still getting ripped off at Louis Vuitton, just stealing from Louis Vuitton. I wonder why people are looting. It's not like there's this vast disparity of wealth in America. Why would people be driving up in hordes and going after department stores that service the richest 1%? What could possibly be pissing people off? I have no idea. You know, I saw the cops in San Francisco going after the looters, and the looting that's going on at Louis Vuitton and Nordstrom is nothing compared to the looting of Toys R Us that Mitt Romney's Bain Capital did. I mean, I wish the police went after private equity for looting Toys R Us and all these other department stores. No, they go after the low-hanging fruit, the people who are taking the dresses and shirts and handbags that are already insured. It's not like Louis Vuitton and Nordstrom are going to lose any money. They have insurance. This is what they do. That's their business model, is looting their stores. They either steal it themselves or they hire private equity to come in and load the store up with debt that has to be serviced, and they pay all the executives exorbitant fees to keep their mouths shut. They literally loot these department stores, private equity. That's how Bain Capital made its billions, by looting department stores like Toys R Us or Macy's. All these The Gap, all these department stores that go out of business have been looted by private equity, but the police can't wait to threaten to shoot people who are stealing a handbag. Well, there was a accidental discharge this past weekend inside Atlanta's airport. A passenger's gun accidentally discharged over the weekend inside Atlanta's airport, creating panic and halting flights until TSA agents could be certain the man wasn't carrying a box cutter. You do realize that you can be on a no-fly list in America. You could be, targeted as a terrorist in America and not allowed to fly. But buying a gun, can't put a terrorist who's on a no-fly list or a potential terrorist on a no-fly list. You can't forbid them from buying a gun. I don't know how Atlanta's airport, by the way, gets away with charging what they do for an accidental gun discharge and widespread panic. I had a friend who was at Atlanta's airport over this weekend, and he could not believe what Atlanta charged for the accidental gun discharge and widespread panic. Even O'Hare's accidental gun discharge and widespread panic doesn't cost that much. Shame on you, Atlanta Airport, for charging so much for an accidental gun discharge and widespread panic. It's nothing short of obscene. Well, is Greg Fitzsimmons here yet? I'm going to bring him on in a second. He's not here yet, so I have some words to say about Will Ryan, who we lost over the weekend. Longtime listeners to this show know Will Ryan was an integral part to this podcast when we were doing it out of Los Angeles. He was just absolutely a gift to this show. And I will have more to say about Will Ryan in future episodes. He passed away, but he is one of the kindest, most creative and talented people ever to work in Hollywood. From music to acting, to writing, to performing, to just talking about his lifelong commitment to unions, Medicare for all, and Hollywood preservation. He was a gift to the universe. He was a one-man Hollywood Preservation Society. He introduced me to June Foray. She used to come on the show all the time. She was the voice of Natasha on Rocky and Bullwinkle. He was an expert on Hollywood architecture. He was a fan of a business that so many people end up getting disgusted by, but not Will Ryan. He was just the eternal optimist. He was a great reader. The man remembered everything he read, and you'd be hard pressed to find anyone more righteous, which is why most of his career was spent over at Disney. We have our quarrels with Disney because of Walt, but you have to pass a certain bar to be loved by the Disney people. And he was loved over at Disney. I'm grateful to have known Will Ryan and grateful that so much of his work lives on for future generations to enjoy. Again, I'll be playing music that he did for the show, and the Cactus County Cowboys will be honoring his memory forever. On a very, very personal note about Will Ryan, to me, he was royalty because among the many parts that he's played, he was the voice of Tigger. He was the voice of Tigger. And he was also the voice of Rabbit, Eeyore. For me, Tigger in the Disney Channel's long-running series, Welcome to Pooh Corner. He was in all the Pooh cartoons after Paul Winchell passed away, who he was friends with. Paul Winchell was the original voice of Tigger. Tigger is my favorite cartoon character of all time. Tigger still makes me want to squeeze my son even tighter. He won't let me, but anybody who's ever had a boy or a girl who was out of control at a certain age will, and it's being out of control is great. And that's what Tigger teaches parents to, if you have they call them hyperactive. There's no such thing as a hyperactive kid. Tigger is for parents to understand that children are bouncy and, anyway, Will Ryan was the voice of Tigger. And so I'll be talking about Will and his body of work in episodes to come. There's so much to remember about Will Ryan, but right now I will remember him as being bouncy, trouncy, flouncy, and pouncy. He was Tigger. Nobody better than Tigger. If you have kids, pay attention to Tigger. It'll make you a better parent, I can assure you. Well, is Greg Fitzsimmons here yet? No, he is not. Okay. It's going to be one of those shows today. I thought Greg was on at 4:15. Why don't we kill some time, Dan? You want to do community billboard with me? I think we might have an hour to kill before Judge shows up, unless it's just going to be one of those days. We've had them before. Dan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, Dan.
Hello.
This is an example of a show that looks good on paper, but then it's just me, and it's a nightmare. How was your weekend?
Everything went great. I worked all weekend. I raked leaves. It was a wholesome weekend.
Yeah.
How about you?
I had a quiet weekend reading, just hanging out. Why don't we go to YouTube? That was always fun. Let's see if anybody's watching us on YouTube. I think we have an hour to kill. I have a feeling Greg is standing me up because of the time difference. I really do. All right, let's say hello to the people over at YouTube, see if anybody's watching. We have a couple of people watching us. Hello there, my friends. What would you like Dan and me to talk about? Okay. Do you see anything? I don't see anything. Okay. This was going to be this was going to be the episode for the ages. Okay. Why don't we do this? Why don't I play a bumper? Does anybody in the chat room want to talk?
Hannah asked, do you want me to email Greg?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
That would be a good question. Nobody's raising their hand. We're doing this live. This is what I love most.
We have a question from Joselito in España for Greg, but it's for Greg.
Oh, it's for Greg. Yes.
Oh, yeah. F.
Yeah, that would be. Well, I'll talk about while we're waiting for our guests to show up.
Decide if they're going to come.
is just stop me anytime Greg shows up. Okay.
Okay.
So while we're waiting for somebody to raise their hand in the chat room, thanks a lot, by the way, to the chat room for being here and just watching me hang. Over the weekend, I read something by Stephen Kearse. He's an African-American writer, and he was writing for The Nation magazine this week. We're going to be talking to comedians, I hope, if they show up. I think we have Judd Smigel and Greg Fitzsimmons scheduled. This is what Stephen Kearse wrote over at The Nation. I read this weekend. It was about Chappelle. He writes, many comedians of Chappelle's generation see themselves as foot soldiers in a war against cancel culture and political correctness, but they undersell their station and overstate their persecution. Comics air their grievances from the largest platforms in the world, yet in their telling, they are the oppressed and downtrodden ones. Free speech, she goes on to write, really is under attack, but not in comedy clubs. State legislatures are dictating how educators can teach about racism. Banks and credit card companies are punishing sex workers. Social media companies are partnering with nation states to silence dissent. If comics weren't so invested in their own martyrdom, they might have a role in these conflicts. It's kind of interesting. It was an interesting take, and I recommend you read this. It's written by Stephen Kearse over at The Nation. He's an African-American writer who is highly critical, not just of Dave Chappelle, but the idea that most of what we're seeing in comedy clubs is truth seekers and truth tellers. And not so sure that the real free speech issues are being fought on the front lines inside the comedy clubs. I was going to ask that of our guests, but they seem to have abandoned me. there is this free speech issue with comedians, and obviously their speech should be protected. But the question I always ask is, am I making the best use of my speech? There's this famous comedian in Montreal, French-speaking Canadian, Mike Ward. He fought, for some reason, he decided to die on this hill, and he won. He fought a 10-year legal battle for the right to make jokes about a disabled child who got famous in Canada. Now, I believe he should be able to tell those jokes on stage. I got to tell you, if he made those jokes on this show, I would never have him back. And if, let's say, he was working for my company that had nothing to do with show business, I would be well within my First Amendment rights here in America to fire him for saying something that offensive, for making fun of a disabled kid. I could fire him for that, and that would be my First Amendment right. So Dave Chappelle fighting for his right to say gender is a fact. Again, he has the right to say that on Netflix, unless I'm a majority shareholder of Netflix, in which case I would exercise my First Amendment right to say you're fired. Or Joe Rogan fighting for his right to inform his uninformed that ivermectin prevents COVID. Actually, I'm not even sure if I ran Spotify, I'm not even sure Joe Rogan has the First Amendment right to say ivermectin is a therapeutic or a preventative when it comes to COVID. But Joe is slippery, and I know he's friends with Alex Jones, and they're both peddling supplements, immunity boosters, and they know how to do it without getting sued. And Rogan knows how to say don't get vaccinated without saying don't get vaccinated. You know, he's gone from being a possible Bernie supporter to supporting DeSantis now for president. Well, why would anybody support Ron DeSantis for president other than his anti-vax, anti-mask stance? So people like Alex Jones and Joe Rogan, they know what they're doing. They're slippery. They talk to lawyers, so they know how to be an anti-vaxxer without really being an explicit anti-vaxxer. They'll say, you know, we're going to throw the kitchen sink at the illness, and, you know, getting vaccinated is a personal choice while sowing doubt about its safety. So is that protected by the First Amendment? Maybe not. He's within the margins of legality, but peddling phony cures for COVID is illegal. And that's not a First Amendment issue. It's a public health issue. And there's no slippery slope, the logical fallacy that I keep hearing from the right, the slippery slope. If we're not allowed to question ivermectin, if we're not allowed to, there we go. I was just killing time before you came.
Fitzdog's here.
Fitzdog's here.
He's muted.
Let me just finish up this worthless thought about ivermectin. There's a Federal Trade Commission and an FDA that enforces people giving out phony cures for diseases. That's not a First Amendment issue. That's not a slippery slope issue. If you're peddling phony medical advice, the FDA and the FTC will shut you down. Speaking of anti-maskers and anti-vaxxers, he's getting up. There he is. Please welcome a man who I use his boner supplements, and they work all the time. They keep me flaccid so I can concentrate. Please welcome the host of Fitzdog Radio, the Greg Fitzsimmons Show, comedian, Emmy Award-winning writer, Greg Fitzsimmons. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted. Unmute.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir. Thank you.
Somehow you, and when I think about people that have crawled away to the middle in this business, you are among the higher level of those people. And yet you were marked as junk in my mail and sent into the basement.
I sent you a picture of my junk.
Yes,
that's the kind of junk mail I send.
Yes.
Did you? Thank you for putting your jeweler's loop on to insult my junk. Greg Fitzsimmons joins us. Probably one of the best radio and podcasters who's ever done it, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Thank
one of the
you
best.
very much.
One of the
Thank
best.
you. That's very kind.
You
I
are.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
I've logged my hours. I was one of the, I got into it early, but, you know, I don't think I really put the effort into the promoting part of it that I should have early on. And I spent more time just trying to have fun doing it. But there's a lot of podcasts out there these days.
Yes. Looking back, I wish I was more concerned about self-promotion than whether or not you liked me.
Right. Exactly.
I cared. I wanted you to like me. That's all I cared about.
And I do, but I don't buy any of your products.
I know. It's like, I don't, at this point in my life, I'd rather be a self-promoting hack who people hate, except I fill Madison Square Garden. There's some comedians who have specials. I'm not going to mention any names. And I watch them. I'll tell you later. I watch them, and I'm at a point now where I go, okay, you know, I get it. I get that this is alien to me. But who at Netflix said this? We should put this is funny. Like, how would they know? I mean, even I have problems with what Chappelle's still the best one out there. He's funny. He makes, like, I'm disagreeing with him, but I'm laughing. But there's some people out there who do they know they're not funny? Do you ever ask them? Do you ever walk up to them and say, do you know that this is not funny?
I get pitched them as a guest on my podcast, and I've tried to have people like that on, but I can't really hide my disdain, my lack of respect for them. I'd much rather have a comic on who doesn't have a big following, but who I consider to be funny, than a guy who, and I get people, it'll be great cross promotion. Oh, really? Really? And what about the 50% of my audience that sees me as a sellout and they sense my boredom and they fucking tune out and they unsubscribe because this guy wants to tell a story? Oh, are you a storyteller? Do you have a voice? Was one of your parents gay? And you talk about that incessantly for an hour? I don't care. Be funny. Stop making this a fucking autobiography. It's not a memoir. It's a goddamn stand-up show.
Right. Oh, that's so great. That's right. You just want to walk
back.
up.
All the people, there's like a premium on being confident and laid back in comedy right now. That somehow that's entertaining when somebody is just so comfortable. There's this guy and he's black and he's gay and he's young. I'm not even gonna say his name because I don't want to get the blowback, but he's got a huge internet presence.
Right.
And I worked with him on a TV show. I was writing on a show that he was on, and I'll tell you something. If you beat him over the head with sticks for an hour, he couldn't come up with one funny thing to stop the beating.
This is like wasabi. You're just clearing out my sinuses right now. Do you ever feel tempted to walk up to a comedian and say, look, all comedians are damaged, but just because you're damaged, it doesn't make you funny.
Right.
You're not funny. You're just damaged. Go home. You're not funny.
Right.
Part of your damage, one of the side effects of your damage is a lack of empathy for an audience. You don't but then I look at the audience and they like him better than they like me.
Yeah.
And I'm going,
Yeah.
well, I know I know I'm unlovable, and I represent everything you hate. But at least I made you laugh.
Yeah.
I know you hate me
Right.
and you feel dirty, but at least I made you laugh. This guy, well, I guess being loved is more important for some people.
Yeah, I think it's become a career choice. And I think when we started, it wasn't a career. So we didn't choose it. It kind of chose us. And so there was this like, I think we were drawn to it because we were able to say whatever the fuck we wanted. We were able to fill our narcissistic bucket for an hour. And so it turned into a career. But now it's become this thing because Netflix propagates these monologues, these fucking these self-explorations that young people see that and they go, oh yeah, I'm that too. I should do this career. I have a resume for this career because my father hit me. Or he hit you because you weren't funny. I want to hit you. Your father had standards.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So COVID, I guess we did a show at the height of COVID. I think we did it earlier this year.
I think so.
And you were on the road. I think you were playing Arizona, right? Didn't you go to Tempe?
I did. I went to Tempe.
But then you were going to cancel. So you didn't like, what has your road work been like?
Well, I'm back now. And now it seems like nobody even thinks about it. Like nobody's wearing a mask. Have you ever noticed that the people that most don't want to wear masks are the ones you most want to put a fucking mask on? Just so you can't see their sneers and their fucking self-righteous looks on their faces. Just negate that. So there's nobody wearing masks and they're all laughing in your direction. And there's a ton of vapor in the air. And somehow I have not caught COVID and I've been doing dates for the last year.
Right. Well, I should probably open for you. Nobody will be laughing. So there'll be no aerosolized COVID in the air.
Right. Plus the crowd will shrink. So there'll be less people breathing on me with the walkouts.
Yeah. Are they more conservative? I have a theory that most of the material that has been workshopped in the past year has been in front of audiences who don't give a shit about catching COVID. Therefore, they're probably red state-ish. Do you worry that your new material was workshopped in front of a right-wing audience?
I like right-wing audiences because I don't like them. And so it creates the dynamic that you were talking about earlier, where I know you don't like me, I don't like you, and I'm going to make you laugh anyway. That's the sweetest, most succulent laugh because they're doing it against their will.
Right.
And at the end of my show, I feel like that was a fucking challenge. I could go to a liberal leaning crowd any night and do well. I've been doing it for 31 years. But to service, because there's a part of me that feels sorry for people that are staunch conservatives who have just drank all the Kool-Aid. Like there's a part of me that feels like they're probably uneducated. They have low IQs, whatever it is that makes them this way. And so I feel like they deserve a laugh.
Right. And deep down, just because I vote left of center doesn't mean I like the audiences that are left of center.
Right.
Whereas a right-wing audience, they don't give a shit whose feelings get hurt.
Yeah.
They're not. And so and this was before this reported cancel culture. I'm talking about back in the 80s. If you were doing a Democratic Party fundraiser, they were already clenching their butt cheeks.
Right.
And the Republicans were drunk, laughing. They don't care who they hurt.
Yeah.
And comedy, in the end, is hurtful, therefore hateful.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could draw a lot of energy out of hatefulness, and when there's conflict, like I think the Republicans just they thrust. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by this chat. I'm turning off
I
the
know
chat.
they're animals. These people who show up, and I use the term people loosely. I have a community of people I love.
I don't dislike them. It's just distracting that it's popping up, and I feel like I should be reading it.
Well, if you want to talk to Greg, raise your hand. This is what they do to me. They can't wait to talk to me.
Yeah.
When I don't need them. But when you're late and I need to take calls, they rather watch me hang.
Right.
And like now they want to distract you.
Yeah.
And when I say, well, why don't you raise your hand and ask Greg a question? No, then they can't be bothered.
Yeah.
They come, these people, and again, I use the term loosely, are here to undermine what little morsel of show business I have left.
Do they come to your shows?
No, they come here. It's a group of people who just get off on ruining my show. No, they're nice people. Although some of them are. No, they're
But I've never been on a Zoom call where there's comments. Oh, because you're live on
my daughter's here, and she writes D's nuts. This is my own daughter is writing D's nuts in the chat room.
Hey, wait, is this the daughter that went to Berkeley?
Well, I don't talk about my real children, so I won't talk. But yes, this is my real. I don't like to, for reasons that I can't go into. I can't talk about all my kids. Probably
because of things you said on my podcast in the past that got back to your wife.
Yes, my second wife heard I was going through something with my second wife, and that was one of the most expensive podcast appearances I ever had.
On my podcast.
Oh, yeah. That one cost me. That was like attorneys. That was. Yeah. Yeah. Divorce attorneys, they'll just call you in traffic. And they'll say, so what were you thinking when you were on Greg? And I go, you're just in traffic and you want to rack up billable hours, right? You're not really concerned about my emotional well-being. You're thinking, how do I take a negative and turn it into a positive? I'm on the 405. Feldman's an idiot. There's still some money left on his retainer. I'll wind it down right now and ask him what he was thinking.
God. It was great podcasting. It was worth it. Whatever you paid that divorce attorney or your wife, it was worth it.
It was mostly the divorce attorneys get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think would be a better system for divorce that would not involve both parties losing their life savings as they then have to take on twice the expenses?
I don't know. I thought OJ had a pretty good. That was the joke. That was the joke. That was the joke that cost me 5 billable hours. That was the joke.
That's right. I remember now.
And it wasn't even good. I remember saying to the church, I remember thinking, God, that's just a hacky thing. And what would be I think, there is, well, I don't know. I have some ideas, but it doesn't belong in the courts. The idea that you dissolve a marriage in the civil courts like it's a a corporate dissolution.
Yeah.
That's where it really gets down to is you're dissolving a corporation.
The funny thing is that in America, we treat corporations as people. Unless you're talking about a divorce, then you treat people like corporations.
I was going to go for, as I said that, I was going to say the difference between a divorce and a corporation is my third wife wasn't a person. A corporation is this is my third wife, and it's for the sake of the joke. This is why I don't talk about my real life, because I need to make fun of people I love. So I've created an imaginary world
of
6 kids who I can, so nothing I say is true.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yes. I never tell the truth on stage because you get more material that way. But you speak the truth.
I do. I feel like, I think maybe because when I podcast and I have nothing to say, I talk about my life, and then I might say something funny, and then I'll say, wait, maybe I can try that on stage.
Right.
And then it becomes part of my stand-up.
Right. The deal I have with my loved ones is they're not in my act.
Wow. That's awesome.
I remember my kids, I did Dr. Katz, and there was a joke that he animated when my kids were really young. The joke was, I'm a good father. I always change the cat box before my kids play in it. Right? And then it was on Comedy Central, and I told my kid, you're going to be on Comedy Central. And they sat and saw 3 or 4 kids sitting in a kitty litter box playing. And I hope that taught them that everything I say is not true. Do you ever feel bad about something you said?
Yeah. I've never been insulting or disparaging of my wife. I just never have, because I never have in real life. I really feel like she is truly, I don't want to sound like a hack, but like she truly is an amazing person. She's gentle.
Is there you have something in your eye? What's in your eye?
Why?
Your left eye, it's like you're winking as you're saying.
Oh, really?
No, I'm making a joke that you're winking while you're saying. Why are you making the jack off motion? Why are you? No, what were you saying?
Really like she's a fucking. I made the mistake of trying to be sincere on David Feldman's podcast. What is the matter with me?
Right.
Why introduce that energy into
No, we all want to hear how happily married you are and how perfect your life is, because I gravitate to people who actually things worked out for. I'm interested in how people have a life that worked out the way they planned. So go ahead.
I had no.
You love your wife.
I love my wife, and so I don't shit on her on stage. I wish I could, because it is definitely funnier. And my kids, I've said stuff about them that was personal. It was never mean, but it was sometimes more personal than I think they would have liked me to talk about.
Right. And do they say anything to you?
No, they know I'm paying the bills. They get it. They get the deal.
Right.
This is what I do. And they've only each seen me live once. And I made sure that, like, when my son came to see me for the first time, he was like, I guess he was like 17 or something like that. And
really?
I was at, I'd never seen me live. And I was at the Denver Comedy Works Saturday early show. That's when you want your kid to see you. That may be the hottest room in the country. Saturday early show in Denver. And so that was great. And then I did a show here in LA at this place that was a super hip room, and my daughter came to see me there. And I kept out all the stuff about. I do talk about fucking their mother a lot. That's a big part of my act, and I left all that stuff out, so I didn't do as well as I would have.
You took that out.
Yeah, I took that out.
If you had taken it out, they wouldn't have been born. He said desperately trying to come up with a joke. Well, you're completely different than I am. You're happy. You're married.
I'm not happy.
You're successful. I'm not making this up. I would take my kids to the worst gigs possible because I couldn't get booked at Comedy Works then. There was it wasn't like, yes, I'm going to teach my kids that I have clay feet and that I'm not a guy. No, every gig I played was pretty bad. No, I would go out of my way to take my kids. If there was a bad gig, like a casino in Palm Springs,
Yeah.
where you could hear the tinkling of the slot machines,
You're right.
and they allowed kids in there, I would, and the audience wasn't going to, I loved having them see me just go down, like just not even where they didn't hate me, they didn't care.
Yeah.
Where the audience just didn't care that I
Right.
was up there. I think that's just such a great lesson for kids to self-orphan is the term, I think.
Yeah.
Put them just, hello, St. Mary's Orphanage. I think I could do better. I'd like to trade up.
Do you do tours? Do you do tours here at the orphanage? I'm trying to get a sense of what I'd get.
Yeah.
Did they ever run away?
My kids?
Yeah. Oh, you don't talk about your kids. Sorry.
No, but my kids, they ran away. Well, we moved and I wanted to surprise them. But they have some kind of homing device. They're like cats. They found them. It was really amazing. I almost wanted to call the news. Like my daughter, who's in the room, we moved, we didn't tell her, and she just found, some kind of scent or something. She found the new place.
Yeah, I heard about that with dogs, but I didn't know that it worked.
Yeah, she found. I think she went like 600 miles.
Wow.
Just
Well, I guess with the Jews, you're a nomadic people, so I guess you develop that instinct over time.
No. We're not nomadic. We get kicked out of wherever we're living because, we're insufferable. Nomadic. That's a euphemism for enough already.
Yeah, that's like calling a homeless person a camper. Yeah.
Now, are your kids? I feel like it's a violation.
I'll talk about my kids.
Now, one of them is a black belt, right?
Owen's a black belt, and he's going to DePaul University in Chicago. He's a junior. He's on the soccer team, and he's got a radio show on the radio station there.
Just like his father
and his grandfather. My father had a radio
grandfather. You're great. Who I don't want to get emotional.
Yeah, I know.
My son has a black belt around his neck to heighten the orgasms. I'm so proud of him. Best orgasms west of the Mississippi. He has a black belt. And so did he come into, by the way, that all fairness, that's from, I'm embarrassed. I don't know what I'm more embarrassed of, that is from that I'm doing something from my act or that's in my act. I think I'm more embarrassed that it's in my act.
Yeah.
Did he want to get a black belt, or did you say the world is tough, you better be able to defend yourself?
No, he was actually a crazy kid when he was in preschool, and he was like biting other kids in the face, and he was hitting people. He had a bad temper, which I have. He inherited my bad temper.
So he was losing though. So
he was losing the fights. No, he was kicking ass. He was.
So then why did he have to go? Things were fine. He wasn't losing. He wasn't getting beaten up.
I know. He was like 8-1 was a draw. I would call it a draw. And I lost a little bit of money on that fight, but he went to Taekwondo when he started doing it. And within 3 months, he wasn't hitting kids anymore. He had like all this self-control. And then, they go belt to belt. So it's like you have these little, next goal is the yellow belt with
Wow.
one stripe on it, then 2 stripes. And he just got really into it. And he went like 3 days a week, and he loved it. And then once he got his black belt, he was kind of like, I'm done. He didn't want to continue to just spar. He wanted to, he liked the achieving the different levels.
Now, did your wife treat him differently when she and he realized that his Oedipal fantasy is one kick away? That he could just take you out and fulfill the Oedipal fantasy. Did the dynamic change?
He breastfed for over 2 years, and I started to think about the Oedipal thing with him. So yeah, he is achieving. He's checking off all the Oedipal boxes. 2 years.
Are you afraid of him? Do you watch what you say in front of him for fear?
I used to wrestle really hard with him, like really hard. Like when he was started to become like at the same level as me, and I'm a good fighter. So I could take him down. I put him into a chokehold, or I'd sit on his chest. And then one day he pushed me down over the couch and he put me into a lock, and I couldn't get out. And ever since then, instead of fighting intensely, we'll just slap fight a little bit, but I don't go there anymore.
When's the last time you were in a fight? Honestly, the last time I talked to you, you had a road rage incident.
Yeah,
where you
I have
rolled
those.
the dice.
Yeah, I have those. I had a fight at Sirius XM Studios with the guy that owns the studio in LA. He owns the actual space, and I was trying to park my car, and he wouldn't let me park it in a certain spot. And it's a spot I had always parked it in, and I was about to go live on the air on Howard Stern's channel in literally 30 seconds. Like I was I was always that late. I once had Andy Kindler hosted the first 5 minutes of my show live on Howard Stern's channel because I wasn't there yet. And all he did was shit on me. And I was in my car listening to my own show, and Andy shit on me.
Well, so I want to get back to your Alec Baldwin moment.
So I get into the studio, and I get to the parking spot, and the guy is trying to block the car. So I just pull in anyway. And then he's in my ear yelling at me, and I'm telling him to leave me the fuck alone. And then finally we got right to the studio, and he said, "Fuck you." And I've got this trigger. When somebody says "fuck you" to me, I go red. And I swung at him, and Mike Gibbons was there, and he jumped in the middle, and he broke it up. And then I walked into the studio.
Did you at least get a punch into Mike? Did you at least land one on him?
I might have hit Mike instead of the
Good.
guy.
Okay, that's good.
And then I walked into the studio, and I sat down behind the mic, and I hosted the show for an hour. And I was like totally focused and calm. I was like ready to go.
So you threw a punch.
Oh yeah, it's on videotape. As a matter of fact, I'll send you the video because they had a camera in the studio, and I guess it got kind of passed around at Sirius. People were laughing at it.
Wow. And it feels good?
Feels great. Yeah. It builds up, and then it has to come out. It's like your ball sack.
Right.
Yeah.
But did you think maybe he could jerk you off instead?
If he had jerked me off, all the anger would have gone away. Can
So
you
it's
imagine?
just-
Can you
it's
imagine
using your
getting
hand
into a fight with a
good.
guy? Can you imagine getting into a fight with a guy, and then he starts kissing you while you're rolling around and
That's
grabbing
what I
your
would-
dick?
I swear to God, if I were a fighter, if I were your son,
Yeah.
you know, like the scene in The Sopranos where Johnny Sacks beats the shit out of a guy and
Yeah.
then pees on him,
Yeah.
which I just think is like freezing cold weather, whips it out, pees on the guy after he beats him up.
Yeah.
Could never pee, like I'm pee shy in the cold. Like, but I often thought that would be the ultimate humiliation, is to beat a guy up in front of his girlfriend and then
Yeah.
kiss him on the lips, just lick him. Like, yeah, that would, if there were robots, like instead of sex dolls that were realistic, wouldn't it be great to have like punch punch dolls, humans that look like a 25-year-old driving his dad's Porsche.
Yeah.
And like Westworld type of fantasy.
Yeah. And you can choke the figure. You can choke him to death, and you can look in his eyes, and his eyes go wide,
right,
and then they shut, and then the breathing stops that would feel viscerally so rewarding.
Now, what would be more rewarding? His death rattle. In his death rattle, he says, pick one or the other. I'm sorry, or fuck you. Right before he dies, what would you rather hear? I'm sorry, I was wrong, or fuck you? And I know the answer. There's a correct answer.
It's fuck you, for sure.
Fuck you, right?
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah, because you realize you don't. If he says I'm sorry, you feel guilty because he changed. I don't want a character arc in this. I want him to stay an asshole.
So, murdering somebody, as long as we're on the subject, do you want to teach somebody a lesson, or do you just want to remove them?
I think it's both. I want to. I feel like there's this Irish thing of righting wrongs that we've got in our psyche that we walk around. That's why we became cops. We have this need. Oh wait, it's my wife. Let's put my wife on the podcast.
Oh, okay.
Hey, baby.
Hi.
Where are you?
I'm at work. Where are you?
Oh, I'm in my office.
Does she know she's on the show?
Try to make
No, don't do that. That's a violation. 10 people are listening and watching.
Do I want to do what?
Do you want me to try to make booster shot appointments for us on Friday?
Well, can we have sex afterwards?
Oh, no, don't do that to her. That's not.
Are you on your podcast?
Yeah, I'm on a podcast.
She's on my podcast.
Okay, goodbye.
Can I talk to her for 1 second?
No, she hung up on me.
Well,
when
if
she found out I was on a
podcast. You were very. So she wouldn't be pissed off that, or did she just expect?
No, I do that to her all the time.
Oh,
yeah, I lure her into trying to say inappropriate things, and then she always says, "Am I on a podcast?"
but never. I got so nervous,
and I do it on stage. If she calls me when I'm on the road and I'm on stage, I take the call and I put on speakerphone. And I tell the crowd to be quiet, and then I try to get her to talk dirty.
So she's on to you.
Yeah.
She knows. She's right.
Yeah.
Much of what you tell your kids is the truth in terms of joking around and teasing. Do you tease your kids?
They tease me more, which kind of pisses me off because, just the whole idea that they think they're cool and I'm not, is like, it's a role that you're supposed to grow into as a parent. Like you're supposed to, your kids hit a certain age and then they start saying how out of it you are and how your music sucks and you don't get it. And then you kind of go like, and then you kind of play along with it. And I just never have accepted that role. Like, I'm not going down that road of like, you're cooler than me, because you're not. They're just, they're not cooler kids than I was cooler at their age.
Right.
And I talk about it in my act a little bit.
And you're much cooler now.
I don't know that as when they're adults, what they're going to be like. I just know what I was like when I was their age, and they don't take the risks that I took. They don't get laid as much. They don't get, they don't. I don't know. I feel like I was a more interesting person than they are. I was more well-rounded.
Well, you had a more dangerous life. You weren't as protected.
Yes.
As your kids are. We overly protect our kids.
Yes, and create boring people.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm really worried that my kids might be boring.
Right. Like my father never came to my Little League games. Like, right? Did your father come to your Little League?
Never, ever, ever.
He bet on them. My father bet on the Little League games. But
and he put you with the special kids, right? So that he could always win the bet.
Happiest moment as a father of a daughter? Happiest moment where you went, thank you, God, where you dropped to your knees and said, thank you, God. But you don't believe in God.
I believe in God.
Oh, you believe in God.
Yeah. Happiest moment with JoJo. That's a tough one. You know, I mean, obviously I can say like high school graduation, but I mean, that's hacky. I would say, I think there was a moment when we went to a church. We never brought them to church. I grew up Catholic. My mother's very Catholic. And so we were down in Florida and
Your
JoJo
wife's a nomad, as I understand it.
what's that?
Isn't your wife a nomad?
She's a nomad.
Isn't she nomadic?
Yes. She always, it's weird. She always has in our garage, there's a tent set up and it's got like a cart that you can pull the tent on with bottled water and food. And I don't know what it's there for, but she just says, just leave it.
But no, in all seriousness, didn't you marry what's the term?
Jew?
Yes, that's the term. Yeah. Didn't
Yeah.
you marry a Jewish person?
Yeah, she's a Jew.
Okay.
And
you're
so-
raising the kids.
Nothing.
You're raising them as nothing.
Raising them is nothing. But then my mother, when we were in Florida and my daughter was about 6, my mom always makes them go to church. And JoJo has always had this response to the Catholic Church where she gets very present and she is awestruck. And she looks at the stained glass and she wants to hear all the stories about the transfiguration of the Eucharist. And she wants to know about the ascension, that Jesus goes to heaven and all the story. I mean, they're great stories.
Mm-hmm.
And so we went to the church and she walked right in. And I don't know if you know this, but there's candles and you light a candle and then you say a prayer for somebody. So she sat down, she kneeled down and she lit a candle and she folded her hands in front of her face and she prayed for like 5 minutes. And she comes over and I go, what were you doing? And she said, I was praying for your father. And she'd never met him. She'd never met my father.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah. I thought that was kind of beautiful.
I want to show you, this is what Jews are. Let me see if I can give you this picture. Let me put this up. This is the God's honest truth. I'm not making this up, okay?
Yeah.
All right. Let me show you. This is a new picture that's out. That is Ghislaine Maxwell,
Yeah.
Jeffrey Epstein, kneeling before the Pope.
Wow. That's real? That's not Photoshop?
That's the God's honest truth.
Wow.
Now, this is how you know somebody's Jewish. A Jew will look at Jeffrey Epstein kneeling before the Pope, going, they don't see child molester. They'll go, what the hell is he doing kneeling before the Pope? He's Jewish.
Yeah.
What's wrong with this man? Jeffrey Epstein, has he?
Yeah. I was on the fence on this guy until now.
I swear to you, that was my first reaction was, yeah, I know he's a child molester, but what's he doing taking communion from the Pope? I'm serious. When did he, I swear to you, I thought, when did he lose his way? I wish I was joking.
You can't see. Hey.
Why would he do that? Why would he?
Well, because altar boys have sisters, right? They have younger sisters.
Oh, he brought a menu for the Pope.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
What does that picture tell you? What does that tell you about the world?
You know, I guess there's a bucket list for billionaires. And that was one of the things is get a picture with the Pope.
Get a picture with the Jeffrey Epstein and the Pope.
Where did you find that?
It was in the news. It was just in my files.
Wow.
I was going to, in case somebody was late for the show and I had to kill time. And by kill time, I mean my career, not yeah. So I have little things. Now, are you able? How many years have you been doing this, the podcast?
I think about 12.
If I said to you, you're going on stage, you can't tell any jokes. You just have to talk to the audience for 2 hours, and you can't do any bits from your act.
Okay.
Could you talk to the audience for 2 straight hours? Yes, you could.
Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah, you could.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Am I allowed to interact with them? Can I do crowd work?
Yeah, but you can't do any bits that you have.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. When I do the Friday Night Late Show, I have a no material policy because I know it's not going to work anyway, and then I won't believe in the material anymore. And I know the crowd work works better. So I pretty much just riff and talk to the crowd on the Friday Night Late Show. And that's an hour right there.
Worst night of stand-up ever. And I'm talking about when did you do Letterman?
I did it 5 times. The first time was in 96.
How many times?
5 times.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I figure after Letterman, you're no longer, you're a professional after Letterman, right?
Right.
Okay.
I started headlining.
Worst night of stand-up after doing Letterman.
I was booked to do a corporate date in Lake Tahoe. So, you got to fly to Reno, and then you got to take a car service up to the place, and it's a resort that's on the lake. And I show up, and I was like, where's the crowd? And they're like, they're out on the boat. They're on the lake. There's a booze cruise happening right now. It's been going on for about 5 or 6 hours. And they're late. The boat was supposed to be back 45 minutes ago, but they extended it. I guess they're having a really good time. And so I'm just standing there waiting for them to come in. And so they come in, like half of them come in. They can't get the other half to get off the boat. So the lady goes, we got to start. It's like 10 o'clock now, and we got to start. So they just introduced me, and I walk on stage. Nobody's seated. I can't get people to sit down, and they're all from Merck. They were Merck sales reps, so they were good looking. They were like the guys.
Sales reps. They're evil.
Yeah, they're evil. They're the guys that were the high school, quarterbacks and the cheerleaders. They're all good looking.
They're peddling drugs to doctors that the patients don't need.
Right.
They send the pretty women to the heterosexual male doctors, and they're and give them samples and trips. It's how we got addicted to opiates. Yes.
And so I and the lady said to me, you have to do your time because people are going to, my supervisor's coming in, you got to do. So I stood there for an hour and asked people to sit down, and I tried to do jokes, and strict orders, no cursing, no religion, no politics, no bodily functions, no sex. And that was the worst hour of my life.
And did you get paid?
I got paid a lot of money. It's the only reason I kept doing it.
Okay. Best night ever doing stand-up. You can have a killer set, first show Saturday, and you have to do another show, and you could bomb, and that first show is over. Never happened. Is there a show that when you think about it, it bubbles to the surface and you still remember? Do you remember one set from the road that was just absolutely perfect and it's undeniable, and you always think about that one set?
No.
Really? There's not one show where you got it, where you walked away and said, I got it completely right. I was firing on all pistons here.
No, I don't have that kind of memory. I know there's certain clubs where I feel like I get close to that more often than other clubs. There's places where I feel so comfortable, like San Francisco, I was just at the Punchline, and there's usually one show during the week that I walk. Like that week, if you ask me, I'll know that there was one show. That's why that's that joke that you always hear with comedians is like, hey, we saw you last night. You were awesome. We love you. Which show? You know,
Right.
it's always which show.
What would you
But-
rather have? A packed house where you bomb or an empty house where you kill? And there's a correct answer.
Depends. Do I get a bonus? If it's packed, do I get a bonus?
That's not the question.
Of course, I'd rather have the small crowd where I do well.
Packed house, you kill, packed house, you bomb, and they want you back because you made money for the club. Empty house, you kill, they don't want you back because you can't sell tickets. What would you rather
You
have?
got to come back. I want the big house. I want to bomb in front of the big house. Well, the truth is, a lot of times, and the Saturday night early show can sometimes not be great. Sometimes you get crowds that are like well-heeled, and they're the conservative people, and they don't laugh. They sit there, and then you think you bombed, and then as they walk out, if you say goodnight to them at the end of the show, which I try to do, they'll go, that was amazing. I had such a great time. You're the best. Can't wait to see you next time. And you're like, well, why didn't you fucking laugh? So, I
Are
mean,
you forgiving of groups of people? Can you assess a room? Can you look at 300, 400 people, packed room, watch the opening act and say, I know on a scale of 1 to 10, in terms of laughs, they're only capable of a 3 tonight. There's some group think, there's some mood. You're just not gonna get the whole room going. But if I can get a 3 out of them on a sliding scale, that's a 10.
well, I never base it on the opening acts because I just don't, there's a reason why they're opening and I'm headlining. I always feel like I can take them higher than the opening acts did. So I try, and I hate it. And I've told opening acts not to do this. Don't come off stage and go, they suck. Or
Right.
this crowd's terrible. I don't want to hear your assessment of the crowd because they're going to be a different crowd when I get up there. And so, but I know within 5 minutes, whether or not, like you said, I'm not going to get out of third gear with this crowd. And I
Okay.
can just, and I can feel good about then getting them as long as I am doing as well as I'm capable of doing and not mailing it in. Like I really am proud that I never mail it in. I never say, fuck them. I'm just going to do a rote show. I'll do the crowd more. I'll think of old bits that might be working better than these ones are. I'll do whatever it takes in any given show.
Did you ever text it in?
I will take phone calls from my wife on stage.
Yes,
So
you will.
I phone it in that way.
Okay, so let's say you have this epiphany and you think, Feldman and I, whenever I hang out with him, I have a good time. Then again, we're separated by microphones. We're performing on a podcast. He's on his best behavior, but I have a feeling being on the road with him would be a lot of fun. So you say, you know what, come open for me. And I agree to open for you, right? Now we're on the road. And now I want to, because I'm self-destructive when it comes to relationships, we're playing Tempe together at the Improv.
Yeah.
And I want to blow you out of I want to open for Greg Fitzsimmons and create tension because you're bombing. Like I'm ruining the crowd for you. Because that's my MO with relationships. You get too close to me, I'm going to punish you for getting to. So just in case this ever happens, I say, yeah, I'd love to go on the road with you, Greg. That's great, right? And now I'm, all about what could I do to poison the crowd so there's no way you could do your act. What would I do? And it's not in terms of so much what I do to the crowd as much as what I do to you seeing me do it. Like there's certain acts, if they go on before you, can do certain things that poison you. Not the crowd, but just get you. I don't want to be a stand-up anymore. This motherfucker, I just don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah.
What could I do to sabotage your headlining spot?
Well, like I just can remember going on in LA after Chris D'Elia and watching him talk about, dolphins, making dolphin noises and then laughing at his own joke, and like watching the crowd laugh really hard at that made me not want to go on, and it made me never have a good set. But I feel like if you wanted to fuck with me,
Hang on, let's swim with the dolphins and Chris D'Elia for a second.
yeah. Well, it's
Thoughts on Chris
this
D'Elia?
energy. It's this energy that gets put out, and it's not comedy. It's not comedy. There's no jokes. There's no. It's just anyway. This is going to get replayed now, so I'm not going to say anymore. But like, the worst thing you could do is work the crowd relentlessly so that you torch every table. You've talked to every table, so I can't go there at all. And then I want you to
Create like a running bit. Like
Yeah.
keep coming back to one guy who's the fake, the stolen valor, phony Vietnam vet. Like I get a
Right.
running thing. You really didn't serve in Vietnam.
yeah, right.
Introduce you to somebody who's joining us.
Oh, he served in Vietnam.
You want to?
Are you guys into Vietnam already?
Huh?
You already into Vietnam?
Yeah. Can you give us? I don't want to get too technical with you, Judd, but can you give me a landscape instead of a portrait?
Yes.
It's always great when the director, the big time movie director.
But you know what the problem is? When I go to the side, I'm looking to the side the whole time.
Right, but
Doesn't that look weird? Where am I
no,
looking?
there's composition and
Really?
yes, and a tone.
You like my eye line right now?
Yeah, you're looking down on me, which you should.
Okay. Well, hold on a second. I'm gonna raise you up. I'm gonna wait. I got a desk that goes up. Oh, new eye line, motherfuckers.
Look at that.
That's a Jeffrey
Nice.
Tubin that you just pulled. You no hands.
Greg has got the nice like green background. I got nothing. I got maybe I need a little just a little something in the shot. There you go. A little something.
Texture. There you go.
That
You don't
little
have
texture.
you don't have any trophies in the office you can like just accidentally have in the background like every actor.
This is my writing office, which has nothing in it. I'm trying to have a little feng shui. I don't think about the past. I don't think about my family. It's like a white nothing room, and then I hope something bubbles up. And it has not happened yet, but I'm hoping that it will.
Let me do this. Let
Yes,
me
sir.
introduce you. And
Yes,
what
sir.
we have, I actually wrote questions,
I hope so.
but I also want to I know you want to talk politics.
Oh, Jesus.
Really? Who said
Yeah.
that?
I know, but I know you want to talk politics, but I figure since we've got Smigel coming up a little later and we got Greg Fitzsimmons, and you are a renowned author and director, I figured I would take advantage and ask you some questions that are not necessarily political. While I'm digging up those questions, let me give you a proper introduction. Judd
Nice.
Apatow is a comedian, a comedy writer, and a director. His next show is at Largo on December 7th. His special guest is Beck, and it's a benefit for 826 LA and Pacific Pups. And he joins us today from his office somewhere in Los Angeles. Hang on.
Nice. Very nice.
And that from the TV show Crashing, Mr. Greg Fitzsimmons, I believe. Have you ever met him?
I've spent many hours in small rooms with Greg. I know a lot of intimacies about him that I probably can't even share here.
What he's saying is he dresses up as a priest sometimes and we go into a confessional and I tell him everything. It's his thing. It's a weird thing with him.
It's part of job acquisition.
So I figure we'll do 10 minutes with Greg asking you questions and me, and then I'll say goodbye to Greg, and then I'll pummel you with politics. Sophie's Choice.
Can I say something already, David? I have no idea when we are recording something for your show or you're talking in between the show. This is all live because you talk as if we're about to start, but because you have the same voice both on air and off. It's you have a presentational voice. So
Right.
like I literally thought 8 times already we are on and off the air.
This is the story of my life. About to start. I think, is this my life? Let me ask you. I was going to ask you. When did you realize this was your life?
What aspect of my life?
In terms of career, we'll talk about career. But you thought, you know what? This is who I am. This is pretty much. Now I'm going to just be me for the rest of my life.
Maybe when we did The Cable Guy, I produced The Cable Guy and did rewrites on The Cable Guy. And I remember driving to Long Beach. We were shooting in at the Queen Mary, I guess, where they kept the Queen Mary. And they had this giant, I guess we use it as a soundstage, but it might have just been a storage facility. And it was like 6 a.m, driving on the freeway. And I think I was 28 or 29 years old. And it was a good job. And I just thought, this is good. Headed to go do this movie. Then, 6 months later, Time and Newsweek call it a disaster. And then you're like, wait a second. What the hell just happened? I think this is great. And then you have to get your head together. You have to have your own inner compass as to what you're doing. But I thought, oh yeah, I guess this is it.
So you looked into the abyss. How many times in a career should somebody look into the abyss and ask themselves, is this it? Because it seems, I always think this is it. If I get through this,
yeah,
and then I go, wait a minute, what's the abyss doing here? I thought what are you doing back here?
The existential abyss? Is that what you mean?
I'm sorry?
You mean the existential abyss or the career abyss?
The career abyss, where you think, I'll go eyeball to eyeball with the abyss. I get through this. I'll never see this abyss again.
It's not every time. I feel like every time you work on something, no matter what it is, it's like jumping into a frying pan. And then you go, I'm just going to jump in. I hope this comes out okay. I have no idea if it's all going to track or make sense. And then it ends suddenly. Like I just finished a movie and then you're just like depressed and you feel weird. And you're like, wow, that happened. I actually did that. And then you slowly start going, I guess I got to do it again now. I got to think of something else to do.
So you're depressed after you do a movie?
I'm always depressed after I do a movie because I use the movie
before you do a movie.
Leading in, what the hell is it going to be? I'm usually depressed after because you use it as a distraction to not deal with all your mental health issues. So you could just be so focused on your dumb story that you don't actually face what's going on in your head. And then suddenly the movie's over, like on a dime, like you have a meeting and you approve something and it's done. And then you drive home and it's just you for the first time in whatever, a year or two. And then you're like, damn, I better think of something else and not have to sit in this.
We have Greg Fitzsimmons here. What's the question you would ask Judd on my show that you wouldn't ask him on your show?
Oh, interesting. Well, I just want to point out, by the way, as Judd is saying that, when he finishes his movies and he feels depressed, I was just at his office. And it's not just, the movie doesn't just end. He's been developing a TV show, shooting 2 documentaries, and then he reveals to me that he's written a book. Over the time, remember, he and I take walks together, 2-hour walks regularly, and it just never came up. Like, that's how much stuff he's constantly doing. So the distraction is more than just the movie.
You need multiple distractions at all
Okay.
time.
So you go for walks with Judd all the time?
We walk to the beach.
Okay, this is great. I didn't know this. So I'm going to ask Judd to play Sophie's Choice, but
Okay.
ask you to figure out which one. Sophie's Choice, 826 LA or
Yeah.
Pacific Pups. You're doing a benefit for 826 LA
Yeah.
and Pacific Pups.
Or the dog place. I'm going to say I get rid of the dog.
Hang on, don't answer.
Oh, I thought I had to get rid of one.
Yeah, we have to. Listen, Greg. If we ask Judd, he had to choose between the 826 LA charity, which helps students realize their full potential as writers and students, or Pacific Pups, which I would assume Pacific, it's a charity that does cosmetic surgery for the puppies. If you had to pick, what do you think Judd's going to pick?
I just heard him say dogs, so I got to say he's going to kill the dogs.
Well, not kill the dogs, but not help them.
Yeah.
You know what's really distracting is like they on this Zoom, like messages come up while you're talking,
Yes,
and it's just like all of your fans. One guy just said, get to the fucking politics already, which I like that there's like that energy, that love of politics that's like hostile to just get into it.
Yeah.
Like they don't want any break to talk about Pacific Pups.
Right. No, I already told Feldman he's trying way too hard. These notes are a distraction to the guests, and I haven't read any so far that were constructive. There was none that made me go, "Hey, let's weave this into the podcast." This is a good point.
These are my. They're not fans. They just show up to.
Yeah, who are these people? Because I am one of them. I am one of your fans. I listen to the show more than I should. I'm the only person I know gets excited at a Dave Cyrus appearance, and. What's so funny is I used to listen to Dave Cyrus on your show, and I always thought he was like really funny and knew his stuff. And then I was working with Pete and his friend Dave on the script for King of Staten Island. And it took me many months to realize it was the same person. I would love him on your show. Go, this Dave Cyrus is great. And then meet with like, the other Dave. And I'm not as impressed, quite frankly, in person. And then I was like, wait, you're the guy on Dave.
Well, that's very sweet of you. Let me ask you two quick questions. Greg, why don't you ask a question and then we'll get into the politics. I know you don't like the politics because you're an anti-vaxxer, right, Greg?
I'm not anti-vax. I just don't get it. I don't see why. Anyway, I would ask.
Go ahead.
I would ask Judd if he had his choice right now of doing any movie he wanted to do or any TV series he wanted to do, which would he prefer? Which medium?
Which medium would I do?
Yeah.
That's a very good question because, a TV show, when it's working and you have good actors and actresses and a good staff, it's fun. It's like a family that stays around for a while. I'm very needy as a person, and I use projects to create social constructs. And so a good series that lasts a while with good people is fun. Girls is fun. Crashing was really fun. I told Pete Holmes the other day, like, I'm like sad sometimes because it was just fun to go to the room and there's, Greg and Jamie Lee and Ian Edwards and all these people that were fun to see. So I probably would lean an easy TV show with people that didn't need much help from me that I could hang out with when I wanted to, but really no stress because they were so good at their jobs that I didn't have as much to do.
Yeah, I guess when you're working on a movie, it's like starting a new business and you're managing more. Whereas with a TV show, it kind of gets its own legs after a while and you can just be a writer on it.
Yes, where a movie you feel like if this doesn't work, so many people are mad at me.
Yeah.
Because movies lose people money, right? Like if you make a movie, say the budget's $30 million, they spend like $20-30 million on ads. So if it just eats it, people actually lose massive amounts of money. And somewhere in your head, you're always aware, like, oh, this is like a financial disaster if I don't pull it off. If you care about such things, some people don't care. I met James Cameron once and I did a Q&A and interviewed him. And he said, when you have a budget that's like $300 million, doesn't that make you nervous? And he says, no. He goes, I feel better because I know if my budget's that high, the studio will force it to be a hit. They'll support it so much. He's like, my fear is winding up like the Hurt Locker, because those people were on this panel and they had a budget of like $12 million and they are not making enough money for how great that movie is. because the budget's slow.
Wasn't that his ex-wife?
Catherine Bigelow?
Wasn't she married to him?
I don't know. I don't follow such things.
Let's turn to politics.
Yes.
I maintain that movies and television are capitalism in hyperdrive. As Greg just pointed out, a journey person in Hollywood can have 12 jobs, 12 projects, sometimes simultaneously, like you. In 1 year, you could have 15 different jobs. These LLCs, they come and go. They're all fly-by-nights, even though they're owned and operated by big-time studios. So what insight do you think people who work in Hollywood have about the nature of the economic system we're trying to survive underneath, this capitalism? What insight did you have about capitalism as it's practiced in America when you started out, and what do you now know about our economic system?
This is I wish I was smarter, because the question requires it. To have more brain power, because it's exactly the right question for someone who knew stuff. But I don't know if I can wrap it up into one thing.
As you know, this show is left of center.
Yeah.
And I look at Hollywood as an example of everything that's wrong with capitalism. It's just in hyperdrive. If you want to know how an economic system plays out, take a look at the TV and movie business and the record business, because everything is thinking short term. If you're only as good as your last project, that's a fast-paced version of how most people live. It's a gig economy, let's say. In some version, it's a gig economy. It's unstable for most people in show business. Right. And a lot of it is unfair to the workers. That's what the IATSE issue was about with their contract, which is they make people work too many hours. The conditions aren't good enough. It's dangerous. If you make people work 15, 16-hour days for many, many days or months, it's dangerous. It's dangerous to drive home. There's, you're doing a job that can be dangerous because you can make a mistake and hurt yourself. You can drive home and you're too tired to do that safely. And the system, much like a chicken plant, it works the same way, which is how much can we get out of these people for how little money? And it does require unions to fight that. And, when we hear about all these people making billions and billions and billions of dollars, just like other industries, you never hear like, oh, they're going to max out the days at 14 hours. Right. Like it doesn't trickle down in other industries. Right. It's the same thing. It's when people think of Hollywood, they just think about, people, actors or directors or producers who are making a different kind of salary than the thousands of people, who are doing really, really hard labor to get those movies made. Those are difficult jobs. Is there a system? One of the things we're learning is that there's a system in New York City. New York City is controlled by real estate and Wall Street, and everything flows from that. Did you ever get a glimpse of what really controls show business, or is it just competing segments of the economy? Did you ever come up with a unifying theory that explains why things are in Hollywood? Well, you see more of it as it's transitioned from movies and TV to streaming. Then all of the pipes get revealed. How it works, right? So a movie studio is making a certain amount of bets a year. So, I'll make these two movies, and these two movies cost $400 million. And then I'll make these few movies, and they cost, 80, 90 million each. And then I'll make a couple of small bets on some horror movies and some
comedies that cost whatever, 10 to $25 million. And so they're spreading their bets on the table, right? That's how they decide what movies to make. But now in this new economy, certain movies don't work in other territories, right? So if you have a comedy and you know it's never going to open up in China or Russia or certain parts of the world, it doesn't have that potential to make $1 billion. So the amount of time a studio spends on a comedy might be much less than their giant mega action movie, which could become a ride, could become sequels, could have a universe around it. And so the creativity of movies and show business is ultimately serving how big can it get, right? And so they're not going to be like, oh, we need more just good movies, right? Let's just say whatever you might think a good movie is, Dog Day Afternoon, or whatever your definition is of something great, Harold and Maude, Moonlight, whatever it is. They're not going to make $1 billion, and that changes what you see. And then at some point, the audience has been trained to just like that because they don't even get the other stuff. The funny thing that changes it is they're also in competition for awards, right? So you have this little thing where like Netflix, and all the studios, Amazon, they want to win Oscars and they're embarrassed if they don't. So they put some money aside for that part of their business. Not as much as they'll spend, on the gigantic movies or the Marvel movies, but they kind of have to win an Oscar also. And so they'll have those little investments in their awards movies. And so the whole thing is kind of insane, but you see the pipes of it. This is what is required. There are certain movies they think make people sign up for a streaming service. Some movies you wouldn't sign up for Amazon Prime to get this movie. But some movies, I'm sure they look and go, how many people signed up for Amazon Prime just so they could watch that movie? But now they're paying whatever they're paying a month, maybe for the rest of their lives, to Amazon Prime.
And that kind of explains the Chappelle phenomenon of spending $20 million on one person to do 1 hour of comedy, because there are a lot of people, especially if you're talking about somebody that has a different demographic of followers than Netflix maybe had before. Maybe a lot of Black fans are signing up for Netflix. Right.
Let's talk about Mel Brooks. You wrote the intro to the book about Young Frankenstein. It's the funniest movie ever made.
Right? There's 4 or 5 that are the funniest movies ever made. We laugh for laugh. But if you have ever seen Young Frankenstein in a movie theater, it's shocking how much that movie kills second to second.
Right.
It's certainly right up there with, Airplane and Something About Mary or whatever, or just for pure raucous pandemonium. Jackass is one of those. If you watch those Jackass movies, it's madness in a movie theater. It's a gift from God.
Yes.
For the amount of joy it creates to watch somebody, get their head suddenly shaved or
absolutely
tossed out of something.
My kids dragged me to see Jackass, kicking and screaming. And we walked out. I said, "Your generation won. You actually invented a new form of comedy and movie." So you wrote for Mel Brooks's book about Young Frankenstein. I didn't know until I read your foreword that he came out with Blazing Saddles and Young Frankenstein in 1974.
In the same year.
The same year.
Wow.
So, and the question, when I read that, I went, I can't believe this. Is he having a good year? Was he on fire? Or were the stars, did something happen career-wise that happened? How do you explain that? Because Mel Brooks is Mel Brooks.
I think that maybe Young Frankenstein started out as a Gene Wilder project that he had been working on. And at some point, he asked Mel Brooks to become a part of it. So maybe it was part of the way along, and then he came in and directed and did rewrites with him, and so it just happened quickly. And that happens sometimes where things just suddenly stack up. Like one movie gets delayed, the release, and another one moves fast, and then their release dates are in the same year. And it's not even that it all happened exactly at the same time. Like we had Knocked Up and Superbad came out like one right after the other. And then they wanted to put out Pineapple Express like 3 months later. And I'm like, I think that's too fast to just have like these three things, but maybe there would have been a momentum to all three coming out. But he certainly was on fire,
Right.
In that period, for sure.
Robin Williams said, success is like masturbating with sandpaper. So when is there a time like what you're describing, like Pineapple Express, Knocked Up, 40-Year-Old Virgin, all that's happening? Is that an example? You don't have to answer this question. I would assume that there are many points in a person's life when on paper, everything looks great, but then you look up and you go, why does this, how do you avoid that? How do you avoid having something be good on paper in terms of your life, but then you look up and you go, why is this like scraping at my innards? I'm not saying that's what happened, but
like, are you happy when it's happening versus just, because you could have things do well and be successful at the most miserable moment in your life, or it can make your life more miserable while you've done a good job.
Can success make you go through a miserable time?
Yeah, I think it's kind of built.
Why does it make people miserable? I think it happens to everybody who tastes. What is it that's so painful about success?
Well, I think part of
I'd ask Greg, but neither Greg and I could answer that.
I'll handle the pain part. I can handle that.
Huh?
Well, I would say this, that people tend to be happiest when they're like solid, right? Like, I think like the people who make like 150 grand a year are, for the most part, probably happier than the uber wealthy, and that's what they say. Like, it really does create 8,000 other problems. And when you're not uber wealthy, it's easy to go, fuck those people. But I think it does create an enormous amount of misery. There's something really nice about the climb and not having all of the other problems that go with those things.
You helped Obama with his White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Yeah.
It wasn't the night he killed bin Laden, was it?
It was, yeah.
Really?
It was part of it. It was part of the thing. I was part of it. Yeah. I used to do a joke about that because I thought, when he was doing these jokes we wrote for the Correspondents' Dinner, it was the exact moment that he was murdering Osama bin Laden, that maybe, that was like the decoy, like, oh, Osama bin Laden felt relaxed because he's not going to do anything to me. He's doing stand-up comedy at this show. And so I was part of the team that was creating the conditions to kill him. So I feel like I did it.
Yeah.
Wait a second. So you were planning the White House Correspondents' Dinner. That's a high pressure situation. And he's going downstairs to the Situation Room to plan the assassination of bin Laden, who when you look back, was there a tell? Was there any that
he seemed happy that night? I don't know the exact timing
up to it. Was there something? Was he nervous? Was there?
Well, that's not how I work on it. My friend John Lovett, I met at the Correspondents' Dinner one year. I was taking a tour of the White House, and on this tour, suddenly John Lovett appeared in a hallway and said, "Hey, how's it going?" He introduced himself, said, "I'm literally in the room right now with the president working on the jokes for this speech," which was the next day. And I thought he would say, "Come on in, you're in comedy, you want to help us?" But instead he was like, "Well, nice to meet you," and sent me on my way. And I was kind of annoyed because clearly I should be in that room.
Right.
And then I went to the Correspondents
with killing bin Laden.
Well, this was a year before that. This is the year before. And so I saw him at the party, and I was drunk, and I'm like, you didn't want me in the room with the president. You knew I'd be funnier than you. You didn't want me in there. And so I was just joking because the president was so funny that year that it was weird. It's like strange how good he is doing a comedic speech, a stand-up speech. So then the next year he called me out of the blue and said, can I send you the speech and kick around like some areas we're still trying to figure out? And I said, I think you need to hit Trump harder.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Great. Thanks a lot, Chub.
And this was right like around when birtherism was just happening.
Right.
And I was disgusted by it. And I thought, you should really go at him. I mean, this is a really dangerous, terrible person. I was proven correct on that. And so we kicked around, this joke where he talks about The Apprentice and walks through an episode of The Apprentice, admiring Trump's leadership.
Right.
And
that's
he said that
thinking you need in the Oval Office. Like, what would Gary Busey do? And that
exactly
is what we need in the Oval Office. And you cut to Donald Trump, thanks to Judd Apatow, going like this, not laughing. I'll show. I'm going to run for. They say he decided to run for president.
Donald Trump says that that is not true.
Of course, he's not. But you're responsible for the hell that this country is. You're personally responsible for Donald Trump.
I feel pretty good about the fact that I don't think that's the key to his decision making, because he had been flirting with it for decades, and it was clear that there wasn't anyone great about to run. I feel it was really more about the timing and who was looking to run for president. I don't think he loved it, but let me tell you something. Donald Trump certainly had been in a lot of rooms where people gave him shit in public settings. I mean, he's not someone that didn't get joked about a lot.
Well, he did the roast. He was the honoree at the roast one year before that.
Right.
Yeah,
I wrote on that roast, and you weren't allowed to make fun of his wealth. You weren't allowed to say he wasn't wealthy.
He wasn't rich. Yeah.
And the money was supposed to go to charity, and I've heard that he never gave it. That he kept.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, he's not allowed to have a charity. It would shut down all his charity stuff in New York because it was all a scam. I mean, he would literally steal the money and just pay for his own needs with the money. So, yeah, I truly, honestly don't think that that's what would motivate him.
We all
but it's funny to say.
Sleep. All of us have to figure out a way not to feel bad about.
Yes, the things we've done to hurt humanity.
There's a Frontline. I'll send you the Frontline documentary. Yeah. I'm being serious. He decided to run that.
I saw that in the Frontline, but that's just something that you say. There isn't really a person in Trump world who says, you know what, he talked to me and he said, I'm going to get that guy. Like, there's not. That's just like a interpretation that some people have said, but it could be possible. But then again, look what George Bush did. I mean, he invaded the Middle East, and Donald Trump didn't invade the Middle East. So maybe I saved just an enormous amount of people with that joke. It's possible that it's the opposite, and I am a very important part of history and stopping war. You know what I'm saying, David?
Yep. Thank you for your service. So there are Neanderthals who get a bad rap, and then they're like, what are they called? Hominid? Whatever. I don't know. Homosexuals, right. And they're superior to the Neanderthals. When because you have met the most, like, the Ubermenches of the world. You have. And are there two types of people? Like, you talk to Barack, you meet Barack Obama, and he is isn't he on a different evolutionary rung than most people? Where he could not fathom our concerns. If you explain to him that, I got a leaky faucet and I'm worried about the water bugs, but I mean, it would just be, what, you're not just speaking another language. It's like barking. It's like is that a fair statement?
that there are completely different, like good and evil? Is that what you mean? That there's like
just different, that they couldn't, like the difference between me, and I don't mean to trivialize the plight of the homeless, but unfortunately in New York, you walk past homeless people. And I think the difference between me and this homeless, there's a great chasm of everything between me and this homeless person, but it's nothing compared to the chasm between me and, say, Barack Obama, just in terms of intellect, charm, wit, what they worry about. I have more in common with the homeless person.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
My
only
mother.
been around him a teeny bit at a couple of events where he took questions, like small events, but where he would talk to people about issues. And, you know, Seinfeld used to have that great bit about people who want to be president. You know, like, do they see the president on TV and they think, oh, I could do that? Like,
Right.
what that means to think like you want to take all that on. And I think that, you know, obviously we're seeing some people that seem like they're very corrupt in government, or they're so intent on getting their point across and winning that they're willing to do bad things to do it. So Mitch McConnell might think, I'll suck it up on these issues because I want to win these issues, and this is how the game is played. And
Right.
I always felt that Barack Obama was, in his head, a realist who had a sense of the limitations of what he could accomplish and was trying very hard to just move the ball down the field in certain areas as best as he could, knowing he was going to have to pass it off to someone really soon. So certain things were neglected and certain things were made the focus of what he saw as the accomplishments that he wanted to have happen during his administration.
Right. What is making you furious about the Democratic Party? To me, the mistake I make, and I'm making it up until January 20th of 2022, and then I'll go back to trashing Republicans because it's going to get serious. But right now is the season to be disappointed with the Democrats. You're a Democrat, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Well, I remember when we passed the first assistance package during the pandemic, and Andrew Yang had a tweet, and it just said, "Oh, I guess we did have the money." And I thought, well, that's the whole thing, right? That it's all priorities. You know, how much we're going to spend on the military versus paid family leave or paying for people to go to college. George Carlin had that great line, like, we never try to solve homelessness because there's no money in it.
Right.
And that's the thing that's sad. And then you do see the Republicans are really organized to try to control all the state legislatures so they can rig a future election in some way. And we don't seem to be able to even get people that concerned about it. Like, they can't even get people scared of that. And that's what I find troubling. Like, is there a way to deal with January 6th in a much more aggressive way? Is it impossible to bring anyone in front of Congress to answer questions? I'm always fascinated that there's no way to get people to go in front of Congress to answer questions. That legally you can't just go, no, you have to come.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there is no Benghazi committees for everything that's been happening. And it's like the Republicans figured out all the little loopholes to avoid all of that. And it seems like the Democrats, we can't get the Voting Rights Act through. We're not getting, the healthcare through. And I think it's because maybe Democrats think like, oh, we're not like that. We're not aggressive in that way. We don't toss the rules out the window.
Right. So Hollywood has a lot of clout over Pelosi, Schumer. They love Hollywood, not just because of the money. They think something rubs off. Schumer was dancing with Colbert. It wasn't even Hollywood, but they just think there's something about Hollywood that makes them part of the cool kids. And does Hollywood help the Democratic Party or hurt it? I think it hurts the Democratic Party. The money, the glitter.
Wait, hold on. Before you answer, I have to jump. I have to get on a 3:00 podcast. Judd, good to see you.
Can you
David,
Good to see you, Greg.
Can you
thank
start?
you. Can I storm off my own podcast? No, I cannot.
This is you're asking Judd. You asked me to stick around, and you haven't asked me any questions. I'm not your fucking side.
It is a little fucking weird. You told me to hang out, and then you just talk to Judd only.
You got to get more aggressive, Greg. That's what I think. You just didn't get aggressive.
And you're looking at a guy who does the Adam Carolla show, where if you don't dive in, you will be sidelined for the entire time.
Hey, I'm not your fucking security blanket. and hang up.
All right, David. I'll see you soon. Thanks for having
Do
me
this
on.
more often.
All
Fred
right.
Greg.
Thank you.
Definitely. All right, bye.
We're talking with Judd Apatow, and so we'll talk. You have some time.
Yes, sir.
Back to if you could get Pelosi in a room, if you could get Schumer in a room, I would assume you have been in a room with them.
Not rooms where we were talking about accomplishing anything. Usually in a room with Idina Menzel singing at a benefit or something. But I feel like, we're all very hesitant to talk about what's wrong on our
Frozen,
side.
and Nancy's face is frozen, so I see the appeal.
I think people are hesitant to talk about what's going wrong, and if we control this much of the government and we can't get voting rights through, what's the point of us? And that's scary, that people will become disillusioned that you had this moment. But I always knew that this would happen, which is Trump would just make a mess of everything, make a mess of the pandemic response, and then he leaves, a Democrat comes in, and then you got to pay the piper. And if you're the person sitting there holding the bag when the other guy leaves, then you look like you're not doing a good job. And someone mentioned this to me. I think it was like I was talking to David Frum right when Donald Trump was elected, and we were talking about what might happen. And he said, what usually happens is the president tries to turbocharge the economy, and then usually it crashes, and they just hope that it will crash after they get reelected.
Right.
That they can just have it hang in there, all the policies to just keep it inflated in some way.
Right.
And then the next, and then deal with it in the next administration. And obviously there's some of it because, when the whole world doesn't work for a year and a half, how could the economy not be fucked? Mm-hmm. Right? We all sat in the house for a year and a half. Why would we think the economy would be this good after that?
Right. Right. Has comedy, what did you think? Let me just alert our next, as we're running a little over. Give me 15 more minutes with Judd Apatow, and then we're going to talk about the Chile elections, big elections in Chile, that I think is going into a runoff. What did you hope for yourself in, let's say, 2 years from now, before COVID? And what did you have planned? And 2 years later, how many of those plans have you now just said, you know what, that was pre-COVID. That seems kind of, I don't want to do that. Either.
I had a unique experience. I was about to put out The King of Staten Island when COVID started, and we were about to go to South by Southwest to show the movie. So I was very much in a, let's see if I can get anyone to see this story that we worked on for the last few years. And so then suddenly we were promoting it on Zoom for months, just sitting on a couch, and we put it online so people could just buy it online. And that took
tremendously successful, and everybody, people love that movie.
Yeah, it did really well. And it was, we were really proud of it, and proud that it was about first responders. And then suddenly we were seeing all the first responders on television every night. And I thought, well, it's nice that the movie talks about the importance of that when we're watching all these nurses and doctors and everybody, taking risks to help people during the pandemic. And then I sat around for months and months and months and just trying to get through it, wondering when it was going to end. And then at some point I realized I need to make something else because I'm going to go insane sitting here. And I started writing a movie about the pandemic. So I wrote a comedy about the pandemic, which I shot during the pandemic, which is called The Bubble, and it's on Netflix in April. And it's about a group of actors going to England to shoot a sequel to a dinosaur movie during the pandemic.
Great.
And it's a satire of the ridiculous of that. Like why you would even do that. It's the dumbest thing in the world. No one needs a dinosaur movie during the pandemic. And so that's what I did to distract myself. And I just finished it. And so now I'm paying the piper of mental health in having avoided so much of it by just being obsessed with my dumb movie.
In terms of marketing that movie, is it in your best interest in April? Do we want COVID to still be in its full glory, or is it going to be more successful if COVID is waning or waxing? What are you hoping for with COVID vis-a-vis the success of your movie?
Well, the good thing about the movie is it's not in theaters, it's on Netflix. So I do not have to hope anyone pays for it, which I like. I don't want to be rooting for everyone to go to the movie theater to see this movie. It's really meant to be a way of saying to the audience, didn't the last few years, wasn't it just the worst? And here's all I have to offer you as what I can give to you during this painful moment, which is something really silly that'll make you laugh for 2 hours, where we can commiserate about how much this sucked, about how just painful and terrible it was. And so I hope it's like a really funny, enjoyable couple of hours, because that's what I noticed during the pandemic. That's all I have to give to people is.
And COVID, you can give COVID if you don't.
I can give that as well, but if I stay in the house, I won't.
Yeah.
But that's my offering to the world. And people would say to me like, "Oh, thanks. I watched one of your movies, and it was nice when we were all stuck in the house." And I thought, well, that's really all I have. That's it for me. Is I could give you a guy getting waxed when you're feeling down. Maybe I can fill a few minutes of your time.
It's fantastic. The best I ever get is you were really great because my wife hates you. I was like, I'm serious. The nicest compliment I ever got is
but I feel like it really is all the same. Like I've listened to way more of you than you would ever believe. And again, it is the same thing. Like the hours and hours of pleasure I got listening to your show during the pandemic, where I would just laugh like, how long is this show going to get? Like it just goes 3 hours, then it's 4 hours, then it's 6 hours. But I was so thankful, to have it like a friend, during it. And I think that is what we do, right? Like in different ways and different mediums, we offer ourselves up in some way.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. Let me return the favor by asking you a hard question.
Oh, no.
The King of Staten Island, there's a scene, you don't have to answer this because it's going to put you in an awkward position.
I like it. Let's get real here.
There's a scene,
too soft up until this point.
There's a scene where a pharmacist is banging his coworker and some people break into the pharmacy and he pulls a gun nervously and fires it. And this is a pharmacist. And the pharmacist has obviously never fired the gun and he's firing the gun. Yep. The actor who played the pharmacist, who's going to be up later on, to Robert Smigel, was terrified of the gun. I'm not gossiping. I'm not,
Yes.
What are the protocols for using a gun in a comedy? There's no way the gun is going to be what are there's no way there would be a live round inside of it. How creepy is it when there's a gun on your set?
Well, with this new movie we did, The Bubble, there's a lot of guns in it, and we just used rubber guns and didn't have any blanks. So we just said, let's just add little flashes in post and sound effects. The only reason why you ever would use a real gun, or not a real gun, but a gun where you're shooting blanks, is there's some sort of kickback or the noise that might affect performances or how it looks. And I think you could feel that the industry is like, we can do that without the blanks. So quickly, hopefully, it goes in that direction. And in the times when we have, used guns with blanks, it's really all about having the best possible people who know how to do it. And if you think about how many movies have had that, thousands of movies, millions and millions of rounds, like when you do it properly, the danger is infinitesimal. But if you don't follow the rules, if you do it incorrectly, obviously it's very, very dangerous. And I hope that the industry just says, well, let's not do that again. Let's not put Robert Smigel in that position again.
I think they did. It sounds like it's not a problem. It sounds like most movie sets follow the protocol that they already know.
Every time I've ever had a gun on set, which is only a few times, we've all just behaved as if it was a real gun.
Right.
And so someone shows you the gun, someone else looks at the gun, a third person looks at the gun, you test the gun. I mean, there is a process that when followed should not allow for the possibility that a live round could get in a gun. That's something that's hard to understand. And when like anything in life, if you don't check, there's a potential for something terrible to happen. And the truth is, you're supposed to check like 3 times. You're supposed to let the actors and actresses check. It's supposed to move very slowly. And I think like part of the problem is when you're working on something where there's limited money and limited time, things speed up and steps disappear sometimes. And that's where it gets very, very dangerous. You can't speed up a stunt.
Let me ask you another difficult question. You don't have to answer it.
Mm-hmm.
It was a $7 million production shoot. Rust was $7 million for production. That's a lot of money for a small little film, right?
Well, it's really more about what is the film, what does the film require?
But there are other movies, right?
We made The Big Sick for $5 million, but there's no action in it.
Right.
There's no horses in it. And so we were able to shoot that movie in 25 days and not have any problems. But if you add action, it takes a lot of time.
There are different, like there's a $7 million shooting budget, but there's also a pre-production budget, a post-production, right? When they talked about the shooting budget on Rust, they said the production budget was $7 million just to shoot the film, pardon the pun. So,
well, it depends on, what you're spending the money on. I mean, you could spend a lot of money on personnel, on your cast, on producers. I mean, it's just the rates of everybody, whatever the rates are will determine how much is spent on the day, how large the crew is. One of the big issues that people discussed there was how many people were working in the props and armory department. And it seems like they were one person short of what they should have had.
Right.
And that's what makes it more dangerous.
And there were too many children of bankers who wanted to be producers, who were collecting a huge salary because they have money and they want to be close to show business. But that's how.
To me, that's not the issue. The issue is anybody can speed up and do a bad job. Right. Any producer can not make sure that you're following the right protocols for safety.
Right.
It's a very individual mistake of what you want to put people through.
Right.
There has to be someone who says, let's slow down. Hey, we've had a couple of problems in the last few weeks. Something's going wrong. Let's have a meeting about it. How are we handling these props? How are we checking? What went wrong last time? You're not hearing about those details. That's what would be interesting to hear, is that when they had problems in the past, did they make an adjustment of any kind?
Right. We have 4 more minutes. And by the way, thank you for doing this. And Judd will be at Largo December 7th with Beck, and he's raising money for 2 charities. One of them is Pacific Pups, and the other is it 286? I didn't get the numbers right.
It's 826, which provides free tutoring for kids who need it.
Right. And that's with David Eggers.
Yes, that's his organization. Yeah.
Yeah. And
my book, Sick in the Head, all the money from those books of interviews I do with comedians goes to 826.
Right. You had been hoping, I remember reading that you had wished 95% went into the Judd Apatow Vacation Trust, I believe.
Yeah. I didn't realize that people will say proceeds from this book goes to this charity. And then the people don't know how much actually goes. I thought you had to give all of it. So I just give all of it. I didn't realize you could keep it vague, and then get some extra vacation time.
Religion. So maybe I could make you an archbishop. But before we plug the hell out of Pacific Pups, and so we can make this worth your while, in 826 LA, Kyle Rittenhouse and Parkland, you were, I don't want to say intimately involved with the victims of Parkland. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I helped out on a documentary,
right.
And know some of those people, and it's one of those heartbreaking issues because I think 80% of the country is really comfortable with smart gun control and gun safety, and it doesn't ever get done the way that it should get done. And so now we're just in this insane situation where people are like, well, what can you even do now? And the truth is, if you have hundreds of millions of guns floating around the country, just all sorts of terrible things are going to happen. And obviously there's a way to have a logical amount of guns and a way that we track the people who have them. People who beat up their spouses shouldn't have access. People who have mental health issues shouldn't have access. And we don't seem to ever make that a priority. It becomes like a wedge issue as opposed to what is the common sense way to make it safer in this country.
Right. Right. Is that the issue that just makes, there are certain issues that I just get, like, I want to, there's no country that will take me. I'm stuck here.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a national character and I'm just not, this isn't the right fix for me, because when you think back to Parkland or Newtown, you think, okay, at least this is a tragedy, but something good will come from it. And it's gotten worse.
That's what I think has broken all our hearts, is the realization that no matter how bad it is, we're not going to do it. And that's also the issue with climate change. It's all very short-term, selfish thinking, and people aren't willing to make sacrifices for the good of everybody. And I think that's been revealed not just in our country. In a lot of countries, people are just way more self-concerned than they are worried about all of us doing well. Right. And for me, the issue that drives me the craziest is Donald Trump making choices about how to handle the pandemic to make blue states suffer, to take care of his political needs before saving lives. And the country doesn't seem that mad about it. He really abandoned all the governors. He didn't want to be responsible for what was happening, and he made choices for political reasons. And the country isn't furious about it. I mean, the country isn't even that furious about January 6th. So that, to me, is what has been revealed: the lack of concern, the lack of fury about important things that have happened in the last 2 years. And then you go, wow, what would people be furious about?
Well, like Sick in the Head, you write about, you say you were an angry kid growing up. I think there's a recurring theme about anger in the stuff you write about, at least in Sick in the Head, the tempering rage. I think great comedians are the ones who don't let you see the rage inside of them. I'm going to just assume, like most adults, you've spent a lifetime tamping down your anger and your rage. And, you tell your wife, great news, I didn't send the email. I did. I wrote it, but I didn't send the email. I'm getting back. That's great. I'm so proud of you. You didn't send the email. So we spent our whole lives as comedians, comedy writers, adults, tamping down our id, our rage. And then you see the looting that's going on up in Walnut Creek, Louis Vuitton in San Francisco. Should there be? I'm not condoning looting, but we should be angrier, right? As a nation, we've been conditioned to tamp down our rage issues. Here's some medicine, so you're not angry. We should be angry, right?
Well, I mean, we could disagree on how to resolve certain issues, but I think it's just gotten to a different level lately. And there's a lot of people, who say we'll never solve any of these problems if everyone's angry. And I in a lot of ways feel like it's the opposite. I feel like people are not worked up enough.
Right.
Remember when Donald Trump said, there's only a few cases of COVID and it's about to go to nothing. And we all knew we were heading into a nightmare. Right. And he didn't want to count how many people had COVID on the boats. So he didn't want to let anyone in off of a cruise ship because then the number would go up. And it was so clear, this isn't about solving it. This is only about you don't want to look bad.
Right.
Is there anything that would make you crazier than that? The rage at someone who is willing to let hundreds of thousands of people die for the appearance of his success. And I don't think that's a Republican or Democratic issue. So I don't understand why Republicans wouldn't be equally as angry. Their families have people who die as well. And so I'm just confused by it all, because now that Trump is gone, at least for the moment, and hopefully forever, I just think I was really scared of having a lunatic responsible for everything. But there's something maybe even more deeply troubling about people who maybe aren't crazy, but are willing to win at all costs and do anything to get what they want. And that doesn't mean there aren't Democrats who are the same way. But that's a little terrifying. The people who understand how government works can really slow it down, can really make sure things can't get accomplished, like when Mitch McConnell admitted he wanted Obama to accomplish nothing. He wanted him to literally achieve nothing. And when he achieves nothing, people just suffer. Like the country suffers. We're supposed to want the president, regardless of what party he's with or she's with, to succeed. And I think as soon as that became okay for the other side to say, we want you to not be able to do anything so we can get back in power, then the country doesn't work. Because that's not how it's supposed to work. If the president says something that you agree with, you should support the fact that he's trying to do that.
Last question, I promise. You're at the farmer's market on X, hanging out. Me, Garland, Greg Fitzsimmons, we're just hanging out, and they start looting, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they've already looted, but the windows are broken. The Apple Store, American Girl, Louis Vuitton, or to browse.
Where do I run in? Is that the question?
Where do you run in first?
That's a very good question. That's worthy of thought. Like, what would I do in that moment? It's a tough one.
There at the Grove, and windows. It would be insulting not to take something. It's like not eating.
Or what if I help them, bring some stuff back in the store, hoping they'd give me a free one, right? Like if I help them take all the American Girl dolls back in the store, help them clean up, maybe at the end of the day, they give me like one of the, the DVDs of the movie about one of the American Girl dolls. That's what I would do. I would help, but really in a self-serving way to get a legal free thing.
Yeah. Good answer. Go see this man. We've only scratched the surface. Thank you for doing this. Judd Apatow will be at Largo in Los Angeles, December 7th with Beck. And go see this man perform. And you're raising money for two very, very important causes. They are Pacific Pups and 826 LA. Thank you so much for doing this. Please come back so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Say hello to Mr. Smigel.
I
We
will.
spent a lot of time together talking about Zohan. So
Yes. It's a great
yes,
movie.
man.
Thank
All
you.
right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Judd Apatow, thank you. I apologize to Davy Mammal, Dr. Davy Mammal, for keeping you waiting. You have 40 minutes. I apologize.
That's okay.
Our guests were late tonight and we're running a little behind. So I'm going to turn this over to you. I understand there were big elections in Chile over the weekend.
Yeah, it was big. Yeah, no, I'd invite Carol, Aldo, and Boris to turn on their cameras and join the and turn off their turn on their microphones to join the conversation.
Yes.
If
Thank
they're
you.
still there.
Patient. We do the show live and things. Davy Mammal comes to us from Toronto, and he's my son. You are my son, basically, right?
I do play your son on the show. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Hi.
And I'm in Ottawa. Ontario.
Ottawa.
That's okay.
Sorry. We have all the guests, correct?
We do. Yeah. So yeah, I'll first introduce Carol Conchabel. She is a
Hi.
writer specializing in Latin America and in indigenous rights. She's also the founding member of the Chile Solidarity Network and is the press officer, I believe, for the Mapuche International Link. She has also been a contributor to The Guardian, Jacobin, Current Affairs, as well as a number of other journals. We also have Boris van der Spek with us, who is a Dutch journalist living in Chile. He is the founder and editor-in-chief of Chile Today, Chile's premier English language news source. He has also been a contributor to Al Jazeera, NRC, the newspaper of record in the Netherlands, and numerous other outlets. And last and certainly not least, we have Aldo Madariaga, who is a professor at the School of Political Science at the Diego Portales University in Santiago. He's also affiliated with the Center for Social Conflict and Cohesion in Santiago, Chile. Aldo is the author of the award-winning book, Neoliberal Resilience, Lessons in Democracy and Development from Latin America and Eastern Europe. Thank you guys so much for being here.
Hi, David.
Thanks for inviting us.
I cannot
Nice.
put my camera on. I'm sorry. It says that since you deactivated it, it's you who has to give me permission again.
Oh, that would be David Feldman or Dan that would
All
have
right.
to do that for us.
Right.
They'll get it back up.
Sure.
So we had a very tight election. We've had a very tight election race in Chile, probably one of the most divisive ones since Chile's return to democracy in 1990. Last night, no party was able to take a majority. So the two coalitions will be contending for the presidency in a runoff election on December 19th. So those two coalitions are the left coalition, Apruebo Dignidad, Approved Dignity, led by Gabriel Boric, and the far right coalition, the Christian Social Front, led by Jose Antonio Cast, who were each able to take over 25% of the national vote. The right-wing coalition appeared to be slightly in the lead last night, and it's expected that Cast will be picking up a lot of support from other center-right voters in the upcoming runoff. So we've seen the left coalition facing a lot of problems in the recent weeks, which may be slowing down some of their momentum. This includes sexual assault allegations against Gabriel Boric, a split in the communist wing of the coalition over the re-election of Daniel Ortega in Nicaragua, and growing discontent amongst some voters over street demonstrations, which are very much supported by the left in the country. So are they going to be able to pick that momentum back up? And could we see Boric drop the Communist Party as a tactic to do this? Boris, I'll start with you, since you've been on the ground reporting on this election campaign since it began.
Well, I very much doubt that Boris is going to be able to
gather enough votes to win the presidency. The minimum to win the presidency here in Chile in the second round, most of the time, is 3.5 million. And the big problem Boric is having at the moment is that he can't reach voters outside of his left-wing bubble. So he has the alliance with the Communist Party and the Frente Amplio, which is a very strong alliance, more or less 1.8 million voters there. But what he needs to do right now is kind of rewrite his program and focus more on the center left, because that's where the voters are that he needs, which will cause friction in the alliance because the Communist Party and the center left, they're not the best of allies. So it's going to be very tough to keep everyone happy for Boric, and the Frente Amplio in recent years is not very well known for making good alliances. And the other problem, or what Boric should be focusing at the end, is looking for the people that didn't go out voting, because there's still like 50% of the electorate in Chile that stayed at home, whether it's this election, whether it's during the referendum in 2019, in the elections of 2017. It's really hard for basically every politician to move those voters. So Boric should target those and the center left while trying to keep his Communist Party allies happy. And to do all that in 4 weeks' time, that's a hell of a challenge. This is very difficult because on the right wing, there aren't these challenges. So for me, I consider it a very difficult task for Boric to be able to do in 4 weeks. You would need at least 3 months to do that.
Mm-hmm. Carol, do you have any thoughts on that?
I think I mainly agree with Boris. The thing is that we have a bit of a mystery here, because there's 52% of people that didn't engage with the vote. Now, we know that tactically the right always goes out to vote. So those 52% votes are up for grabs. I also think that it's a tactical measure by the far left that feel very disengaged. You know, as soon as these things, you know, went from the street, and then there was this kind of pact, and that's where the left kind of fell out of love with Frente Amplio. Not that they ever were in love with Frente Amplio, because a series of repressive measures. I mean, we already have a completely draconian system. You know, all protest is practically criminalized. But then we have Frente Amplio and other so-called left-wing parties voting, you know, for the barricade law, which basically means anyone who obstructs traffic or, you know, puts a handkerchief on their face can go to prison for years and years and years. And there are people still languishing in prison. We have hundreds of political prisoners languishing in Chilean jails, who have fallen through the cracks because, you know, previously there was this kind of international solidarity movement. Now this fake democracy kind of began in the 1990s. These sort of solidarity networks were disbanded, but, you know, the repression has continued unabated, because none of what was installed during the dictatorship has been touched by any of the presidents, even the so-called left-leaning ones like Michelle Bachelet, who actually introduced very repressive measures, even, you know, getting the FBI to spy on the Mapuche community. So, I mean, you know, there's this big kind of problem, which is voter apathy. We can't say that Chilean people are stupid and that they're voting for this fascist. No, what is happening is that the right are preserving their model, so they go out and vote in droves. The left feel disenchanted with the political class, so they don't engage. And that's the situation. I think that there's a lot of terror and panic at the moment on the networks, and everyone's freaking out. You know, what a cast win will be catastrophic for immigrants, catastrophic for the left, catastrophic for indigenous communities, for, you know, for the environment, which is, you know, a sore point, you know, because not only are these harsh neoliberal policies, not only have they eroded human rights, but they're also eroding the planet. So, you know, it's a very scary time. And I think that there will be a kind of push to galvanize and come together. And it's always been like this. I mean, you know, in 1988 with the no vote, I mean, you know, they've made films about this and it was all like, oh, this glorious left-wing moment. No, it wasn't. That was pacted. You know, Pinochet set it out in 1980. It's a game. And people in Chile know it's a game. and they don't want to engage because it doesn't matter, who is in La Moneda. Repression continues, low standard of living continues. So, you have a kind of completely destroyed left that's trying to pick up the pieces. We have these like student leaders that, to me, they don't really encompass El Pueblo, because studying is an elite sport in Chile anyway.
Yeah.
These are a bunch of like, hipsters as far as the people that are really trying to lead the revolution, are concerned. So for me, this was a sort of protest vote. Now, I have hopes, it's always been a nail biter. It might happen that, Boric will win because, Cast is a modern Pinochet. He's worse than a modern Pinochet.
He said that he very much admires Pinochet.
They don't just admire Pinochet. They were involved in the civic, I forget the name because the Spanglish, la dictadura cívico-militar. There were civilians involved, and the Cast family are not called the Nazis of Paine for no reason. There's plenty of evidence to suggest that these people were involved in human rights violations. But who isn't in the presidency? Who hasn't been involved in human rights violations from Bachelet downwards? So, I think it's a protest vote, and I'm really hoping that these groups will galvanize and actually make the sensible choice here.
Aldo, I do want to get your opinion on this. Is there any hope for the left coalition? Can Boric recover? At this point,
I would say, there are chances. It's going to be difficult because, as Boris was saying, the right will find it much more easier to get together. The phantom of communism is there. They're playing this card, and it's always been there. And even yesterday, when Cast did his speech, after winning the first round, he was saying we have to defeat Boric and the communists. Boric and the communists. So for him, it's always Boric and the communists, and the Communist Party. They have been trying to put the Communist Party behind him, as the master of puppets there. So they have really spooked some people at the center out, right? Christian Democrats and people at the center are very much still afraid of communists. That said, they still have to take part of the votes that now went to this outsider candidate, Parisi. We still don't know what those voters are, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute. I think the biggest problem now, and my angle would be that we don't exactly know who goes to vote and who doesn't go to vote. I think there's a percentage of people that tend to go to vote, and then another important chunk of people that go in and out, okay? And we don't know exactly who those are. And especially we don't know who the people that don't go to vote are. Now there was 53% of people that didn't go to vote. For the plebiscite, it was 51. It's a difference of 500,000 people that didn't go to vote now. They didn't feel mobilized to go to vote. But I don't think they're particularly leftist people. We actually don't know whether they vote for the left or they vote for the right. And if you see historically, Chile is not especially leftist country. I don't think those people will feel motivated if you have a full left platform program in. I think they felt motivated to go to vote for the plebiscite and the Constitutional Assembly because they felt that the moment was theirs to grab a little bit of power, to participate, and they think they understand participation in a different way as the traditional parties have done in all this time. So the real question for me is how can Boric mobilize those people that felt mobilized to go to vote for the plebiscite and those that haven't felt the motivation to go. Because going to the center, we know how many votes there are in the center, and we know that that's going to cost him his credibility. maybe one of the biggest points for him, more than being too leftist for the center or too centrist for the left, is being consistent. Many people think that he's not consistent. If we were consistent, just consistent, he's consistently changing views because he feels the need to accommodate either to the center or to the left and don't lose votes by subscribing to certain things. In the end,
he has said in an interview before that he would govern towards the center, hasn't he?
I think he has, and he has done it throughout this last part of the campaign. Now the real question, as Boris was saying, I think he's right. It's and Carol as well. It's he either goes all the way to the center to conquer the Christian Democrat vote, and I think that's a dead end. But then he cannot also just go for a far left, a real left alternative. He has to try to conquer those votes that we don't know exactly who they are. That's the real question. I mean, if he manages, he may be able to turn around the election next time. Yeah, in the runoff.
Perfect. Carol, I did want to go back to one thing that you were talking about earlier. So Mapuche land rights are an important issue in Chile. The Mapuche, of course, being the largest indigenous group in the country, I believe, they have been facing a lot of violence from the state over protection of their own land. The government has been using counterterrorism laws against them, which are holdovers from the Pinochet years. Some of the tactics that the government uses against these groups have been compared to the human rights have been compared by human rights organizations to those used by the Israeli military against Palestinians. What I was wondering what the two largest coalitions there, the left and right coalition, are saying about indigenous rights during this election.
So far, nothing. And it doesn't really matter who's in power when it comes to indigenous rights. I mean, like I stated in 2009, Michelle Bachelet, who's supposed to be a socialist, who came with big fanfare as a socialist, back from exile from Germany, came back and basically deepened the model. And another thing she did was to arrange for US assistance in spying on the Mapuche, because they were convinced, and they wheel this out every single election. So every single election, there's the enemy within, and it's usually the Mapuche. And it's really benefited Kast, actually, because he's from the south. He has links with landowners. They're very much linked with the Pinochet regime. The Pinochet regime actually in 1974 passed a decree 701, which allowed for the land that was previously expropriated by the Allende administration to be taken back to landowners. But not just that, I mean, they did this extensively, robbing Mapuche land. And I've got some figures here. Basically, the forestry industry has been subsidized by the Chilean taxpayer since 1974. They have been paying for 70% of plantation costs, and all of the profits have been going back to two families connected to the Pinochet regime, which are the Mate and Angelini. I mean, basically, Chileans out of their own pocket have shelled out $800 million of taxpayers' money just to benefit these mono cultivations, which are destroying the land. Basically, these lands were taken. This is 2 million hectares in the hands of two families, all of that previously belonging to Mapuche people and also small landowners. So you can imagine the devastation, not just in terms of displacing these people and violently.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they weren't just asking.
Yeah, of course. In Canada, that's a huge issue right here, right now. Right now, this weekend, we've actually seen some massive protests in support of the Wet'suwet'en land, the people there. Right now, even in Ottawa, I just got word from some people that I organize with that we're actually blocking one of the I'm not, but they are blocking a major highway in Ottawa right now. We've seen cars set on fire to block railways. So no, this is a very important issue across the Americas for sure.
Well, they've done a sterling job, because what they've done is use the media to demonize the Mapuche. So the Mapuche are terrorists. So you next to the word Mapuche appears terrorist. Next to the word Mapuche appears FARC. It's all bullshit. There's absolutely no evidence that there is any kind of international financing. Actually, this month, myself and another chap I work with who's Mapuche. I mean, basically, Mapuche International Link is just a group of people headed up by a Mapuche pensioner, and we've been accused by the Argentinian press, named and shamed, as financing terror, as part of some mastermind by the British, who, are still pissed off about the Falklands. They will invent anything to demonize the Mapuche struggle. And there was an envoy called Paul Simons, who in 2009, this was actually brought out through the WikiLeaks scandal, the leak or whatever. These papers appeared where actually, Bachelet called them in, and they had a good old look, with the FBI, and they said, look, there's nothing going on here. Most of the demonstrations are peaceful. There is a little bit of sabotage. They do burn trucks and stuff, but they own that. They say, we're going to do acts of sabotage. What else can you do when you're dispossessed? But as far as the Mapuche are concerned, it doesn't really matter who's in power. They will be killed, they will be demonized, they will be imprisoned. And until, the whole system is changed, and until they revoke those terror laws that, allow for kangaroo courts, anyone can come and say, I saw you, shitting in the garden somewhere, and there's nothing you can do. They'll haul you in and say, yeah, it's true, he did it, and you won't even know who the witnesses are. And that's how they are actually imprisoning Mapuche leaders. We've got spiritual leaders in there. We've got community leaders in there. I mean, even one of the members of the constitutional body, the CC, I don't know how you call it in English, Machi Francisca Linconao, was accused of murder and imprisoned. So there wasn't that much sympathy with the Mapuche cause, because Chileans are very nationalistic and quite chauvinistic in that sense. Like, who are these people, trying to create a state within a state? It's only during the uprising that we start to see Mapuche symbols coming out, and the sort of the left and feminists and other groups being vocal about their support for them. That seems to have gone away, just like the riots have quietened down, that seems to have quietened down, and the repression's still going on. It's no coincidence that on the 12th of October, just as the elections, are about to begin, election period is about to begin, Sebastian Piñera declares a state of emergency. We have a state of emergency in the south of Chile. It is literally like Palestine. You have 2,000 troops with drones, helicopters, state-of-the-art equipment. The military is heavily subsidized. They're one of the richest militaries in the world. For what? They're not fighting any wars.
Yeah.
The only people they're fighting are indigenous communities in the south.
Yeah, I do want to get Boris and Aldo's opinion on this, something related to this very quickly. Speaking of Palestine, and perhaps maybe a little bit of a utopian thinking on my part, do you think things could be different? Boris, we'll start with you, then go to Aldo. Do you think things could be different in a utopian Daniel Jadot presidency?
Well, I
for the
think
Mapuche people.
apart from looking at the presidencies, we should be looking at what the Constitutional Convention is doing right now, because there is actually a possibility that the situation for the indigenous people in Chile might change. First of all, the body is presided by a Mapuche woman. There are several indigenous representatives from basically all indigenous people aboard there. And including indigenous rights is one of the things they want to put in the new constitution. And if you compare it, for example, with New Zealand, they came to a certain level that even rivers and forests were legal people. So you basically couldn't build a road over a river because it was a legal person. So Chile is heading, of course, I think, towards a better direction with the constitution. Also, if you look at the presidential elections that we had right now, they are important, but the role that the convention is playing here might have a lot of influence on the whole political process here in Chile, and especially on the role of the president and the Senate. So, of course, it's a process that takes a lot of time. If you look at the power that the forestries have here in the south and the connections they have to the elite in Chile, it's very, very difficult to disrupt the system like that. But if you look at the way things are going, yeah, things are improving for indigenous people if you look at it long term. But if you look at it, we've of course have a disastrous administration with the Piñera government, who's been violating human rights during the protests in the south in various regions. But I think things are heading a better way. If you to respond to your question about Jadwe presidency, he will be facing a lot of resistance here in Chile, because thanks to 30 years of propaganda against the Communist Party, there's a lot of resistance against communists. I mean, you see it with Kass yesterday. Basically, his whole slogan is "Let's defeat the communists." Piñera in 2017 got elected basically because he was saying that his opponent would turn Chile into Venezuela. And of course, the big elite, also from outside, from the United States, the World Bank, or name it, there will be a lot of resistance against the communist president. He did really well as a mayor of Recoleta, but running a country is very different than running a city. You see it in Mexico as well. I mean, he did a really good job as the mayor of Ciudad de Mexico, but as a president, it's turning out to be quite a different job. So I think maybe at some day we would see a communist president here in Chile. I would definitely support it. But I'm very much aware of the power the free market has here in Chile, and a communist president would face a lot of obstacles there.
Mm-hmm. So I have one last question. Aldo, I'll start with you, since you haven't got to answer for a while. Gabriel Boric has throughout his campaign said that if he wins, that it will be the death of neoliberalism in Chile. This is kind of reminiscent of the saying, neoliberalism was born in Chile and it will die in Chile. Boric has also stated if elected, he will govern towards the center. We covered that earlier. Of course, we know Antonio Cast is a dirty fascist. So what would either of them winning mean for neoliberalism in Chile? If Boric wins, would that actually be the death of neoliberalism in Chile? And what does it look like for Chile and the region if Jose Antonio Cast wins?
Okay, so two complex questions. First, what happens if Boric wins? Does neoliberalism die? No, I think not. Not because he doesn't want to. I don't know. He may want, but he doesn't have enough power. I mean, just for starting, he doesn't have the Congress to do that. The Congress that just got elected is a Congress where, I mean, the right had a very important vote in the Senate. We control probably the Senate. The chamber is split, but he will not have enough votes to change many of the things that need to be changed. Maybe the Constitutional Assembly, the Constitutional Convention will do it, but then you would still have institutional changes, but you don't change the structures of society through institutions. In the long run, you may do that. That may get you to change structures, but in the short run, that doesn't do that. And the biggest problem for changing or for ending neoliberalism is employers, business, right? Business are not only very powerful economically. They monopolize most of the economic sectors. Very few companies control a lot of resources. That gives them a lot of political power, and they can influence politics through the most different channels that you can imagine. So they will work without hesitation to not only erode whatever gains we get from a possible Boric government. That goes also for the question with Jadwe. They would do exactly the same, but even more virulent. But also with the Constitutional Convention. We still will have to vote for the new constitution once the convention gets the new constitution. And businesses will be very adamant and very tough and use all the resources to prevent that from happening and to maintain the Pinochet constitution. Because if that vote fails, if that plebiscite fails, then we will get the Pinochet constitution again. So
Yeah,
I mean, I think that's the key thing. It's businesses, and if Kast wins, then I mean it will be a very bad moment for Chile, and I think it will give a very bad impression to the rest of the region, thinking that Chile, you know, it was driving towards a different direction, showing that neoliberalism is not the way, and that the people, you know, reacts very strongly against it when, you know, when leaders don't hear, and this would show the complete opposite thing. So it would be very bad for Chile and for the region.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do you expect any of this momentum on the left or the right to kind of carry over into the Brazilian elections, which are coming up in about a year?
I mean, this gets a little bit of spirit of the moment, but I think these elections are very much won on the national level. There are many national issues. I mean, in Chile, you could think that, you know, it gets a little bit of traction with elections elsewhere in the world, but it's really about national issues. Now the right got traction with immigration, with crime, and this is really what's driving the order, because we've had very, very turbulent 2 years, very turbulent, and in the end, you know, people, not just the right, but many people want order. They want some peace after, you know, pandemics, etc. So they have played this communist card, this, you know, revolt card. You know, they will burn everything. They will tear the country down. They want to change the flag, the anthem, you know, the name of the country. They want the country in ruins. And they have the images of the burning of the metro stations that we still don't know who burned them, right, after 2 years. So, I mean, they're playing this card. And I really think this is one of the reasons why, you know, it's so difficult for Boric to also to take this election. Because, I mean, he's stuck in between these two sides. If he gets to, you know, let's too much into the revolt mode, then he gets punished by all these people say, hey, we don't want revolt anymore. We're small businesses. It's not that we're big businesses. We want some, you know, peace. We don't want people looting our small shops. If he goes, you know, against that, he gets from the left side, you know, oh, you're not really into the demonstrations and the revolt. You're just a centrist. You're a bourgeois liberal, you know. So it's really a bit trapped.
All right. So before we wrap up, we have one question from the audience.
Can I just say something really quick?
Of course,
I completely
yeah.
disagree with Boris, what he's saying. I don't see a very bright future. So what if there's a leader of the Constitutional Convention in Mapuche? You know, not all Mapuche people are going to recognize an institution that's in a state that they don't recognize. So that's one thing. Not all Mapuche people even recognize the existence of Chile. And secondly, the violence towards Mapuche people is not going to change whether there is, you know, a Mapuche president. We had one of the executives from a top bank taking pictures of one of the members of the convention going, look at this dirty Indian, she stinks. You know, I don't want to sit next to her. And he never got reprimanded or lost his job. So things are not getting better at all. And I think that everything that's happening right now is the failure of all of the governments that from the start of democracy failed to address all of the human rights issues because there's a pact of silence. All those people in those top jobs, in those paper companies and the forestries had something to do with the dictatorship. Most of them are genocidas. Nobody has ever addressed this issue. We've got 4,000 disappeared people still in the ground rotting, and yet they want to build a new Chile. And they're talking about communism. Chileans wouldn't know what communism was if it came and punched them in the head in the middle of the night. They never had communism. You know, Salvador Allende was a social democrat. He wasn't even that radical. So it's all a bullshit narrative. It's a complete bullshit narrative.
Thank you. So very quickly, one question from the audience. I'll let you guys fight over it. So how much pressure from outside of Chile are you able to see, whether the OAS, the World Bank, regional actors, the United States, maybe Canadian mining companies? That's from Joe in Norway. That question comes.
Who's it directed to?
I'll let you guys fight over it. First come, first serve. We got a couple minutes left, so make it quick.
Well, I doubt that there's a lot of. I mean, there's always pressure and support for example, the right wing or the left wing from certain international factors. The times have changed in the sense that I don't see, for example, the World Bank played a big role in the fact that the Chile got incredibly poor before the coup. I mean, they basically helped Chile go bankrupt so that people would go protest against the government. Those things I don't see happen at the moment because times have completely changed. But of course, there will always be some pressure. And at the moment, in the, like you said, the dystopian scenario, Chile would ever get a communist president. Yeah, definitely you would get from the United States, from mining companies, from everyone, this huge backlash. But at the end, and that's the problem with basically all Latin American countries or any country in the world, is the money that matters. I mean, look at Peru. The Peruvian president was very strong against mining companies. And basically the first thing he did, first thing Castillo said, is that he would not touch the mining companies at all. And this happens in so many countries. So what one says and what one does is a completely big difference. And that's why I think you can have maybe some pressure, but in the end, even if a communist party president gets elected in Chile, the system won't change that much because it's so deeply embedded in not only in the country itself, in the heads of people and the mentality. People have just so neoliberal mentality here in Chile that to change that, you need to change the entire world, and that's just not going to happen.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for all the information, all the opinions. This has been absolutely amazing. Carol, thank you very much. You're in the UK right now, so you stayed up very late. I appreciate that very much.
I know, without getting drunk or anything. I mean, I'm dying for a drink.
So you can follow Carol at Chile Dissident on Twitter. Check out the Chile Solidarity Network online. Boris Vanderspek, you can follow him at Boris Vanderspek on Twitter. Check out Chile Today at www.chiletoday.cl. And Aldo Madariaga, thank you so much for coming by. I would love to talk to you about your book sometime, but I'm going to read it first.
Good.
I think you talked about that on The Dig, though, didn't you?
Yeah.
So check out the Dig podcast from Jacobin to hear Aldo talk about his book, because we're not going to do it tonight. You can follow him at Aldo Madariaga on Twitter. Thank you guys so much. This has been a pleasure.
Thank you all for doing this. Line is about to join us. I just wanted to thank everybody. And Davey Mammal, you are amazing. I got great response to you. You're fantastic. And I want to thank all the guests. And once again, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. We were running behind schedule. I know Carol is in London, England, so I'm sorry about that.
Who was that Judd guy anyway?
Judd Apatow.
Who's that?
He's a director. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks for the invite. It's been a pleasure.
Please come back. Please come back.
Definitely. Invite us.
You're invited. Let us now go to Los Angeles, where Howie Klein is standing by. Howie Klein writes Down with Tyranny, which everybody should go to, downwithtyranny.com. He's also the founder and treasurer of the Blue America PAC, which raises money for progressive and more socialist candidates. Hello, Howie.
Hi, how are you doing, David?
We missed you. It's good to have you back. And Sergio was great in Hawaii. He was great.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I'm glad that worked.
Yeah. So I want to ask you a couple of questions about because we haven't talked.
Hopefully about the impending fascist takeover of America, since it's all I'm writing about these days.
Yeah. And the thing that pisses me off about this is it's Pelosi, Schumer's, and Biden's fault. This is exactly what you said was going to happen when you warned against putting Biden in office. When they, on Super Tuesday, when they put the thumb on the scale, you said Biden is going to be a disaster, unpopular, and then our democracy is really going to be at stake. I wished you were wrong. Tell us how wrong you were a year ago, but you weren't, were you?
Unfortunately not. It's like the Weimar Republic we got here, this Democratic Party, and it's pretty sad. It's very, very easy, though, to blame politicians, office holders, especially, the really bad ones like Marjorie Trader Green and Lauren Boebert and Madison Cawthorn and Matt Gaetz, Gosar. It's easy to single them out and say it's their fault. It's their fault. But when you think about it, it's not really them. It's the people who vote for them. That's where the problem is. And that's the chilling part of this thing. If it was just them, it's handleable, but it's not just them. I mean, what is it, 72 or 74 or 70 something million people voted for Trump after seeing him in office for 4 years?
Right. Ralph Nader kind of said that on his radio show last week. He said, where is everybody?
Well, fortunately, there were 10 million more people who voted for Biden. And then there were even more people who didn't want to do the lesser of two evils thing and didn't vote for either one of them. Me included, but, tens of millions of people who were just, fed up with the American electoral system and just don't want to be part of it. And I can certainly understand that, being in that category myself. But now we're in a situation where, I'm thinking back about my friend Hilda von Norden, who is a heroine of Holland. She was the mother of a good friend of mine, and the good friend of mine, although she was, just in her 20s, she wound up dying on a trip to India. And then Hilda and I got closer, and Hilda had blown up a Nazi troop train. I don't know if you and I ever spoke about that. She was a teenage girl during World War II, and and when I thought more about that recently, after the Rittenhouse acquittal, what the Dutch had to fight, what the French had to fight, what the Czechs had to fight, that was not just a fascism, which is bad enough, but it was a foreign invasion. So there were foreign troops in their country, and it's a lot easier, I think, to fight foreign troops. Even in that situation, 90% of Dutch people just tried to get on with their lives as best they could. They may have passively been resistors by listening to a forbidden radio station or reading pamphlets, but they didn't fight the Nazis. 5% of the population were collaborators who joined the Germans and were happy to turn in other Dutch people and tell them where Jews were, etc. And then an equal number, 5%, were active resistors who actually killed Germans or sabotaged German operations. But what I think about sometimes is what's going to happen in this country if there actually is a fascist takeover. And I've spoken to a lot of people today and yesterday and the day before, including members of Congress, who are very, very worried about this, who actually believe that, as I do, that we're on a precipice. And if you looked at the some of the opinion pieces today, all across the spectrum, people, I was just reading one just now when you called by a guy in London who's saying it's over. There's no coming back from it. The party of Reagan and Romney is now the party of trumpets, and there's no turning back.
There's no turning back, but there is turning them out. And
what, 70 some odd million of them?
How bad is it skewed in favor of the Republicans a year from now with the midterms, with the redistricting, with the voter
Very bad.
Yeah.
Very, very bad. Remember, Senate seats don't get redistricted, and you can't gerrymander them. They are what they are, and we're not looking great there either. So it's looking to me, if the election were held today, there would be a red wave, and the Democrats would get swept out of power in both the House and the Senate in a very big way. That's how bad it looks. Mm-hmm. However, what everyone is saying, and this could be true, is almost a year to go, and there's a lot that can happen in a year. It could get worse. It could get better. It could not change at all. And you've got to just hope that it's going to get better. I find myself, although there are some Republicans that we're targeting with good progressive candidates right now, a lot of the work that we do at this point is about primaries, where we're going after shitty Democrats like Kirk Schrader with progressives like Jamie McLeod Skinner. So, that doesn't really necessarily or directly address the fascism problem, which is what's scaring the hell out of me, as well as some of the Down with Tyranny readers. And like I said, members of Congress who I've spoken with, and other politicians who are running for office. People really feel that something is different here than it has been in any of our lifetimes.
Right. Odd coming from you, because you did not vote for Joe Biden. You are a Bernie supporter, and you said, I'm tired of voting for the lesser of two evils. You refused to vote for Joe Biden. So
before that, I refused to vote for Hillary. And I'll be honest, the first time in 2008, I did vote for Obama. And then the second time, I didn't.
Right. And you see
And just no one gets the idea that I'm some kind of slacker. I vote. I go to the polls and I vote. Even if I don't vote for the Democrat at the top of the ticket, I'm voting for somebody.
Right. Let me ask you a personal question about the trajectory of the show, because I've acknowledged that there are seasons to my opinions, and that is during an off-election year, I will crap on the Democrats, but come 2022, I'm going to get in line. And
really, that doesn't sound like you.
What do you mean?
That you just get in line and vote for who any blue will do kind of candidate?
I think, Bernie or bust, but then come November, come after Labor Day of last year, I said, I hate Biden, but I'm going to vote for the lesser of two evils. I'm scared. So
yeah, I understand that. I thought you were going in a different direction. And, when you said I get online, and I was just thinking that you will blindly vote for any Democrat.
I do. I will. Maloney's my congresswoman. I will fall in line because I believe the Democrats, I hate the Democrats more than I hate the Republicans, for the same reason I hate my family more than I hate anybody else. I expect more from my side. But
I hope about your children, who are just wonderful people.
So says you. No, I'm kidding. Yes, of course they are. My son is now a full-time kindergarten teacher.
Oh, great.
He just got hired.
He seemed like a really nice guy. Yeah. And I haven't met your daughter, but just through email, and she seems really great.
Yeah. But yeah, my kids are great. But I feel like this dance, and to hear you saying this, it's the same old dance. David Plouffe sent me an email the 2022 midterms are going to be the most important elections in my lifetime. You know, we have to give money to the and it's like every
election.
Yeah. And I think, is this really, are the midterms really going to be, and to hear you say this, I don't know what to think now.
I'm not saying it's the most important election in our lifetimes at all. I think, first of all, getting Trump out of office was very, very important, more important than the midterms. If the Democrats can accomplish something, if they can somehow, if I don't know, Biden or whoever on his team works out something with Sinema and Manchin to pass the Build Back Better plan, the Democrats have a fighting chance. But I don't think they can pass it. And if they can't pass it, I don't think they will have a fighting chance. Now, some will. It's not going to be like they all get wiped out. But I mean, the ones in swing districts are going to get wiped out.
So play out for me, worst case, best case scenario, in terms of a Republican sweep in November. McConnell becomes majority leader. McCarthy becomes the speaker. Is it
maybe McCarthy becomes speaker?
Maybe
that's up in the air. I mean, there are certainly some Republicans who are literally talking about making Trump speaker.
Right.
And if he gives them the thumbs up on the idea, he will be speaker. If he decides he wants to be speaker, they'll, they can put him in as speaker. It's never happened before that someone who wasn't, at least as far as I know, there's never been a speaker who wasn't a member of the House, but there's nothing to stop it from happening. So they can do that.
So going into the midterms, that's an advantage for the Democrats. We want Trump on the ballot if you're a Democrat. So that's something, right? So that's good for the Democrats to scare people.
Well, it's a two-edged sword. It's good for the Democrats on one level, and because it'll turn out the Democratic base, but it's also good for the Republicans because it turns out their base. So and we saw what happened in Virginia, where the Democrats didn't campaign on anything except Trump, and the guy lost anyway. Whereas here in California, Newsom also campaigned a lot on Trump, and he managed to have a sweeping victory.
McCarthy and McConnell, they present one way, but when it comes to the inner workings, they don't like Trump. McCarthy doesn't like Trump. McConnell hates Trump.
Right. McConnell hates Trump. McCarthy is a careerist who's been aiming to be speaker for his whole life. And if someone said, here's a hatchet, go stick it in your parents' heads and chop it up and eat their brains, he would do it without thinking about it. Right. He's a nothing. McCarthy is a nothing. He's different from McConnell. I don't like McConnell in any way, shape, or form, but that's not what he is. He really, neither of them cares about the American people, but McCarthy cares about the Republican Party. I'm sorry, McConnell cares about the Republican Party. McCarthy doesn't care about anything except his own career. That's it, just his career.
And so the impression I got after the insurrection was that McCarthy privately was appalled, but
he was appalled. It wasn't even that private. He talked with people about it.
Yeah.
But he says whatever whoever his audience is, he says what's going to please them. He's a glad-handing politician who says whatever his audience wants to hear, whether that's a person or it's 100 people or 1,000 people. He says what he thinks is going to do him the most good. He doesn't believe in anything. He's nothing.
Right.
I mean, and his instincts, maybe his instincts were to be appalled by what Trump tried to do with it, with a coup. Maybe, or maybe not. I don't know. How does one know?
we
Guy has no whatsoever.
when you bring up fascism, we're always fighting the last war. So we're always thinking of Hitler and Mussolini. I'm not so sure a Republican hegemony will bring in the kind of fascism we saw with Hitler. I have a feeling they're going to usher in something more like a banana republic where we don't even notice how we're living. That's
Well, people who read Down with Tyranny will notice.
right. Right.
But I know what you're saying, David, and yes, that's in line with what I was just saying about it's different from being invaded by a foreign country, and then it's very obvious what's going on. You've been invaded, and you're being occupied. The invaders are not treating you with any respect or humanity. They can just take you and shoot you on the street for no reason at all.
Right.
That's different from what is probably going to happen
for white people. For white people, it'll be different for blacks, Mexicans, the LGBTQ. We will see people disappeared, but the David Brookses, the George Wills, it won't. The David Frums, it won't look as bad for the white punditocracy or you, but they will.
What do you mean on me? I'm gay and Jewish.
That's two negatives.
And me,
two negatives are a positive. That's okay.
If someone goes after, black people, as far as I'm concerned, they're going after me as well. Right. I'm not.
Obviously, yeah. I'm just saying that when I said we wouldn't notice, the same way we're not noticing if you're white and you're not paying attention, you don't notice what's going on in these detention centers with the dreamers, with the 2.5 million people we have behind bars, and the.
Wait a minute. Dreamers aren't in detention centers.
No, I know. But the people in detention, in the private detention centers, the dreamers being tortured, living a life where they can't fully participate. And so it's happening, but certain people are immune and turn a blind eye to it because they don't see how bad it already has become. It's just they're not coming for white people yet.
Yet. But remember, I don't have to tell you that poem by Neil Mulder. It starts with whoever it starts with, and in this case, it'll probably start with African American men, and then eventually they'll come for all of us.
Right.
Certainly, anybody who's got a podcast that's remotely to the left.
Hey, I'm just grateful for the listeners. If I get monitored by the regime, I could use all the eyeballs I could find. I find a tendency, like, how bad can it get? And then, like everybody, will they come for who they? Yeah.
Well, what are we going to do? I mean, I literally, when you called just now, you know what I was doing? You'll never guess.
Getting your passport ready.
Much worse.
Transferring funds into
my passport is always ready, but
transferring money into TD America.
No, I was looking at the directions to the best gun club in Los Angeles, because a long time ago, when I was working at Warner Brothers, I was very stressed out sometimes, always. I used to go to a shooting range and shoot. And the reason I would do that was because it helped me to release my tensions. And it really, really worked. I loved it. I used to go once or twice a week and just shoot at a target. And with a bunch of friends. And the other day I thought to myself, I should really start doing that again. And maybe I even need to buy a gun.
Because we have learned in the past week that owning a gun in a crisis, it always works out for the gun owner. The gun is never taken from the gun owner. The gun owner never has to worry that the gun is going to be used on him. and everybody knows who the good guy with the gun is and who the bad guy with the gun is. That was the lesson that we learned from Rittenhouse, from Kyle Rittenhouse, that in the heat of battle, everybody knows who the active shooter is.
Yep.
How is a gun going to make you safe?
Well, I don't know that it's going to make me safe. And I don't know if I would ever use it, but I feel like, you know, if a resistance group forms in Los Feliz, where I live, maybe I need to be part of that resistance.
Aren't you going to find out who's catering it first? Suppose they don't have a vegan option.
I'm not thinking of a resistance group in that way. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know, I mean, more likely it's going to, what'll happen is something that you described of it'll sort of gradually morph into fascism, and we'll all just try to go get along with our lives.
So let me throw this back at you. You live in Los Angeles. You live in Los Angeles, correct?
That's right.
Could an argument be made that you're all already living in not a fascist, but a banana republic from the 70s, where you have gated communities, you have police who are almost extrajudicial gang members, that's the LA police, who don't challenge the ruling class, the top 10%. And aren't you already there? You have the homeless. It's as bad as, the homeless problem is as bad as the favelas. I mean, we don't even have favelas for the homeless.
Right.
So you're already in a fascist state. Yes, it can get worse.
LA is going to have an election for mayor, and there are candidates who are running who are definitely campaigning on doing something for the homeless, and there are other candidates who are running who, whether it's overtly or covertly, are letting voters know that they will get rid of the homeless. They will make them disappear. So we'll see. I mean, and the guy, the main candidate from the right, a Democrat from the right, Buscaino, I think is his name. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but I think I am. He's a former policeman. He comes across very much like a thug, and he's definitely a bad guy.
Right.
Voters in LA are going to have a choice because there are some really good candidates running as well.
Right. You and I touch on this. I don't do this enough. I think I block it out. The power of racism, anti-Semitism, hatred for the LGBTQ. That is a party now built around, the Republicans are basically built, it's an ideology built around hatred for other people. Is that a fair statement?
I'm not certain.
Is that the base of the Republican Party?
It's definitely part of it. That's for sure. But remember, Republicans are eager, very, very, very eager to reach out to people of color as well. And there are plenty of gay Republicans also. So it's not as simple as just, they hate, they're all a bunch of racists, although they seem to be a bunch of racists, or that they're all homophobic, but. So I think there's something more pushing the Republican Party than just that. And although that's part of it, there's no doubt that they attract racists. I'm not saying that they don't. They certainly do. But there's something else to the Republican Party besides that, which is some kind of, their grievances against the rest of society. You know, I mean, I don't know what it is for sure, but you know, think back to when you were in high school. Weren't there like, you know, some, you know, like really dumb, angry people?
Yeah, Sean Hannity. I always look at Sean Hannity, and I think everybody who went, huh?
Was he in your high school?
No, but I always think that the people who went to high school with Sean Hannity go, "What? That's Sean Hannity now?"
But do you have any reason to say that?
That he would have just been a creep in high school who was off in the corner.
I would agree with you probably, but I don't know.
Oh, I think he was stewing, probably, you know, followed the football team, wanted to be the towel boy for the football team, but just was a miserable virgin who.
Your fantasy. This is not based on any kind of reality. This is something that you're making up in your.
I think he was quiet and seething in high school and hated.
Well, there were definitely a lot of people like that, and they're grown up now, and they're still quiet and seething and angry, and probably Republicans.
Yes.
I mean, these. So rather than describe them as people, as you know, I mean, yes, there's millions of them who are racist for sure, and that's the main motivating factor of being a Republican for these people. But there are others who might not necessarily be, and maybe not, they don't think of themselves as that or primarily that. Instead, there's just people just filled with grievances, every kind of fucking grievance you could think of. And that's part of the Republican Party as well. It is a party of grievances, and those grievances have been manipulated by Trump, who's kind of a moron, but he's very, you know, like in a primitive way, he's got some kind of, you know, an animal knack for knowing how to manipulate people.
Yeah. Structurally, the Democrats in November, have to win by a landslide. So can they run on the infrastructure bill and this Build Back Better if it ever gets passed?
If the Build Back Better gets passed, like, for example, if drug prices come down, if they really come down, if people can, access pre-K, universal pre-K, if those things become reality in people's lives, that'll be a very big help for the Democrats. But remember, we're not talking about Democrats in cities who are safe. We're talking about people in swing districts, and they're going to have a really tough time. At this point, we saw how those kind of districts that the Democrats won in last time, congressional Democrats and Biden won some of these areas. They got swept by Republicans this time, and not just in the gubernatorial, but in all the statewide races and in the local races too. I mean, there were Democrats who lost their seats. The Virginia Democratic Party, which is one of the worst, was talking about they don't want to back some of the candidates, some of the non-incumbent candidates, the challengers, because it would embarrass the conservative Democrats in the Senate. Because if they elected a bunch of progressives to the House of Delegates, then they would be passing all this legislation because they've got such a big majority. So if the majority gets too big, they'll pass too much progressive legislation, and then the conservative Democrats in the Senate would be put in an awkward position. They were saying that, and they didn't support people who could have won. Instead, they wound up losing. They're still counting 2 or 3 of the districts, but they probably wound up losing 5 of their incumbents, and they lost the majority. They certainly didn't expect that, but that's how lame they are. And that's when you're thinking about swing districts and what happens in those swing districts.
Is it possible that what happens in Washington, D.C. doesn't have any impact on America? Is it possible that that you can ignore Washington.
Certain things can be ignored, yes. But like I said, lower drug prices,
right?
That's not going to be ignored. People, who are paying $1,000 for their prescription, and the prescription suddenly goes down to $100, they're not ignoring anything. Those people are going to be active, and that's what the goddamn Democrats should have been working on from day one. Instead, they're going to be too late to make anything real for people, and that's that was the genius of of both the Republicans and the lobbyists and the conservative Democrats. That's what they did together. That's what they did, and that's why we're going to have this big red wave coming at us now.
Right. And is Biden dragging the Democrats down? Is it really Biden's responsibility?
Partly, yeah, definitely. I would say definitely, at least in part, he is dragging. He's a terrible president. There was no question he was going to be, and he is. I wanted to ask you something that's not anything about this,
okay,
at all, or anything that we've been talking about since I see our time is up. That guy who owns all those comedy clubs. Is there any way that you could get him in touch with me? Alan Grayson's daughter is a stand-up.
Yes,
she's really, really
Sky.
And she'd like Toronto and play.
Yes, Sky. Yes, I will do that. And how is Alan's race for Senate going? It feels like the ESC. That they want
Kirsten Sinema. They can't have Kirsten, so they found the closest thing to it, and her name is Val Demings.
Will there be debates? Is this what do we have to look forward to in Florida?
If Alan stays in the race, there will be debates at some point.
Val Demings is, she'll debate him.
Yeah, she'll debate. I don't know what she can talk about. She's
right. I will have, my daughter is friendly with Alan's daughter. And
which one?
Sky, the comedian.
Oh, Sky. My God, Sky. That's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, of course. We went out I tried. Yeah, she's very funny.
I had dinner with her a couple of nights ago. She was here in LA and she played at a comedy club in LA. She's wonderful. She's absolutely wonderful.
I will have my daughter contact you and we'll
no, you don't need me. Just take me out of the equation and have your daughter introduce to what's his name again? That guy.
Mark Breslin.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, I will do that.
Good.
Thank you. Howie Klein is the founder and treasurer of the Blue America PAC, and read him every day over at Down with Tyranny. We only scratch the surface. I love you. I miss you. I'm coming to LA, and
you keep coming to LA. When are you coming? Give me a date.
If you're getting a gun, I'm not so sure.
We'll meet at the restaurant. I'm not going to carry the gun to the restaurant.
We don't know. A lot can change in a month. Let me find out. But I want to go back and see everybody. It's been too long. Thank you, Howie Klein. Follow him on Twitter at Down with Tyranny. Thank you, sir.
See you next week.
Okay. Thank you. Don't get a gun.
We'll see.
Okay. Thank you. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Friend me on Facebook. Follow me on Twitter. And if you would like to sit in our virtual studio audience, I invite you to go to my website and sign up. We also do office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. And we are doing a show on Thanksgiving. Yes. What else am I going to do on Thanksgiving other than a show? Once again, Thanksgiving falls on a Thursday. Some quirk in the calendar. The Gregorian, Julian, I don't know. They screwed it up. And once again, Thanksgiving is on a Thursday. That's when we record our podcast, and we're doing a show on Thursday. And I invite you to spend Thanksgiving with me, one crazy uncle after another, or crazy aunt. Let's go to Humboldt, where David Cobb is standing by. He ran for president on the Green Party ticket, and he is a lawyer, an activist. And I always look forward to finding out what's on his mind. First of all, happy Thanksgiving.
Well, thank you, David. And I'm going to actually say, wish you and all your listeners a happy harvest holiday. And I say that to really try to reframe this, because so many of us, I know myself included, have found Thanksgiving itself and what we were taught in this country to be profoundly problematic. But what I know is every people on planet Earth have always celebrated the harvest feast with and have celebrated that. And I now know that I descend from Celts from both Scotland and Ireland on both sides of my family. I'm getting back in touch with that. And what I like about this, David, is it honors the idea of coming together, of giving and expressing gratitude to the bounty of Mother Earth. And it does so authentically. It does so directly, at least for me, in terms of my own ancestry, when we were in right relation with Mother Earth before we were pushed off by the English Empire. Another reason why I hate the English Empire so very much, which, by the way, I'll interrupt myself to say, do you know what holiday is celebrated by more people on planet Earth than any other secular holiday?
There's a holiday that is celebrated, Tet?
It is, in fact, celebrating independence from the British Empire. It's celebrated on a different friggin' day, but literally, do the research. The number of people who have to celebrate independence from the English Empire and Britain is profound. So, all to say, I wish you, your listeners, your viewers, a happy harvest holiday. And I'll use this as a way to say, here in little old Humboldt County, Cooperation Humboldt has joined with the Wiyot tribe, upon whose land their ancestral territory I currently reside. And we are doing a fundraiser for the Wiyot Cultural Center and Cooperation Humboldt together. We made almost 200 pies by hand with love, and we are celebrating and we are selling those as a fundraiser for the Wiyot Cultural Center and Cooperation Humboldt. Indigenous people, non-Indigenous people together, coming together, toiling together, loving together. And as Wiyot Tribal Administrator Michelle Vassal has taught me, I'm learning to pray with my hands.
So for Thanksgiving,
yep,
I'll be at the head of the table and I'll say Happy Harvest Day.
So what I would, if I were there, what I would say is to folks, I just want to acknowledge that we are coming together, and I am thankful for all of you. And I can speak for myself. In our family, I now know, and we all know, that we descend from Celts in both Scotland and in Ireland. And there is a rich history of celebrating the harvest, the autumn harvest. And I'd like to share with you some of the things that I've learned about that.
And then I would say something like, and let's acknowledge that we, in this apartment, we are feasting on a land formerly occupied by Myrna and Joseph Grossman, who lived here for 20 years, and they moved out to the suburbs. But we honor
yes,
the memory of Myrna and Joseph Grossman, who were here in apartment 14B before us.
That makes me very happy to hear, David, and I mean that very sincerely. It's because here's the thing.
I believe it would be the Manhattos, but the Manhattan. No, seriously, I think.
I don't know. I mean, but that's the thing. Like, one of the things that I've come to really embrace and realize, David, is that decolonization is not a metaphor. It's a thing. Like, and learning to think and act differently in relational ways rather than transactional ways is a profoundly liberating experience for me.
In all seriousness, up until about 3 years ago, I didn't understand that this country was a colonial empire, starting with the 13 colonies, which in and of themselves were colonies taking land away from First Peoples, and then spreading out, westward ho, white man's burden, manifest destiny. Let's get all the way across to California, Louisiana Purchase, or the Mexican-American War, but we're going to get this chunk of land here. We are a colonial empire. We have played a trick on everyone by saying we were once under the rule of a colonial power, but we are a colonial empire. And the reason Arizona, the reason Louisiana and Texas give us so much trouble is they feel they're under the boot, the jackboot of a colonial empire. The people of Texas feel colonized by Washington, D.C. Is that a fair statement?
That is absolutely a fair statement. And as somebody who grew up in that culture, I guarantee you that is how so many people feel. And it's understandable, right? And I also
Well, hang on for one second. Can you remember what you were just about to say? Okay. You remember it?
Yep.
Okay. Now forget it. No, just remember. But so then do we find solace with states' rights people? Do we find solace with the people who we're supposed to hate? The states' rights?
David, I'm going to stop you. I find commonality with anybody who recognizes that a boot is on their neck. And I mean that very sincerely. And it pains me that so many poor, white, rural folk who feel the boot on their neck have been profoundly lied to and have bought the big lie that somehow it's immigrants' faults or blacks' faults or Jews' faults, or you fill in what the fascist lie has done to convince them that the boot on their neck is actually the fault of other folks who have a boot on their neck.
So you understand not the sovereign nation kooks, but the states' rights people who live in Wyoming and Idaho who don't want the federal government telling them anything.
I understand them. I would actually like to engage them in genuine conversation about what genuine liberty would look like, what genuine freedom would look like.
These are not, the problem with it is they're not indigenous. They're settlers themselves.
Correct. But their ancestors were indigenous to someplace. And that's the thing, David, what the way I started our conversation was an invitation for us to get back to our true ancestral roots, where we can actually be proud of who we are as humans and as people, right? There's nothing to be proud of if the nation state of a repressive settler colonial imperial regime is what we're supposed to be proud of. I mean, that's the reason that all the Republicans have to sell us hate, because they don't actually have anything decent and worthwhile, right? And what I'm saying is we make a mistake by not acknowledging both the good and the bad of what actually this country was about. Because a couple of things really quickly, and that is, remember that rejection of monarchy as a form of rule was part of the founding of this country. It's not all, but it is definitely part of it. And so as we say where I'm from, David, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Rejecting inherited divine right of kings, that's a good thing, right? So let's actually honor that part. The problem, by the way, let's go one step further. Those 13 colonies, here's a pop quiz for you and your listeners, and for those of you listening live, I'm going to actually violate what David Feldman has always told me. I'm going to actually literally go to the chat and see if anybody gets this. Of the 13 colonies, what were those colonies as business entities?
Corporations.
Ta-da! Feldman got it. They were literally corporations. They were Royal Crown charters. Virginia was the Virginia Company. The Rhode Island was the Rhode Island and Providence Plantation. Like all of them, actually 12 of the 13. Pennsylvania was in fact the land grant specifically to William Penn, but 12 of the 13 colonies were literally for-profit business corporations designed to simply suck out resources from the so-called New World and bring them to the shareholders of those corporations. And
India
the Uber Corporation running the whole show was the East India Trading Company. Now, here's a pop quiz for you, David Feldman. Like we know, we've been taught in this country that the American Revolution was about the Stamp Act, the Intolerable Acts, all of this taxation without representation. All of it true, by the way, right? And if you look at all of those laws, they were all designed to basically to privilege the East India Trading Company and those various corporations. So here's a pop quiz. What percentage of the English Parliament passing those laws owned shares in the East India Trading Company?
Well, I know the king did.
The king most certainly did, and had a lot of shares.
And I know they were competing with the Dutch East India.
We're definitely competing with the Dutch East Indies.
And I know that Sam Adams threw the tea into the harbor because he wanted the East India Corporation to pay the same taxes that the Dutch. They weren't protesting taxes. They were demanding
protesting unfair taxes that were being applied non-uniformly and privileging East India tea.
Right. And they wanted to be able to sell Dutch East India tea. So it was a protest for taxation.
How about that? Back to my question. What percentage of the explicit English Parliament owned shares in the East India Company? You'll get it if you just think about it.
Well, I would say 100%.
And you would be right.
I'm guessing.
The point that this is the thing, that it is a hidden history in plain sight, David, that the in a very real way, the American Revolution was a revolution against illegitimate corporate power. If you read the Declaration of Independence, like, we hold these truths to be self-evident, et cetera. It's a beautiful, powerful language, right? But the point I want to make is the main text of that document is a scathing critique of illegitimate power. Much of that power was specifically identifying the British sovereign and the king, but most of it was actually conduct that was being done by the East India Company. Do you know, by the way, that the only standing army bigger than the English army at the time were the mercenaries directly under control of the East India Corporation? I'm telling you, there is a profound, a very revealing history about illegitimate power and about how repressed people rise up. Now, I want to be clear that this uprising was mostly other white people who were fighting amongst themselves for the spoils of this new land. But imagine for a moment, like, by the way, the one US founder, the one founder that we almost never hear about, but is the one who I am most inspired by, is a fella named Thomas Paine, who wrote Common Sense. And Thomas Paine, by the way, with that pamphlet, which was the most popular printed thing that existed anywhere, not only on this side of the Atlantic, but on the other side of the Atlantic, it was Thomas Paine literally underwrote the American Revolution with the proceeds of that pamphlet. That pamphlet was so popular that people would go in to tea houses, taverns, like gathering places, and literally read it out loud to each other. And it became the cultural norm. And Thomas Paine was able to make it normal to criticize the English Empire, to criticize the monarchy. Thomas Paine rejected the entire kit and caboodle, and there's a reason that we're not taught Thomas Paine, and instead we're talking about all of the others, right? And again, I'm not saying that there's not good to be had from some of the others, but George Washington was the wealthiest person on this continent. He was not of our class. Thomas Paine was different.
Right. Well, Harvey J. Kaye has written the definitive book on Thomas Paine, so this is music to his ears.
Tell me who Harvey is. I don't know this book or Harvey.
He's on our show every Thursday night, but I will have you on with him on Monday. He's the author of FDR on Democracy and Take Hold of Our History. And in a previous life, he was one of the world's leading scholar on British Marxist historians. And he's
I like him already.
Democracy studies, and he's a blessing to this show. So I don't know if he's going to be here for Thanksgiving. We were just talking to Howie Klein, who seems kind of despondent about the future of the country. He tends to fetishize the Democratic elections, not the Democratic Party, but you don't fetishize politics. So what happens when people are afraid of this country becoming a fascist state, if it isn't already?
So let me be very clear about taking this head on, because I did hear the very end of that conversation. I actually believe that we are in a true historic conjuncture. The world is being restructured, whether we like it or not. And that's happening for two very related reasons. One, an ecological crisis. It's not coming, it's here. That we are commodifying Mother Earth faster than she can replenish herself. The climate crisis, the forest fires, fish stocks are collapsing. You go down the line. Why? Not because human beings exist, but because of an economic system known as capitalism that is, instead of creating goods and services for use, they're creating them for commodity to be bought and paid for at a profit. So the point is that the ecological crisis is being driven by capitalism. But wait, there's more, David, because the ecological crisis is also tied intimately to an economic crisis, because even if by some miracle, which I do not think is going to happen, there was a technological fix that, we don't need, we can continue this level of consumption, right? What I'm telling you is capitalism, as it has been exercised, is going to end because it literally exists in order to strip the surplus value of the labor of workers, right? But with automation, technology, robotics, the wealthy elite can no longer get what they literally believe are their God-given right to, quote, profit. That's the reason that austerity is coming to this country, right? So the point is, an ecological crisis and an economic crisis known as late-stage capitalism is coming together. That's creating the political crisis that we're in. This political crisis is a function of the fact that the ruling elite can no longer maintain order according to the facade of what I'll call bourgeois democracy. And so we are fast approaching a point where there's going to be either some version of, call it eco-socialism, call it whatever you want, but broadly speaking, let's just for sake of argument call it the Bernie Sanders approach to how we would organize society, or fascism. And like the which side are you on moment is coming, and the neoliberals are trying to hold on to a false hope that they can maintain a system that cannot be maintained. And that's why they keep messing up. They keep making profound mistake after mistake because they don't understand the moment they're in. This is a conjuncture. Capitalism is coming to an end, and fascism is the next stage of this if it is not interrupted with a new political economy. Last thing I want to say is, and hello, Harriet, so good to see you. The last thing I'll say is, because the last time fascism emerged in the 1930s was because the entire political economy of the world was morphing from an agrarian society to an industrial one. And it was not clear, like we look back at it and say, oh, this is what happened. But when you're in a conjuncture, what Gramsci says, like, is the old world is dying, a new world is struggling to be born. Now is the time of monsters, right? Why? Because it's not clear exactly what's going to happen. Fascism is a political philosophy. It's not merely jackbooted thugs, right? Like I used to tell people all the time, stop calling your racist uncle a fascist if he's just a racist asshole uncle, right? Like the word fascism has a profound meaning, and now I'm using it all the time because fascism as a political economy is rising just as the 1930s, which said, here's how to organize society, a hyper-nationalistic, like we can go through the definitions. It rose subjectively as a way to deal with how to organize society. Fascism is rising again, not only in this country, but throughout the world as a way to organize society, as in what we call industrial society is morphing into something else. Because here's the other thing. We have to understand the difference between industrial capitalism, finance capitalism, and then this next thing, which I still haven't exactly wrapped my head around, which is basically data and DNA. Like, it's a new era of capitalism that is different than either industrial capitalism or finance capitalism. And post-industrial capitalism. I just saw that chat come up. Thank you. That's exactly what's happening. And I'm throwing down with people who are building ways to create cooperative, community-driven approaches. I have to jump, but I'll say this. I'm a prepper, y'all. But instead of preparing myself with guns to go to war against my neighbors for the last dwindling supplies, I am doing my dead level best to prepare my community to be able to take care of each other as this new society is born. I'm trying to help to create a new society within the shell of this dying one, because I'm not fighting to save this dying system. I'm fighting to create a new one.
I just want to say that if you look at capitalism as a barrel that's falling apart, fascism is the iron bands around that barrel that hold it together.
Oh my God. Harriet, here is your one, this is your footnote right now, because I'm totally stealing that metaphor. It's a brilliant metaphor. I'm going to use it. It's so good. Now, every time people hear it, because I'm not going to say, as Harriet Fraud says, I'm just going to use it, and they're going to think I'm brilliant. But I want to honor the fact that's a brilliant metaphor.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. These iron bands that hold it together with the state to promote capitalism. And
remember that fascism comes from fasces, right? The bundle of sticks held together in order to be strong. It's a great metaphor.
Thank you.
I'm worried that we're fighting the last war. That you just said the last war was fascism. There's something coming down the pike that will be new. It will be a fresh hell. You were talking about the various forms of neoliberalism and various forms of capitalism. What are we not seeing? And one of the things we're not seeing is what millions of people around the world, especially young people, and Zuckerberg see. That's why he changed Facebook to Meta. the metaverse, that these Oculus glasses, which I tried on, they made me nauseated, but that what's coming down the pike is a complete and utter rejection of reality, where people are going to put on their Oculus glasses and go and coexist with whom and where they think they are. It's a multitude of universes that Mark Zuckerberg is cashing in on, but it's already there. You can put on your glasses without ever having to leave your home. It'll be sold to us as a way to cut down on fossil fuels, a way to, stay put, don't leave your house. It's too dangerous. It's safer to be in this meta universe. That is the war we're going to fight. It's going to be.
I would love to be in on this conversation with Harriet, but I actually have to go facilitate the California Public Banking Alliance call.
Go for it.
So Harriet, great to see you again.
Great to see you.
Thank you for what you do, both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you do.
Dr. Harriet Fraad joins us. She is the host with Max Golding of Capitalism Hits Home, and it's not.
It's not just in your head. And I am the sole host or hostess or whatever of Capitalism Hits Home.
And you are a Freudian psychoanalyst who's changed all our lives because you teach us to filter our mental, I won't say illnesses, but our anxieties, our worries, our fears through the prism of the economic system.
That's right. In that way, I'm not Freudian because he really didn't look at the outside world,
right?
The inside world. And
right.
I try to look at the interaction between both.
I meant to say Marxist.
Okay, that's more accurate.
Right. Yes.
Whatever that is, that sounds right.
Right. Filter your problems through class struggle because it's not just in your head.
Exactly. Part of it is your own, it's a triangle, as the Liberation Health model says, which is one side of the triangle is the personal, your family, how you grew up, and so on and so forth. Another one is the political and economic, and the other is the cultural. And you are in between all of these forces, shaped by all of them together interacting, not by one that is, I'm not the kind of Marxist that says class is the motor of history. Nothing's the motor of history. Everything interacts in complexity, and we have to look at it all. And in therapy, we have to look at it all also.
We have some new listeners. So let's reintroduce this concept by asking you what to tell a young person starting out in America. Let's say a friend of yours, a young woman, 24 years old, very excited, and says, I just got a job at a museum and I'm going to work 30 hours and they're paying me $15 an hour. And they're so excited about me and I'm so excited about them. And I am going to give my life over to this museum. It's a noble pursuit. And my boss is really wants to nurture me and help me grow and to become who I'm supposed to be. What would you advise that 24-year-old?
Well, I'd say, first of all, be sure you have a BA, because people who don't have BAs are the ones dying in droves and making US life expectancy much sooner than it used to be for white people. Blacks still die ahead, but much less far ahead than they used to, because whites without a BA and without a future in this country are dying faster and faster. So I'd say be sure to have your BA. And also, what you're earning will not sustain you. You'd better have some other source of income, because the
I understand. Maureen, my supervisor, tells me I have a future here at the museum and this is my family and there's room for growth.
Right. I'm sure it is your family, but your family could starve you also. And so at $450 a week, you better have another source of income. And even though that's very exciting, and nonprofits often really exploit people while their presidents do much too well. However, protect yourself. Protect yourself, Maureen. It's wonderful to be excited. All power to you. Let's survive, honey.
Okay. They say I remind them of their daughter. It's a couple who runs the museum. They're inviting me for Thanksgiving. They're going to be the people who hired me are good. I think they're my surrogate family.
Well, in some ways they might be. Plenty of families cheat their children.
So you're saying watch yourself.
Yes, I am.
Right.
Yes, I
watch yourself.
But financially, you can be cheated. Some of my clients use the phrase, watch out, you'll be Googled. What Google means is they're very nice to you. They give you your meals. They make sure you never leave the place and you're working like 15, 17 hours a day.
And we'll buy up enough of our competition so there's no place for you to go.
Exactly. And if there were a place, you'd have to have a do not compete clause. But we will teach you so well, snacks all the time, dinner at the cafeteria, decent pay, but nothing extravagant, while others are making so much more,
I was talking to somebody, a friend of my daughter's who just started a job. And she said she's doing really well and she's moving ahead very quickly and it's exciting. And she's all in on her career. And I didn't want to be a killjoy. So afterwards, I didn't say anything, but I thought, like, what if I really wanted to bring her down to reality? I would say, well, this is what's going to happen to you. They're going to bring you along.
It might happen, yes.
They're going to bring you along, but they're not going to give you a raise. They don't want to give you a raise, but I didn't tell her this because I didn't want to.
No.
She's going to find out herself. Yeah. She's going to be told she's indispensable. She's better than everybody at the office. So there's divide and conquer. So you're unique. Don't find solidarity. You're different from everybody here. Right. So don't find solidarity with anybody else. You're going to move very quickly. And then when you start feeling confident and you have some self-worth, and there's a hint that you're either going to ask for a raise or go someplace else, suddenly you're going to be called into the office and told, we're not happy with your performance. We need to go over your performance. You are lacking in these areas. We still like you and we're still going to. Now, that is what happens in our system. In an office situation, you encourage somebody right up to the precipice when they want to either leave for more money or ask for more money. And suddenly.
That's right. We're
happy with you, but let's improve. There's some areas of improvement. That is the way it works. Is it innate? Is this an animal thing or is it taught? I think it's innate.
I don't think so, because I really think, first of all, the human brain, humans are not run by instinct. They're run by experience and social experience. The human brain is tiny. It's the size of my little fist when you're born. By the time you die, it's the size of a Nerf football. And every single growth is a growth based on connection, neural connection in the brain. So you have learned. People learn. And if they learned that you will be seduced into extra performance and then dumped because you won't get that raise, because, honey, this is a capitalist corporation. It is not the loving vision of family. It's a capitalist corporation that exists to maximize their profit at your expense. Nothing personal. It's just the way it runs. Be aware of that.
Right. And that is the way it runs.
Yes. It's the way it runs. Sometimes you have a little mom and pop place that actually goes against the grain and treats people well and wants them to stay, but that's not a mega corporation in which most people are working. It's not Walmart, America's biggest employer, or Amazon, its second biggest, with
Right.
the richest family in the world, the Waltons, giving you minimum wage and also having a little desk helping you apply for food stamps so the government can feed you. And Amazon, the richest man, or one of the two richest men in the world.
Looting. They've been looting in California. I'm not talking about Steve Mnuchin looting the banks. I'm not talking about
Big
bank
looting.
capital
Is
being
this small looting or big looting? You're talking about small looting. Yeah.
small looting compared to what Mitt Romney's Bain Capital did to Toys R Us.
Right.
Way more damaging to the merchandise, to the people, to the profits, to the stockholders. But the police don't break into Bain Capital.
No.
Arrests. We saw looting at Louis Vuitton in San Francisco, looting at the Nordstrom in Walnut Creek, California. I browse at Louis Vuitton, but I loot at Nordstrom. I find it's, or I just find this. So the looting, never, I don't approve of looting. I'm not sure it helps the cause.
I don't know if it does, but I certainly understand the impulse. You feel looted in your life and you think, damn it, at least I'll get a pocketbook.
Right. It seems it's organized looting. And I'm thinking, defund the police. How many of these people looting Louis Vuitton are cops?
I don't know. I have no idea. And what did they do? Break the windows and take merchandise?
They broke the windows. They stole the Louis Vuitton bags, which are overpriced. Even if you're looting them, they're not worth.
They're not worth the injury.
They're still ripping you off.
Right.
When I saw that, I remember something Julian Bond said on the Dick Cavett show in the early 70s. And he said, I remember vividly, he said, I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying this, but I'm seeing the young people calming down. I'm not seeing the 60s anymore. I'm not seeing people taking to the streets and breaking things. And he said, I know people are going to take this out of context, but it was important to see some things getting broken. And I know if somebody wants to take this out of context, feel free. But I don't condone looting, but I understand it. And I'm worried about it because it's going to lead, it will accelerate the fascism.
Yeah.
It's not going to scare the ruling class. It just
No,
is.
it isn't. As long as people are aching for Louis Vuitton, it's not a big threat. What would scare the working class is what you had in the 30s. Down the streets of New York and the other big cities, hundreds of thousands of workers organized by the socialist and communist parties and the labor movement demanding jobs and respect.
So the looting is not part of our class struggle.
No, it's an isolated, individualistic act. And whether those, it's not part of a class struggle. It's understandable as a protest against a commercial culture that you can then put those on eBay, get a lot of money for them, I suppose. But it's an individualistic solution. It's not a group saying together, we are the work, we are the labor, we make this work, and we're going to make sure we are paid and given dignity. That's what those 250,000 people striking in the United States now are saying.
Right, right.
That is revolutionary.
There is, right. There's something on a primal level. There is something satisfying to see Louis Vuitton and Nordstrom, their windows broken. And you think Oh, now they're scared. Now the ruling class is going to, no,
No, they're not.
especially when
Of course they're not. They could look, they're probably going to over-report to their insurance company how much was stolen.
Right.
Then they'll get a huge check and they'll also have people's sympathy. It's a bonanza, really.
and the cops get to kick ass and do a show of force, which the cops in
Rittenhouse out there to shoot random people and protect us all from looting.
there were like 10 cops. I watched the video in San Francisco Union Square pulling up on a Mustang that was parked and dragging somebody out of the car. He was just sitting there. The police can't wait to strut their stuff.
Right. And it's certainly not a revolutionary act. It's an understandable frustration, but it is not a revolutionary act. Revolutionary act is when people get together to say labor produces your wealth and we need to be treated differently. And we'd like a society in which the people who do the work are rewarded, not the people who manipulate them and cheat them. That's really something.
Black Lives Matter, arguably the most successful civil rights organization since the 60s.
Since the 60s, that's right.
And nonviolent.
Mm-hmm.
They were not setting fire to the garbage cans or blowing up the...
Or stealing pocketbooks. No.
When Kyle Rittenhouse came to Kenosha and was, dragooned to protect the car dealership, that wasn't Black Lives Matter setting fires to cars, was it?
Of course not. It was often cops.
Mm-hmm. Or
and it was some people who were just randomly enraged and undisciplined.
Right. Or somebody who owns a car dealership who has cars sitting on his lot that are overpriced. There's a shortage of.
Right. He wants the insurance money.
Take the insurance money. It's easier than having to sell it because nobody in Kenosha can afford it. Mm-hmm. So on paper, this car is worth 40 grand, but nobody in Kenosha can afford it. So I'll set fire to it and get 40 grand because I'm not going to sell this.
That's right. Or I'll get someone else too, some teenagers that would like to do this, and that's fine. Right.
And
or
nobody's
not protect it so that it's kind of a hint.
Right. So nobody's protecting the reputation of BLM. They're just being thrown in there with the rioters, the looters.
Well, not nobody. There's a lot of people who are rooting for BLM, and there's a lot of people who are angry about the Rittenhouse thing. And hopefully he will go to civil court and be sued by all those people, and he will be in jail. And he won't be popular there.
Right.
It's a disproportionate number of people in jail are Black.
Did you think 20 years ago it would be possible for a 17-year-old kid to patrol a street protest with an AR-15 and then kill somebody, kill two unarmed people and get off claiming it was self-defense? Did you ever think that?
No, but that was before the Trump phenomenon. It was before people became aware that they were being ripped off. It was before the fascist message to the white, disempowered working class whose jobs have been exported, that the problem is not the capitalists who outsource their jobs and the government that they paid for to facilitate that, but rather people who are trying to get a chance at that time, women and people of color.
Mm-hmm.
And that if only they could go back to those good old days in the 50s when they got a family wage and when women and Black people didn't make trouble. Because they equate the two. And part of the reason they equate the two is when Clinton changed the message of the Democratic Party by working for NAFTA and turning against the AFL-CIO and workers that got him elected. He threw bones to women. He threw some bones to people of color. So that got to be thought of as that's what progressive politics is, rather than something for the disempowered working class.
Right.
Changed into identity politics instead of class politics. And so people hate the people whose identities got something of a boost. That's sick, but I think that's what happened.
And Americans are dying younger.
They are dying younger every year. And this is a phenomenon that is all American. That is not happening in Europe or any other wealthy country. We're getting shorter, they're getting taller. We are in pain. It turns out, as I've looked at it recently, the pain centers in the brain for emotional pain and physical pain are the same. And so as people are in emotional pain because they no longer have a standing in their community, they no longer have a wage that they can feel good about, they no longer have the community around the stable job of the bowling league and the this and the that, and they're lost and alone and frightened and disempowered, they're in pain. And those states that have the most pain are also the Trump states. That's one of the things Ann Case of Princeton University and Angus Deaton of UCLA, and also he won a Nobel Prize in 2015 for economics. They've done this very good book called Death of Despair. Who's dying? Why are Americans dying younger? And he points out the ones dying are the working class, without a BA, disempowered, without a future, feeling helpless. You know, I was looking at the UN report for happiness. They have a happiness report, country by country for 2021. The happiest countries, like Finland was first, Germany's fifth, and there's Norway, Sweden, you know, the expected ones. They all have health insurance. They all have elder care. They all have maternity and paternity leaves that are long and generous. Excuse me. They all have elder care. They all have paid vacations and a sense of well-being that their society is taking care of them. They have a safety net. They won't fall to their deaths.
Their own, but they're not on their own.
But they also are non-authoritarian, so they have a sense of support, but also of agency, that they can do things, that they can get promoted, that they can make things. And that combination of a sense of possibility and mobility and protection are what we've lost.
Right. Right.
So out of the happiest countries in the world, America has gone down even further. We're now 19th, even though we're the richest. Pretty sad.
Everything is filtered through jobs, not labor, jobs. We're going to give you jobs. We're going to give you work.
Meaningless, repetitive, undignified, unvalued, devalued, underpaid work. So people are not signing up. Surprise, surprise.
Right. This is a jobs creator. This is going to be great. This is a job. Never any question as to, well, are they good jobs? Do they pay well? Jobs. We've added jobs this month.
Right. God.
And that's what makes, you know, the sign on the entrance to Auschwitz read Arbeit macht frei,
right?
Which in German means made possible by IBM.
Yeah, work makes you free, right?
That's what it means.
Labor, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Said this is made possible by your friends at IBM, which is true. I mean, IBM, their computers gave us the Holocaust, Big Blue. So work makes you free. that's how they tricked the people in the concentration camp.
Well, they didn't volunteer for those camps.
No, they didn't.
They were shipped and forced
Right.
to work till they died.
Work will free you. I think most men, I want to ask you about Iron John Bly, who passed away, and the men's rights movement.
Yeah.
Most men of my generation, if they're working, they're happy. Even if the work is not satisfied. If you're working, the voices in your head go away. And the only peace and quiet we can get is if we're working, if we're doing something, if we're waking up every morning and I got to do this. And our biggest fear is waking up with nothing to do. We've become our own prisoners. They've trained us.
Because the world has so much for us to do. You know, there's so many things that need doing in this society if people can get together and do them.
Right. So
and one of the things that will get people out from under the painful physical and psychological depression is to join with others to change this place. The union movement, the Black Lives Matter, the women's movement, the ecology movement, doing something together to change the world and make it better is the best antidote to depression.
Right.
And illness and death, to death.
Right.
To deaths of despair.
Yeah.
And the United States had 100,000 people between April 2020 and May 2021 who died of overdoses.
A record.
A record. And the Sackler family that started this big boost in death never saw a moment in jail and reaped at least $17 billion.
And rejected the settlement with the attorneys generals. They don't even settle, they're negotiating.
That's right. They're negotiating and they'll never see a day in jail. With that murder rate, that's mass murder on an unprecedented level.
El Chapo.
Yeah.
El Chapo's doing time, but not the Sackler family.
Exactly. And El Chapo is a piker compared to the Sackler family. In fact, there's a cute thing with Borowitz where El Chapo's standing like this and he says, I have some standards. I will not share a cell with Dick Cheney.
Very quickly, I don't know how much you know about Iron John, a book about men by Robert Bly, the poet.
Remember.
He passed away at 95, 96. I remember Bill Moyers interviewing him and this was like 30 years ago, his concern for men and our not being in touch with who we are and our vulnerable side. Did he morph into a icon for the men's right movement that we're seeing on the right?
Unfortunately, because men's rights is a sick movement. It's that men should have a right to see their kids, whether they are interested in them or not, whether they give their wives any support or not. And whereas the father's rights movement is so that father can be given custody when they're devoted, can love their children and be part of their children's lives. It's they're very different movements. But men's rights is somehow the entitlement that a penis can give you. And I don't think that that's the way Bly intended it. But I also think personhood is so important. It isn't so much manhood or womanhood, it's peoplehood together, which is a much smarter idea.
Right.
And more necessary, less divisive and cruel.
Well said. Dr. Harriet Fraad is the host of Capitalism Hits Home, and it's not just in your head. How do people get in touch with you?
Well, they could go to my website, harrietfraad.com, or get in touch with me at hfraad@gmail.com, fraad@gmail.com.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dr. Harriet Fraad.
Thank you. I love your show.
I hope to see you next Monday.
Well, I hope to be here.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving, by the way.
Oh, yes. You know what is a good idea this Thanksgiving? To be thankful for the things we wished we had, like healthcare.
Right.
Yeah.
Happy Harvest. I think David Cobb said to say Happy Harvest Day or something like that.
Well, they often say now, Happy Indigenous Peoples Day.
Right.
Because the idea of thanking the Native Americans and then shooting them is kind of bizarre. Thanks a lot. Bang.
On that, thank you so much.
Okay. Bye-bye.
You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Friend me on Facebook. Follow me on Twitter. Coming up, Donald Trump will be joining us, the former president of the United States. Some people think he is the current president. We'll get to the bottom of that. And then we have Marianne Cummings, Professor Marianne Cummings, physicist and parks commissioner for Aurora, Illinois. And we also have Peter B. Collins and then Professor Mike Steinel and Dan in the newsroom. Let's do Community Billboard if you're ready, sir. Are you ready? Why don't we take a break? I'll get some water. When we come back, we'll do Community Billboard, and then we will be joined by former President of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right and buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Welcome back. You're a great audience. Thank you for being here. We will be doing a show on Thanksgiving Day because what else am I going to do? Hey, Dan, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Let's do this. I have a feeling the former president of the United States will be joining us shortly. I know we were going to do Community Billboard. Why don't we follow President Trump? Is that okay with you?
Fantastic.
It's been a bit of a crazy day. And this is I'm just loading up some snark here. This is very, very exciting. This is an honor and a privilege. It doesn't get any better than this. Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest, please welcome. We're waiting here. He's got a hookup. He's coming to us from Mar-a-Lago. So let me just unmute him. This is a very special moment. There he is. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is
Sorry for the technical difficulty there. It's all right. Everything's great.
everything great. Everything?
Absolutely, David. Couldn't be better.
Okay. This is very exciting. Please welcome the 45th president of the United
46th.
and 46. As I was saying, Donald.
And maybe 47th.
Maybe what?
Trump. maybe 47th. I haven't decided yet, David. I mean, let's face it. I don't need the headache. I have a great life down here in Mar-a-Lago. With you know who I'm with. You know I'm with here down here.
Who?
Melania. Melania, beautiful. Melania. Who knows? Maybe Melania would like to be the 47th. We could make that happen, David.
47th president.
47th president. You know, I already call her President John Tyler.
The president, President John Tyler.
Exactly. Ask me why, David. Ask me why I call President John Tyler. Go ahead and ask me.
Why do you, President?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. President.
Ask me why I call Melania President John Tyler.
Okay, Mr. President, why do you?
Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. You know what? You're so nervous, David. You're so wound up.
I am.
You sound like Chris Christie finding an empty box of Malamars. You get it? Because he loves food, David.
Yes,
he loves it. Absolutely loves to put. he loves food. He loves to pull in his mouth. And chew on it and swallow it and make his belly even bigger, David.
Chris Christie. The governor.
I'm just trying to lighten the mood, David, because you sound tense.
I am.
You sound like Chief Financial Officer Alan Weisselberg, Trump Organization. Very, very frightened man.
Yeah.
Because he knows. He knows. And if he says anything, well, he knows. So ask me, David. Ask me, David.
Ask you what?
David, ask me.
Ask you. Oh,
very
why?
very unfair and sad. It's so sad.
What?
It's quite sad, David, the way I've been treated. I've been treated worse. I have been treated worse than any other president in history, David. Me. No president has been mistreated more than me by him. Murdered ones included. Witch hunt. He's very, very cruel. Very cruel. He's so cruel.
Who's he? Who? Weisselberg?
Judd Apatow. He's very mean. Very cruel.
We just had Judd Apatow.
Not funny. Not funny.
Ah, come on. He's a guest on my show. You're not a fan of Judd Apatow?
I didn't listen. You know what? I didn't listen. I love your show. I could not bring myself to listen because I knew. Not funny. Not a fan. Never laughed at any of his movies, David.
Really?
Name a movie.
King of Staten Island. That was amazing.
That was a disaster. Disaster, David.
What's a hit?
It was bloodbath. It was a disaster. I'm the real king of Staten Island, by the way.
Yes, you.
The undereducated, they love me. I'm the king, not Pete Davidson. He should have cast me. Should have cast me. Very cruel. Very cruel not to cast me in that. Everybody was upset. Everyone. So many people came up to me and said, Mr. President, what are you doing in the White House? You need to be starring in Judd Apatow's movie, King of Staten Island. I can't watch it. I can't even watch the movie because I know what a lie it is. It's fake entertainment.
It was very funny and
What I
hard.
call fake entertainment, fake fiction.
Fake fiction.
Fake fiction.
Fake-otainment.
Fake-otainment, fake fiction. Because they loved me in Staten Island. Very sad, very unfunny movie. The movie was a disaster.
No, it wasn't.
A disaster, just like Sleepy Joe. Just like Sleepy Joe. Joe Biden, go ahead, ask me the question.
What question? What was the
King of
question?
Staten Island, David, I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be down. The King of Staten Island was such an atrocity, such a disaster, that I think we should investigate whether it came from China. I think we need to investigate that, David. Because I'm not sure it didn't come from China.
No, Judd Apatow made the movie in New York. It was
Anyway, ask me why Melania, who's way hotter than Judd's wife, by the way. Ask me why I call Melania President John Tyler. Ask me, David. Ask me. I've been asking you to ask me. Ask me, David.
You had said earlier that
Ask me, David.
For president, why do you? And you said you call Melania President John. Why do you call Melania President John Tyler?
Because John Tyler was the 10th president of the United States, and Melania is a 10. A perfect 10. Perfect 10. Have you ever seen John Tyler's wife?
No.
Never seen a picture of her?
No.
They never took a picture of her.
Why is that?
Because she was ugly. Ugly wife.
John Tyler's wife, ugly wife, 10th president.
Melania, perfect 10. Number 10, John Tyler.
And
I call it number 10.
That's a pretty clever joke, actually.
And do you think Judd Apatow would have come up? Do you think Judd Apatow would have come up with that, David?
Yes.
Honestly, David, do you think you think he could have come up with that, David? You see, I know that John Tyler was the 10th president. You think Judd Apatow knows that? You need to be smart, David, which I am. You need to be you're not just funny. You need to know things. I have a knack for knowing things. I crafted a line because I'm smart.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be smart to craft a line like that. John Tyler, 10th president, Melania.
Judd wrote for Barack Obama for his White House correspondence, and you've never needed writers.
I don't. Are you kidding me? If I had writers, I wouldn't have been president. But people love me because I speak what I mean. I say what I don't need a teleprompter to make a joke like John Tyler is a 10. I don't need it. That's not how I operate, okay? I don't need it. I could make movies like Judd Apatow.
It's Apatow.
By the way, it's Apatow. It's not like a cow. He wants you to believe it's Apatow, like a tow truck. By the way, I love the great people who ride tow trucks. But it's not I love the uneducated. Did I mention that? But it's not Apatow. It's like a beautiful, beautiful doe. It's not Apatow. It's Apatow, like a cow. Sorry, Sleepy Judd.
Sleepy Judd. He was fantastic.
Here's my imitation. Yeah, I heard a little clip. Let me reenact. A little clip. Ask me a question. Judd Apatow, Mr. Apatow, go ahead. Ask me a question.
Judd, do you think Hollywood has too much influence over what's going on.
Moo! Moo!
You're calling?
Yeah, because I sound like a cow. I'm a cow.
You're calling
You
one of
don't
the
need.
now
Do you
directors?
think I'm gonna pay writers? Do you think I'm gonna pay writers to come up with stuff when I can come up with it right off the top of my head? Right, believe it or not, I just thought of that.
So you're saying that the reason people like Judd Apatow hate Donald Trump is you're not going to call him into the Oval Office to help him with the White House Correspondents' Dinner speech the way our President Obama did.
I'm lost. I don't know what you're talking about, David.
All right, let's go back.
You just went in a circle there, but all I know is the laughs that Obama got, not a single one did he come up with.
Right.
Nothing as funny as moo. Not even close.
Yeah. Well, you've been out of
cow because he's a cow. He sounds like his name sounds like a cow. And you know what a cow sounds like? You know what a cow sounds like, David?
Sort of.
Moo. Sorry, that was Chris Christie in the background. Can't hear your audio, David. Can't hear it. You're muted.
Yeah.
Or should I say, you've been mooted. Okay. He's
you
back.
hear me now?
He's back. How now, Apatow? Pretty good from John Hayes. Just I'm looking at your viewers. Your viewers should be hosting the show. Your viewers should be running the show.
Right.
You should be working for me. I should be president. Judd Apatow should be being milked right now. He should be giving milk. That's what he should be doing for a living. Giving milk because he doesn't give laughs.
All right, Mr. President, let's talk about your future, and you've been out of office now for almost 10 months, 11 months. How do you see things? How do you think your successor is doing?
Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe.
Yeah.
Falling asleep just saying his name.
Yeah.
Sleepy Joe, you're getting sleepy. You are losing confidence in the government. Your eyes are getting heavy.
How heavy?
Prices are going up. The cost of milk is going up. Judd Apatow can't help you. All the milk. All the milk in the world that Judd can produce isn't going to lower those prices, thanks to Sleepy Joe and his VP, Kamalama Ding Dong. They're despised. Did you know that?
They're what?
You people are despised, David.
They're despised. Yeah, they are.
They're despised. They're hated.
Yeah.
The two of these people are hated by the American people because they're disgusting.
Well,
they're disgusting. And Dr. Jill Biden, the doctor will see you now.
Yeah.
Hello, doctor. Doctor, it hurts when I read the paper. Stop reading the paper. That's Dr. Jill's prescription. Stick your head in the sand.
Dr. Jill.
Dr. Jill, it hates when I open my wallet, Dr. Jill.
Well,
get a new wallet, says Dr. Jill.
Doctor, I don't see any reason to go after the man.
Did you see this, David? Did you hear about this?
No, what?
Did you see that Sleepy Joe had a colonoscopy last week?
Yeah, yes, I did see that in the paper.
I hear before his procedure, the anesthesiologist had to put him over. Get it? Put him over. Sleepy Joe, already asleep.
I'm not. I'm not sure.
Normally, let me explain it for the dum-dums out there. For the poorly educated, I love the poorly educated.
Okay. He had a colonoscopy, and the anesthesiologist.
Normally, the anesthesiologist must put the patient under. But
Right.
since it's Sleepy Joe, the anesthesiologist had to put him. He had to put him over the op, because that, I looked it up. That is the opposite of under.
I see.
Called an antonym, David. Your chat room gets it. The chat room gets it. You don't get it.
I see.
You don't get it. The chat room should be my cabinet. You should be in the chat room. Judd Apatow should be Secretary of Milk. All right, next question.
So, yeah, he had a.
Anyway, you can use that joke, by the way, about putting the patient over. It works for Sleepy Joe. It works for Crazy Bernie. Anybody you want.
Okay.
It's genius. We all know it's genius.
They put Sleepy.
And let me tell you, they put Sleepy Joe over.
Right.
They had to put him over for the colonoscopy. And then after David, do you know what happened after the colonoscopy?
What?
They had to wake him down. Instead of up, they had to wake him down because he's Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe. Ask me, David, ask me what the doctor found in Sleepy Joe's colon.
I don't really.
What did they find, David?
I know.
What did they find in his colon, David?
All right. What did the doctor find in?
Go ahead, ask me.
Okay. What did the
Go
doctor?
ahead, ask me what the doctor found in Sleepy Joe's 105-year-old arthritic, creaky, leaky, stinky colon.
That's a presidential colon. What did they find in the doctor's colon? What did the doctor? You've got me so flustered.
Okay.
What did the doctor?
Ask me. Just ask me.
Okay. President Trump, what did the doctor find in President Biden's colon?
Instead of a polyp, they found your lip. Because you're a kiss ass, David. Get it? You're a kiss ass. So your lip went into his ass. And that's what they found. They found your lip instead of a polyp.
Instead of a polyp.
They found your lip instead of a polyp.
Okay.
Listen.
That's very funny. That's like a
funny
word.
That your chat people wanted me to say Colin Powell. That would have been very wrong.
Yeah.
Bad taste. You know why? Because it would have offended the memory of the thousands of Iraqis whose lives were lost thanks to that horrible. What was his job?
Secretary of State.
Secretary of State. Or. You know what else they suggested that they found in his colon?
What is
looking through the chat room, someone had a good one. Hunter Biden's laptop.
Oh, Hunter, that would have been
Hunter Biden's laptop found in his colon.
So
pretty good. That was pretty good.
Growing up.
It's no your lip, but nice try, people. Nice try, people. I have a knack.
You do
have. Everybody has a knack, David. I have a knack.
Yeah.
You know, I had an uncle who was a comedy writer, David.
Really?
I had an uncle who was a comedy writer.
Really?
Shecky Trump. Shecky Trump. So much funnier than Judd Apatow. You wouldn't believe how much funnier than Judd Apatow. Shecky Trump. Uncle Shecky Trump. Wrote on all the great shows. And my other uncle, Woody Trump.
Yeah. Woody Trump.
Woody Trump. Wrote a lot. He was a quintessential New Yorker.
Wait, hang on. You're related to Woody Trump?
I'm related to Shecky Trump and Woody Trump, and also wrote for a lot of award shows, Buzz Trump. But Woody Trump, I think it was Woody, maybe it was Buzz, I'm not sure. They would collaborate once in a while. The quote was, "I'm a fish out of water in Hollywood because I hate grapefruits, granola, and people who are in this country illegally." Hilarious. God bless his soul.
Line?
Woody Trump.
Woody
So
Trump.
funny.
He said,
Unlike Judd. How did Judd Apatow? Let me ask you something. How did Judd Apatow end up with a wife like that? In the real world, Judd Apatow, he'd be lucky to get Fran Lebowitz, who's a horror show, by the way, never funny.
what? I'm sorry what did you say about Fran Lebowitz?
Never funny, never horror show, absolute disaster, inside and out. Never funny. Pretend it's a city, more like pretend she's funny. Or like, how about pretend any guy would ever want to bang
All right,
you?
Mr. President. I didn't know. Yes.
Ask me a question, David. I mean, I'm just filling time here. I'm just rolling with the punches, David. Making the audience laugh.
I didn't know that you were a relative of Woody Trump. He has come up with some of the funniest lines. I mean, Woody Trump, I just amazing. Can you think of
Woody Trump?
Yeah.
Yep. Take the family and run. That's one of my favorite movies he ever made.
Take the family and run.
Take the Mexican family, split them up and run.
Right.
I think that's the name of the movie.
That's Woody Trump. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. So let's talk about
He wrote
Trump.
movies. He wrote movies.
Mr. President, let's, we've had some fun here, but let's get down to the serious stuff. Are you running for president again?
I haven't decided yet. And quite frankly, there's no rush. I mean, I still have till January 6th, 2025 to decide.
You said you were breaking up there. You still have until when?
I still have until January 6th, 2025 to decide.
No, the election will be over by then.
Not according to the Constitution, David. According to the Constitution, we pick our president on January 6th. Trust me, January 6th, 2025, we're getting out the vote this time. We got a huge ground game going this time. We're getting out the vote.
I don't understand what do you mean ground game?
What do I mean, ground game?
Yeah.
Tanks, specifically.
Tanks.
Kamalama Ding Dong, she'll certify. Trust me.
All right, Mr. President, this is getting scary.
She's a disaster. She is a disaster, by the way. And so is, you know who else?
Who?
Sleepy Joe. You know, David, Steve Mnuchin, my treasury guy, the one with all those ticks.
Yeah.
Had a lot of ticks. He produces movies, and I sold him an idea. It's going to go straight to movies.
Straight to movies?
Yep. I sold him an idea that's going to go straight to movies.
Wait, that's a rarity for somebody to make a movie that goes straight to movies. And Steve Mnuchin.
Let me tell you about it. Steve Mnuchin. It's about the Biden presidency.
Yeah.
So of course it's a disaster movie, a real one, not like Judd Apatow's disaster movies, which are unintentionally disasters because they're supposed to be, I don't know what they're supposed to be, but they're disasters, David.
All right.
My disaster movie is about a real disaster. You want to hear the name?
Why wouldn't I?
Ask me the name, David.
Okay, Mr. President, you have a new disaster.
Ask me the name.
Okay. You have a new disaster movie coming out? What is the name?
It's called the Poe Biden Adventure. That's right.
What?
Classic disaster movie, The Poe Biden Adventure.
Biden Adventure.
And ask me, David, who's going to play the Shelley Winters part? Go ahead, David. Ask me.
Who's going to play the Shelley Winters?
Ask me, David. Ask me who's going to play Shelley Winters.
Who is going to play the Shelley Winters?
Rosie O'Donnell.
Really?
You know why, David?
Why?
Because she's fat, David. Like Shelley Winters.
Be nice. Be nice. So,
in this version, let me tell you the story. In this version, the Poe Biden crashes into Rosie. Rosie's up on the Lido deck, eating way, way too much. And all the seamen, they warn the captain. They say, steer the Poe Biden away from that huge, big, fat Rosie. I don't know if it's a Rosie or a Rosie Berg, but steer it away from the enormous, grotesque, liberal Rosie. And you know what happens to the seamen, David?
What happened?
Ask me what happened.
What happened to the seamen?
What happened to the seamen? Oh, okay. The seamen steered away from her.
Yeah.
But David, her ass was so huge, they still ran right into her. Everywhere they turned, more Rosie. Port, Rosie. Starboard, Rosie. Leeward, Rosie. Windward, Rosie. Even windward.
Even windward.
Rosie. Fat.
This is Mr. President. Can we just get back to
David, let's get back to who else is fat? You know,
I don't care. I don't care.
Chris Christie.
Yes, we've already been through that. You covered that much
Funny
earlier.
thing about the weight gain. You know, he was very, very fat back in 2016 when he was running against me.
Chris Christie was.
And yes, then he got with the program, endorsed me, and miraculously, he was no longer fat. I call it the Trump diet plan. And then Chris Christie, throughout my presidency, a rail. He looked like Jared. Remember that guy from Subway?
No, you're talking about Jared.
Giant pants. Oh, Jared Kushner. Yes, he looked like either one.
Either
he
one.
Was as skinny as a Jared. Let's put it that way.
Either one.
Was as skinny as a Jared.
Either one, but I'm not sure that's actually true. I think Chris
couldn't tell any one of the three apart.
You couldn't tell Jared,
Jew Jared, child porn Jared, or Chris Christie. Couldn't tell them apart.
But you couldn't tell child.
They were like three pigs in a barrel.
Are you saying you couldn't tell child porn Jared from Subway Jared from Chris
Same
Christie?
thing, David. You're getting confused. That's why you need to be in the chat room, and Benji from the chat room needs to be running the show, David.
Okay.
You need to be in the chat room milking a Judd Apatow.
Okay, so Chris Christie has a new book out.
Chris Christie, listen, he was a rail, and yes, Chris Christie does have a new book out, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And he's saying, Chris Christie's saying, I lost in 2020.
Oh, that's not nice.
And have you seen Chris Christie?
Yeah.
He's a pig again. Suddenly, ask me how fat Chris Christie is, David.
How fat is Chris Christie?
Chris Christie is so fat.
Yeah.
Ask me how fat he is. David, get Benji in here.
How fat is Chris Christie?
Chris Christie is so fat.
Yeah.
He looks like Rosie.
Okay, good.
He looks like Rosie O'Donnell, David.
All right. I don't think that's
Chris Christie says, I lost 2020, folks. You know what? He gained 2020 in the last few months because he's fat again. He was thin. Now he gained pounds, gained a lot of weight.
Okay, can we talk about the
1,020 pounds, David.
Okay, can we talk about the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, please? Okay, there's a verdict last Friday.
I also cure the gay. Should I go with this, David? Do you want me to go with this? I cure the gay. It's up to you, David.
We don't need to go there.
We don't need. Okay.
Unless you want to do it.
No. I thought you wrote it, David. Lindsey Graham.
Yeah.
Dropped out of the race. Stopped being gay. Now he's gay again.
Why? What happened? I thought you cured him.
I did cure the gay, but didn't he say something bad about me last night?
Yeah, he did.
He's gay. I cured it. I cured the gay. I can cure anything but hair plugs, David. I'm sorry. I can cure fatness. I can cure gayness. Can't cure the hair plugs.
Yeah.
Who did you use, David, as a donor on those plugs? Tom Sizemore's butt cheeks? See what I did there? He's a good man. I don't believe the charges.
Against Tom Sizemore.
I don't believe the charges, David. He's a good man.
Did you know Heidi Fleiss?
I wish her the best. I wish her the best. She was a whore, right? Is she a whore or a pimp? Either way, I wish you the best.
Okay, Mr. President, can we talk about the...
I don't want to get into, I don't want to judge people, David.
Right.
I don't want to say I don't like her because, she's not a pimp or she's a whore. It doesn't matter. Either one's fine.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on.
Let's talk about the judge.
Excuse me. Let's move on, okay?
Yes,
It doesn't matter if she's a whore. Heidi Fleiss is a good woman.
Yes.
She's getting it. Okay. All right.
Let's talk about the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, sir. What
a night. What a day. What a day when he had. What a couple of days. Day of the sentencing. The day of the verdict. The day of the shooting. What a couple of days. Let me tell you. Can I say something about the verdict?
Yes, please.
Justice sang, David. Justice sang, and freedom rang, David. I didn't get that line when all the blacks sang it, but now I do.
Justice sang.
Justice sang, and freedom rang
on Friday night.
Hallelujah, David.
So
amazing grace, amazing.
Wait. Okay, so we're talking about this verdict Friday.
It was great. The jury found unanimously that the 2020 election was stolen by Sleepy Joe.
That's not what they...
Who's a disaster. Who's a disaster, by the way. A disaster.
Yes.
After the Biden adventure, I've got another movie I'm going to produce, David. I got a whole movie. It's going straight to movies, David.
Another movie that's going straight to movies.
Sophie's Choice 2. Sophie's Choice 2. More choices. That's right, David. It's a movie story. Sophie has to choose. Sophie's got to choose. The good thing is this time it's an easy choice for Sophie.
Yeah.
She has to choose between me and Sleepy Joe. Who do you think she chooses, David? Go ahead and guess. Who do you think she chooses? Ask me who she chooses, David. Easiest choice in the world, David.
Chooses you, of course.
She chose me, David. I'm not even a blood relative. I'm not even a Jew. And she chose me. She chooses me to save me. And you know what happened, though?
What?
You know what happened? She chose me.
The movie?
100%. Everyone projected I'm the choice.
Right.
And you know what happened? Smartmatic changed the outcome, David.
In the movie.
Smartmatic voting machines made in Venezuela changed the outcome in the movie, David. And the Germans carry me away. And then she moves to Brooklyn. She moves to Brooklyn with Sleepy Joe. And it's a disaster, David. Brooklyn is plagued by inflation, David. $50 for a slice of pizza, David.
Yeah.
Artisan pizza. That's not even artisan pizza. The artisan pizza is $75.
That's a disaster.
It's a disaster. And you know that those cookies, the crack cookies they call them,
Yeah.
that they make in Brooklyn, those Brooklyn cookies,
Delicious.
Omofoku or something.
Mm-hmm.
$100 a cookie, David. Because Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe Biden, brings inflation with him wherever he goes. Wherever he goes.
That's all in Sophie's Choice too.
Sophie's Choice 2, Inflation Boogaloo. Great story, David. Great story, David. About a brave pillow magnet who knows the truth. Sacrifices a whole sleepwear empire just to get the people to know which baby was supposed to be president. Sophie's Choice 2. Look it up.
Sophie's Choice to the what is it? The
Inflation Boogaloo.
Sophie's Choice to Inflation Boogaloo, and that's going straight to movies.
More choices. More choices.
More choices. Wow.
And then stay tuned for Sophie's Choice 3, the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
That's coming out. We're shooting that now.
February 6th, I believe.
Because when people, and by the way, I signed up all the actors while we were shooting Sophie's Choice 2, Inflation Boogaloo, because I knew there would be a huge demand for a third. We're shooting the third right now.
Great. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
David.
Who's
Watch number 2. Just know it's best 2 out of 3, okay?
And
Guess who's going to play the Nazi, David?
I'm sorry?
The Nazi has a bigger role in Sophie's Choice 3.
Right.
We're expanding the role of the Nazi because on the set, we love this Nazi. Believe me. Let me tell you something. This Nazi is going to steal your heart. The Nazi who carries me away.
Yeah.
You're never gonna believe it. He is such an underrated actor. It's a great part. It's a juicy part.
Who?
The greatest actor of our generation, Scott Baio. That's right.
Scott Baio plays the Nazi.
He plays the Nazi. He was so beautifully touching that we expanded the role for Sophie's Choice 3, best 2 out of 3. And you know what? We're even going to spin it. I've signed up all the actors for the spin-off already. I've made them already commit
Scott
to the spin-off show that's going to be on television. It's going straight to television.
With Scott Baio.
With Scott Baio. It's its own spin-off. It's called Joni Loves Nazi.
Okay.
Joni Loves Nazi. And guess who plays the concentration camp, David?
Rosie.
That's right. Rosie O'Donnell, fat, big, fat, made of concrete and filled with Jews, gypsies, and gays, and Russians.
Okay.
Some Russians.
Can
Rosie O'Donnell, David.
Can we please stop talking about the Holocaust already? Please.
Please, listen. Listen, I've been begging your people to do that for decades.
To stop talking about the Holocaust. Okay, now, Mr. President, Kyle Rittenhouse, your friend, he was on Tucker Carlson tonight.
That broke my heart. I couldn't watch, David. It killed me I couldn't watch. I should have been on. He should have had me on. Bad move for Tucker. Disaster. Lowest ratings of an acquitted double homicide ever. David, when I killed Soleimani, double the ratings Kyle Rittenhouse got. And I only killed one guy. Rittenhouse had to kill 2 people to get half my audience, David.
You got twice the audience on Tucker Carlson killing one guy.
That's right, David.
It's amazing.
I'm that good. I'm that good. People love me. The people. I
They
love the people and the people love me. I love the people and the people love me. Everybody loves each other with me, especially me, 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 me. I'm Trump. I love the people. I'm Trump.
well,
Sorry, that was a little black. That was a little black.
you have a knack for songwriting.
I have a knack for black.
Yeah, but you that's in your genes, isn't it? Isn't
I had
song
an uncle. I had an uncle, Barry Trump.
Barry Trump from Detroit,
Barry Trump from the Motor City. Yeah.
the Motor City. Yes, and
Taught me how to. Okay, let's not go there, David.
let's go back to the Rittenhouse. What do you think of the judge?
I have to tell you, David, very bright guy, but that joke about Asian food, inappropriate. Inappropriate, David.
Yeah.
He should have said, "Where's the Asian food we ordered?" Did the delivery guy have to go all the way to Wuhan and accidentally pick up a deadly virus instead of our order?
That's not nice.
That would have been more appropriate given the times we live in, David.
Okay, that's
Would
not
have been more up to date with the times, David.
okay. That's the trial. Very quickly, the trial. What did you watch any of it? Do you have any thoughts about?
Because the deadly virus originated in China, and that's where Chinese food is from, David. I was watching the trial, sure. I was watching the trial with Eric and Don Jr.
Yeah.
And we were absolutely disgusted.
So was I.
Absolutely disgusted.
Well, it's disgusting. Yes. It was disgusting. It was repulsive. It was un-American. I agree.
Why? Okay. Oh boy. Here we go with this joke.
No. Well.
No. Okay, we're going to skip that joke. Skip that joke because Judd Apatow would have probably gone crying like a baby. And we need the milk, David. We need the milk. We need Judd. I don't need Judd to tweet about me.
Yeah.
We need Judd giving milk.
Giving milk. But in terms of
Apatow.
What do you think of these AR-15s? I hear you're a great shot. I've heard that you're pretty good. You taught Eric and Don Jr. how to shoot, and I hear you're pretty good with an automatic.
Listen,
weapon.
if I had 4 bullets, I could kill 8 people. That's how good a shot I am.
Really?
I'm a great shot, David. I'm a great shot. I would have aimed to shoot straight through one person into the next. I've got a knack. I have a knack for it, David. Always have since I was 4. That's why I couldn't go to Vietnam, David. I was such a great shot. They said it wouldn't be fair. It would violate the Geneva Conventions. I wanted to go, David. Believe me, I wanted to go.
Really? Because I
wanted to go, David.
The rap against you is that
I wanted to go.
But the rap against you is that you kind of didn't want to go to Vietnam. But you're saying
I remember specifically President LBJ, or as I called him, President L Blowjob, said to me, 17-year-old Donald Trump, he looked me in the eye, pulled down his pants and said, "Mr. Trump, we could send you to the front line. The war would be over in 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Right.
But it would ruin the self-esteem of all the other soldiers.
Really?
The entire generation of American male ego cut down in its prime." So I had to sit it out, David. I had to sit it out or I would have cucked the entire military.
They were worried that you would have cucked the entire military because you,
David, would have cucked millions and millions of innocent young men. Their egos destroyed in the prime of their life, David.
Right. Well, you've picked, I believe you've picked 3 of our Supreme Court justices. Let's talk about the legal.
Yes, I did, David.
Let's talk about the law here. Do you think the jury made the right call, legally speaking?
Absolutely, David. Rittenhouse, Kyle, as I call him.
Yeah.
Kyle had the right. Kyle with style. That's what I call him. Kyle with style.
That'd make a good sitcom.
Kyle was styling that day. Kyle had the right to defend himself, David. He did. It's called the White Castle Doctrine.
The White Castle Doctrine. I think you mean the Castle Doctrine.
No, David. I mean the White Castle Doctrine. A man's home is his castle if he's white. And if he doesn't have diarrhea. You ever get diarrhea from White Castle, David? I don't, because I have a special kind of colon, but many, many regular people do.
Honestly, wait, diarrhea?
I got diarrhea from White Castle in 1975, Boca Raton, Florida.
Mm-hmm.
I figured, how bad could it be? Worst diarrhea I ever had.
Really? How long did it last?
When it's done, I'll let you know. I gotta go, David. I gotta go. Melania. Melania. Melania.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Melania.
Thank you, Mr. President of the United States, Donald Trump. We'll be looking for you. He thinks he doesn't know the microphone is still hot, and he's got White Castle diarrhea. I hope he's okay. I'm sure there's some kind of Secret Service agents who will attend to him. I hate to think that he's all by himself with White Castle.
Melania.
All right. We're running behind schedule here. Sorry. Why don't we do this? Why don't we take a break? This was what a big night. This is, Greg Fitzsimmons, Judd Apatow, the President of the United States is here. And we're running 20 minutes behind. Let's take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll do Community Billboard. Then we'll have Professor Marianne Cummings. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Professor. The president ran a little long. And then we have Professor Mike Steinel. And to bring it home, Jackie the Joke Man Martling will be joining us. We'll be right back.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. Now tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much. And we have Peter B. Collins coming up at 9:30. I forgot. We're running a little behind schedule. I apologize to everybody. The president was running a little long, and I apologize. How great is Donald Trump? Dan?
He was running long. He was even running windward.
Yeah, he was running windward. Are you going to be here for Thanksgiving?
Hell yeah.
Really? You're not going to get into trouble?
No, we're not going nowhere.
Okay. We're going to do a Thanksgiving show.
You goddamn right.
Dan Frankenberger, thank you for being here throughout the day, as always, and thank you for helping out at the top of the show. Nothing gets done here without you.
Well, we're 6 hours in, so after this, I'm going to go to bed and take a half day.
You're going to take a half day?
Yeah, we're 6 hours in. I'm going to take a half day today.
On this show?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Tell me about our community. What do you have for us today?
Well, I sent you some pictures earlier. I don't know if you got them or not, but I would like to begin by saying hello, JAG officer.
Hello, JAG officer.
And I have a Sopranos quote.
Okay.
And you're going to guess who said it. And this is, "Don't touch that. My program's coming on."
Don't touch that. I'm going to assume it's Paulie visiting his mother who isn't his mother.
The person is correct. It's Paulie, and he's talking to another inmate in jail.
Oh, this makes me happy. You know why? It makes me happy because I have not been watching The Sopranos for about 3 years. And the more I forget, the newer it'll seem to me. So that's good.
Yes.
That's good.
The older we get, the more true that is.
Yeah. Office Hours was fantastic.
Yeah. The first hour or so, I'm trying to think. I'm hammered.
Me too. Let's look at a pond. On Glen Pond. Oh, that's fake.
There we go.
That's fake. What is that?
This is a picture that Glenn posted where he said, this is the pond behind his house after the sunset. And I was going to ask you, do you know how to work a canoe at night? Because we had planned on taking over his house.
Yeah. That's what he wakes up to every day.
That's true.
I'm just sending a note to Peter to tell him we're running 30 behind. Okay. Very good. All right. Thank you for putting up with me, everybody. It's okay. And then the next picture, we're going to move there. What do we have here? Tuesday. What's happening Tuesday?
Tom and Barb Weber, every Tuesday night, they do their show on Facebook called Singer-Songwriters Fair Weber.
Right.
They do a half-hour concert every Tuesday.
Okay.
At 8 p.m. on Tuesdays, and certain Saturdays they do a 90-minute concert. And you can check out Tom's art, which we display sometimes at TomWeberArt.com.
Excellent. We love Tom Weber. We need to bring him back on the show. Here we go. Okay. Hey, it's the holiday season.
Yep. You know what that means.
Well, you want to get somebody to love you. And the only way to get somebody to love you
is to buy them jewelry.
Buy them jewelry. Otherwise, people won't love you.
That's right.
So
the best place we know to buy someone jewelry to get them to love you is to go to josephbrintonjewelry.com.
And he is an amazing artisan.
Yeah, he hand makes jewelry, and we're displaying it now. If you go to David's YouTube channel, you can see it right now. It's fantastic.
It really is. josephbrintonjewelry.com. If you want someone to love you, you got to make them love you, and they will only love you if you give them jewelry from Joseph Brinton. Oh, we have a new artist here. Well, but not a new artist, but this is new. She's unbelievable.
Yeah. This is from Kristen Calabrese, aka Chartreuse, in the David Feldman community, and her show just ended in LA. It ended actually on Sunday, so just a day or two ago here. It's just another display of her amazing talent. She had
We have a lot of artists who come to office hours and into our studio audience on show day. They listen to this nonsense and they create. They paint and make things. Thanks to office hours every Friday night, we've gotten to meet some of the artists, and it's humbling to see how talented. It's humbling to meet people with real talent, like Professor Marianne Cummings. I remember seeing her. She's unbelievable. Well, they're all unbelievable. They really are. Okay, what do we have here? What's
this? This is from Lane. This is Cliff Top Kessies. Another nostalgia-gasm from my youth and my love of kestrels, he says. This represents a pair that lived on rats, mice, moles, and voles down in the Siam docks and along the coast.
It's kind of like eating a Chipotle. Same thing.
Chipotle.
Yeah. That is, never know what's in a Chipotle. I'm not making that up. One of the biggest providers of Listeria, Chipotle. But here's some food that doesn't have anything wrong with it.
This is from a new person sending in to the community billboard from Joel Gillespie.
Wow.
He says, "Hi, Dent. I wanted to share my first ever sourdough loaf. I was inspired after the segment with Eric Palant, and I made my first own starter, and a week later, I baked a loaf of bread. Many lessons to learn, but the fact..."
You know what? We have to have the professor on. He has this new book about the history of sourdough. That makes me really happy that people have begun to bake bread because they read his book. And we should have him on, and people should talk about their sourdough starters. If you're having trouble this Thanksgiving, if you're alone, well, it's too late to get your own starter going, but go get some yeast and bake bread. It'll make you feel great. And really, I would do it. I don't have an oven. So anyway, thank you, Dan. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's great.
It's good. Yeah. Oh, it's it's one of the best shows.
Yeah, it really is. And sorry to keep you waiting. The Will Ryan song you picked out.
Yep.
How'd you find that?
I went to your website and searched for Will Ryan. I listened to 3 or 4, and that was my favorite out of the few that I listened to. And I snipped it and sent it to you.
Okay, we'll end tonight. We'll finish off with a song by Will Ryan. Very, very
good dude.
He was, yeah. And I haven't been back in LA to see people, and the clock is ticking. So stay in touch with people you love.
Up next is coming Marianne Cummings, and last time I saw her, she was at a Little League game juggling fruit for 4 innings.
No, okay, thank you.
Oh, very good.
And are you sure it's okay? I don't want to get anybody into trouble, but I do need you here on Thanksgiving.
I will be there.
Okay, thank you.
So long.
I love your family. Thank you. Let us now go to Aurora, Illinois, and I will apologize profusely. I'm sorry. I have to. I know you don't mind, but I'm sorry to keep you waiting. It's because it's a half hour behind, and I apologize.
No, but not that. It's that you put me right after the greatest president ever, Now what am I supposed to do? How can I top that?
Well, Dan and I slowed things down, and I told Robert, we did 55 minutes. I couldn't, anyway, I'm addicted to.
I was kind of hoping that, Melania would slip in there, but,
well,
I miss Melania.
I do too. I miss Jim, Melania. I do. Yeah. If you're listening, please get on your hands and knees and crawl back to me. I'm going to have to call Jim and make things. He will not make peace with me. So I'm going to make peace with Jim, Bert. Although I did reached out to Bert. Who else? Anyway, I think that's it. Did I pissed off anybody else?
You're getting some advice from the chat.
They have a list of.
That's long list of exes.
Hang on. Ex-wife to Dr. Jen. Yes, I have not had a falling out with Dr. Jen. You're absolutely right. I love Dr. Jen. Who else? Jim. I've had a falling out with Jim. I have had Andy Brown. I've had a falling out. I love Andy. I think that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think yeah. Hopefully there'll be new people next year. Can you believe it's already? Can you believe the way time is moving?
Yeah.
Okay, so you are right. Hashtag Mary Ann Cummings was right. Somebody sent that to me. I saw that somewhere, either on Twitter. Mary Ann Cummings was right. Howie Klein, my moral compass, sounded really dejected. He said exactly what was going to happen with Biden. You said it.
Mm-hmm.
You're entitled to an I told you so.
Well, no, I really not, because I am still holding out one little thin thread of hope that Bernie Sanders, pulls it all out of the fire before it just goes up in flames.
Build Back Better or the Democratic Party?
Well, right now their fates are kind of tied because, I was looking at some of the features in Build Back Better. One of the things somebody had mentioned in a chat, I didn't see it, but in fact, they're not putting a tax on mileage, gas mileage. But they want to fund a study to do that. I can't think of a more horrendously regressive and intrusive type of program than what they were describing. They're giving something like, there's like $50 million for this test study. And what it is that they're going to tax people based on the mileage on their cars. And it's going to be done through GPS. It's going to be done very intrusively, like the government will have to know where you are and how far you've traveled. And it sounds like a dystopian nightmare, but the idea that now who's this going to hit? A lot of my upscale friends, they're just on their butts in front of their computers, as am I, on Zoom meetings, as am I. And, that's not going to hit us. We're actually driving our cars significantly less. It's going to hit people that have to actually physically show up to work and actually do physical things. And, this is just the kind of wonky thinking of a person who has never lived in a neighborhood like mine, who went to good schools and whose parents are professionals. And so everybody they know is professional. So some things sound like a good idea and they have no idea how it evolves. In fact, the whole Yellow Jacket movement that, these enormous, like millions on the streets, sometimes with real guillotines on a couple occasions, pushing Macron back on his austerity program. Well, that was triggered a lot of things that happened. Macron, of course, cut taxes on the wealthy, and then he started talking about scaling back on the pensions because, the EU rules say you cannot run up a deficit beyond a certain point. And then he said he was going to start taxing gas. And again, that was the last straw. That's what, and the yellow jackets, because everybody has a yellow kind of reflector jacket in their car in case they break down at night.
It's like solidarity with drivers.
Yeah. So anyway, this is the kind of thing. Again, it's just just so tone deaf. They are going to limit the costs on some drugs, like some insulin. That was something I picked up, the word some. Some insulin will be capped at $35 a month, which means the pharmaceutical companies are going to come up with some like proprietary new insulin. They're going to minor tweak on a delivery system, and then that's what everybody's going to have to buy. This is just crazy. And besides which, it doesn't kick in until 2023, which I believe comes after 2022. I don't know. It's like, what are these guys? Are they really trying to lose? I mean, they're trying to lose.
Well, we were talking human nature, the poem that Howie Klein, I forgot the person who wrote, first they came for the gypsies, I said nothing because I wasn't.
Yeah.
First they came for the Jews, I said nothing about that. It's a famous, I should not be running through it like that. It's a great, I cannot tell you the number of times I've become terrified by the prospects of this country. And then I think, well, will they come for, is this going to affect me? Like, we all do that. Well, when you look at the Democratic Party, do you think Nancy Pelosi is worried about the end of democracy, or Schumer, or their families, or Manchin, or Sinema?
End of democracy. I think that horse left the barn some time ago. They're not worried about anything.
Yeah.
They're not worried about anything. They were only worried about Bernie Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
And then they were worried that the squad might make, some kind of impact. There might be some kind of real, impact the squad would do. They're not worried about them anymore. Nancy Pelosi is beaming. She doesn't care if the Democrats win or lose. It's just that she's in control of the Democratic Party. And, there doesn't seem, at least in her mind, she thinks that she's squelched, this progressive uprising. She isn't aware of our friend Junaid Ahmad, for instance, who is, I'm going to get him on the show. We still don't know what the maps are, by the way, the state of Illinois. That's still yet to be, we kind of got a good idea, but I think.
Is losing any districts or gaining?
It's gaining, it's lost one.
It lost one.
Yeah, Illinois lost one district. So the Democrats have been busy gerrymandering the hell out of the state. I've seen some maps that are hilarious.
Right.
But I think I mentioned here that the thing that kind of hit progressives was they seem to have carved out a lot of Marie Newman's district. And so Dan Lipinski, the really hideous pro-life Democrat that she beat finally is been making noises like he's running for his old seat. So Marie Newman, about a week or so. So Marie Newman,
right?
What's that?
Wasn't other seat?
Yeah, she's decided that she's not going to run in that district, that she's going to run in the 6th district, which is where most of her, which a lot of her district is going to be in, the new 6th district. And that's currently Sean Casten's district, another new Dem, conservative Dem. And so, and that's got the party kind of pissed off because she could possibly win that primary, even with all his money, even though he's, the Democratic Party loves him. But, so that's going to be a little bit of drums. I am but the person I mentioned, Judain Ben Ahmad, he's raising a lot of money. He seems to be doing everything right. He might possibly be to the left of me. I find that kind of stunning. But but he spoke at the March for Medicare for All rally down in Chicago this summer, and he was the last speaker, and boy, was he on fire. I'd never seen him actually speechify. I have seen him speak in small groups, and he's very intelligent, he's great, but I didn't know if he could rile up a crowd. He can. So I'm very hopeful for that.
What keeps you up at night? When you think about the Illinois, Aurora, and the country in the next 2 years? What keeps you up?
Well, I'll tell you what kind of rattled me Friday night. So we heard about the verdict, wasn't surprised. I'm sitting here and I'm actually trying to get into the office hours, and then suddenly I'm hearing yelling outside. Okay, there's oftentimes people yelling, but there was a lot of yelling. And then I heard gunfire, or what I thought was gunfire. I'm going, holy crap, we're going to have a riot down here. I get my hatchet. I run out my back porch because, I don't know what I was going to do with it. It looked scary. I had no idea. And then in front of me, I saw these absolutely stunning fireworks that were coming from downtown Aurora. And it turned out that this was the lighting of the holiday tree ceremony downtown Aurora, Friday before Thanksgiving. And these were just wonderful fireworks. And then I'm looking outside and there's just tons of people, that are going downtown, and and it's like, this is a great town. Nobody's rioting. It's all kind of, just a wonderful party, very multiracial. I love this town, but it was me that was kind of getting all riled up about this. So it's like, I have to learn how to relax a little bit, And so
turn off the TV, not that you watch TV, but turn off the TV.
No, turn off. I get off the Facebook, watch an episode of The Twilight Zone, listening to Professor John talk about an episode of The Twilight Zone. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So,
office hours has become so great because it has nothing to do with me. And just, it's just so great to watch it go in all these different directions.
Yeah.
And it has become the mark. I know it's the end of the week when it's office hours. I really look forward to it. It's a big part of I'm so grateful for everybody who comes and either lurks or expresses themselves. And watching The Twilight Zone with everybody is so much fun because anyway,
you were mentioning earlier artists. Well, there is a Zoe Matheson that joins us once in a while. And this is what I got in the mail just a couple days ago. This is her book. This is her kids' book. It's all her illustrations. And it's about a straw who's discarded, who realizes he's not biodegradable and that he could possibly cause all kinds of havoc with, creatures in the wild. And it's such.
Let me see this. I've seen.
She did all the illustrations. I think she wrote. No, she just wrote the whole thing.
Why don't we have her on the show? Why don't you?
That's what I say. Well, I want her on the show. She says maybe. She says maybe.
We'll dragoon her for Thanksgiving, maybe. That's a good Christmas.
Oh my God. I mean, look at this. Look at this. She also sent me some of her prints. Holy crap.
Holy crap.
That's the way I wanted to draw when I was in high school. She's got some amazing, I would almost call it bejeweled realism, because it's like realism, but it's not ugly, even though there's a wading bird with a piece of plastic that's in its, stuck in its gullet.
Reflection, can you tilt it?
Okay, is it okay?
Excuse me. Tilt it.
There we go.
Better.
Oops, there we go. Yeah.
That's a mullet.
Yeah.
A mullet.
Well,
That's
he's got a little piece of plastic in his gut, in his craw there.
right.
Yeah, I mean, it's all kind. She sent me these, and here, oh, this is so sad. I mean, they're sad and they're tragic and they're gorgeous. This one I like because it's like you see a mama bird and all the baby birds, and a mama bird's got a plastic butterfly that she's trying to feed her baby birds. It's so sad. I mean, I mean, it's beautiful and sad, and it just punches the point home, but more than any like political diatribe. It's just, these are just amazing pictures. Oh, I like this one.
Thank you for doing it.
She did a picture of Bernie Sanders.
Oh,
Bernie Sanders.
let me see it for one second. Let me see that. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, so she's good.
Wow.
Damn, she's good.
Great.
So anyway.
Can you interview her about the book? And
Well, I'm trying to, yes, I said, she wants to do an office hour. She said we just should have her on the show, but she didn't know what to do. I said, well, would you want me to just interview you? I'll just ask you a couple questions and then you can take off. But no, anyway, I'll just do a spoiler alert because this is so sad, some of it.
Coming from you.
The little straw has a happy ending, kind of, because he gets inside of a whale and he comes out the whale's blowhole on the top. And then he's like, has a new mission in life that he's going to, he wants to see to it that he is the world's last straw, that we don't have plastic straws anymore.
That straw. What a
So he's, I mean, just fantastic.
So has the book been published?
Yes, you can get, she just sent it to me.
Let's
But you can,
let's get people to buy it for the holiday.
there's some, you can get it on Amazon, but there are other booksellers it's just The Last Straw, Zoe Matheson.
Spell Matheson, please.
It's Matthiesen.
The Last Straw.
The Last Straw. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for doing that. And that's, if you're looking to buy somebody a gift for their kid, unfortunately, it should really be for the parent.
Yes. Somebody's in the chat has her website too. So.
Okay. What is it?
ZoeMatheson.com, and it's in the chat, her whole name, www.zoematheson.com.
Right.
It's just really wonderful.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I just wanted to end.
That cheered me up. Thank you.
Yeah. So, I'm always looking for silver linings. I'm not such a gloomy person, but, I did say a quip last Friday about the verdict. I said, well, on a bright note, that looks like this citizen's arrest concept took a real hit. So things might look up in Georgia next week. I did so there's this trial in Georgia. Ahmaud Arbery.
Yeah.
And they had closing arguments today, and I did catch the defense's argument. Oh my God. I mean, that was bad. It's like she's trying to build up this case where, none of this had to have happened. There would have been no shooting if only Mr. Arbery had not fought the law. The law meaning these two chuckle nuts in the pickup truck with the shotgun that were self-deputized, so they have a citizen's arrest because somebody said they saw somebody fleeing a scene of a crime because they saw a black man at this construction site, and it was this guy just jogging through the neighborhood. That's the short version of the story, but I think that's the essential version of the story. And so the defense has been using this citizen's arrest. The prosecution was kind of the prosecution in the Rittenhouse case was kind of alluding to it, But I talked to one of our mutual friends who is a lawyer about this. Is this even a thing? And they said, he says, it's a thing that's rarely used and it's very, very problematic. And according to what I read, the citizen's arrest actually has precedent in the South when it came to people who were not slave owners rounding up slaves that did not belong to them. Of course it did.
Right.
It's just like, so I think that despite the fact that the racial makeup of the jurors is only one African American and 11 whites, I have a feeling that this case, that there's going to be convictions in this case, and that will be good. And if there aren't, that's going to be bad. But I actually think that they will put a nail in this damn citizens arrest concept, because that just kind of gives license to a mob in most cases. And, you know, that they really, it would really be a step for racial justice. And then most of the people that, when I was in the South, I was at University of Alabama and I was at Florida State University, which is Tallahassee, which most of the year is deepest Georgia around those areas.
Mm-hmm.
And I was struck by the fact that everything's way more integrated than the North. I was, at least in the 80s, you know, if you went to any college campus, Michigan State, Michigan, Iowa, it was every single dorm there. When you would go to the lunchroom, there was a table where African Americans sat, and they were kind of self-segregating, but it was kind of almost a protective thing. And I was just used to that all through the South. You know, we just are out through the North and northern campuses. That was when I'm down in Tallahassee, everybody is integrated. So,
that was after the Civil War. A lot of Northerners were shocked. I'm sorry, a lot of Southerners visiting the North were shocked by how segregated the North was compared to the South.
Absolutely. You know, so I go to Tallahassee. I'm the only University of Michigan person on my dissertation experiment. So I'm all with my Florida State colleagues down there. And it's just, it was completely integrated. So I am thinking that the defense was like super lame. As a matter of fact, when I was listening to that segment of the defense, I thought I heard an audible gasp when one of the defense lawyers made that statement about he chose to fight, and people were just going, "What?" I just saw, I heard "What?" So let's keep our fingers crossed. But I really think that we are going to see the right verdict in that case. And I think I'm just cautioning people. I warned you about Rittenhouse, and they were getting this so wrong on many specific counts anyway. And the problem isn't a 17-year-old kid, it's this whole system. Let's go back to the fact that the police officer that initiated this whole, you know, the 3 days of protesting and rioting put 7 bullets in the back of a suspect when he was sitting in the car with kids in the back seat of that car. And this guy
he thought Jacob had a knife.
He said he thought Jacob had a knife. Yeah, well, you're supposed to be a trained professional. You know, it's like maybe one shot, possibly. Where are your tasers? Your tasers don't work. Well, you know, this is what you guys should be trained for. Instead, with everybody watching you do this, and there hasn't been any repercussions for this guy. I think they may be revisiting that. So, you know, if you don't want your towns on fire, and, you know, Black Lives Matter people are not advocating rioting, looting, throwing bricks at one of the cops. Yeah, a cop got knocked out by somebody throwing a brick at him. I mean, that was in the neighborhood, you know, like right after all these people watched what happened. So, you know,
and you've been very careful to point out that Black Lives Matter, that their protests are peaceful. It's the outside agitators. It's the agent provocateurs. That's the definition of what.
Well, I don't even know if they're agent provocateurs. They might be just some people looking for action. I don't know, but they are definitely not Black Lives Matter protesters.
Because people who run Black Lives Matter are under attack before the protest even starts. They can't make a single mistake. They know that any looting or any violence is a stain against them. And the right knows that as well. And there are false flag, hate to use the term, false flag operatives. It goes back to the 60s, you know, the FBI was always infiltrating what they considered dangerous groups. The joke was, had it not been for the FBI, nobody would have paid their dues to the Communist Party. It's one of the old jokes. So they could always tell who the FBI agent was because they were the ones paying their dues to the Communist Party. So I know that Tucker Carlson tonight is conflating Black Lives Matter with the people who set the trash cans and the car dealership on fire, and that is pundit malfeasance. But he's
predictable as anything else. So
now the big question is: are you going to be here for Thanksgiving?
yeah, I probably will. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to Michigan. Michigan, COVID is raging again. Not going anywhere. I'm staying put.
Yeah, it's up 22%. It was down in America, and now the two-week rolling day average is 22% and climbing.
In Michigan, I believe the 7-day moving average is higher than it's ever been.
Not Biden's fault, right?
Oh no, it's not anybody's fault. I think there is plenty of blame because this country can't get it together to listen to their scientists, you know, to just have any kind of national action like 6-week shutdown before. I mean, we can't do that. We have to just let it roll from state to state to state, people opening way too soon, being pressured, and everybody's under the same pressure, by the way. So in some sense, all the politicians are under the same pressure from business to get it open as soon as possible. And but now we're just in an endemic, and we just vaccinate, if nothing else, before yourself. Vaccinate for yourself. That's how you protect yourself. Wear masks and social distance after you vaccinate for everybody else. And maybe, you know, although I do notice around here, everybody's masking up now, even in places we're not back to full lockdown like we were like the beginning of the pandemic, but everyone is doing it anyway. Everyone's kind of behaving. I guess people are just realizing this never ends, you know, unless we behave.
Never ends. Well, that's good news that you're going to be here Thursday. I'm very grateful. I sent you did you see the fan letter I sent you?
Oh yeah, I did. How sweet.
Yeah. I'd send you more, but I don't really, you know, it's not about me. Professor Marianne Cummings is, I'll do a better job of forwarding stuff that I can't answer email. I'm just overwhelmed, and I have an inbox that it's, you know, it's like that apartment that you live in that's just so run down. You go, why bother cleaning up? It's still going to be.
You're just going to torch it anyway on the way out, so you know.
Yeah, so that's what my inbox looks like. Professor Marianne Cummings is a elected Parks Commissioner of Aurora, Illinois. She's also a physicist, and we will see you on Thursday for Thanksgiving. That's great news.
Hey, Peter. Bye.
And I have to apologize for keeping you waiting, Professor, and I have to apologize to Peter B. Collins for keeping you waiting a half hour. I apologize.
Well, get on your knees, and let me just tell you that during this time that you wasted, yes. I've filed a grievance with the union.
Thank you.
And I just completed a manicure. I paid some bills. I set up a GoFundMe to get David Feldman an oven.
Oh,
How do you live without an oven?
I have a stove, and it's a gas stove, so I'm not thrilled about that. And the oven, the pilot light keeps going out. Maybe the oven works, but there were some mice who took up residence.
And which HUD project do you live in?
I wish. I wish Ben Carson or Marcia Fudge would show. No.
I mean, come on. Even on Section 8, you're entitled to an oven.
I know. But, you know, an oven, then I start baking bread, and I was going to get an oven, but I found out that they would only give me a gas oven instead of an electric oven. So I'm kind of, what does it matter?
Well, look, my brother works for HUD, so I could help you get an electric
Really?
oven. Sure. Yeah.
He works for HUD.
Yeah, he's a manager of senior housing based in Chicago. So you got HUD problems, just let me know.
Yeah. HUD, I know you wanted to talk about Rittenhouse, as do I, but the Faircloth Amendment, which I know nothing about, we don't build housing in this country. To me, you read about this Faircloth Amendment, which said the government can't subsidize any public housing, any new public housing, unless they agree to take old public housing offline and turn it over to developers. I think this was Clinton era stuff. And so homeless increase, the population increases, the economy deteriorates, home prices, rent, the cost of renting skyrockets, and our government is frozen. The amount of, not free housing, just public housing is frozen.
They're keeping America safe for the oligarchs.
And then we play stupid on the homeless question. Gee, we have to look like Jeffrey Katzenberg from DreamWorks. This is meeting with officials in Los Angeles because he doesn't understand why there's so many homeless in Los Angeles, because there isn't free housing the way there used to be. HUD, Housing Urban Development, isn't that an LBJ era agency?
Yes. Mm-hmm. And what happened is, after the wave of projects built starting under LBJ, though the tax credits that were used to help fund some of those projects expired. And so the Clinton administration allowed developers to essentially buy the bonds and or the tax credits and start over. But instead of requiring them to build new units, they were instead granted approval to refurbish or rehabilitate certain projects with a component not of affordable housing, but a component of market rate housing. And the cover story that was used was, well, we're not going to build more ghettos. We're going to bring diversity to the projects by having people who pay full market rate for a modest apartment join those who are being subsidized. And if there had been a net increase in available units at the affordable level, that might have some sensibility, but there weren't, and it don't.
This is neo-feudalism. We're heading to, it's not that pronounced yet. Something like 2% of all homes in America are owned by private equity so far, like Blackstone is getting into it,
Yeah.
and Berkshire Hathaway, they're beginning to buy up homes to create rental properties, which is going to put handymen out of business and rental managers. It's just going to be the Blackstone groups, the economy of scale. This is the house, and you have to call this number to get something fixed. We're all going to be renters.
It actually started after the Bush crash of '08, and Steve Mnuchin was one of the people who profited in two ways. He ran a savings and loan that had one of the highest foreclosure rates in the industry, and then
illegal foreclosures.
Legal, yeah.
Illegal.
No, they were legal.
Well, wasn't he supposed to be prosecuted by our vice president?
Well, they cut a few corners on the paperwork, but by and large, people were behind on their payments, and the bank took over. But what he did was, with some of those profits, he got in with these private equity companies and started buying rental homes. And I believe that equity now owns like 7% of the housing stock in the country. It's probably defined as housing stock under 500,000 or something like that. But they do have a large percentage of rental homes, and you're right. We are creating an expanding peasant class in this country.
The lawyers are doing it, and the financiers. What you described, how they refinance the debt on public housing, then it becomes market. But to me, I go, whoa, I don't understand how this works. And it's just confusing enough so the Clintons have cover. Nobody in the Democratic Party is standing guard and being vigilant and protecting the renters. They're trying to make it, to use HUD as a way to make housing unaffordable.
Well, and David, we also have the crunch of people who couldn't pay their rent when they weren't working during the COVID shutdown. And there is somewhere around $50 billion in rental relief federal money that somehow cannot get through the pipeline to the people who badly need it. And the rising rate of foreclosure, which is creating a new wave of homelessness, is completely off the radar. Nobody's talking about that in Build Back Better.
Didn't they use banks to distribute the money, the rental, the benefits to people who needed it? You had to go to a bank. It wasn't.
That was PPP, Paycheck Protection Program.
Right.
That was the first wave of COVID relief.
And they get these billions of dollars in fees.
Yes.
Banks.
But I don't think the banks are handling the rental relief money. I think it goes to county governments and sits in an account somewhere.
Right. And the IRS is giving the child tax credit direct.
That's correct. Yeah.
Not going through banks.
Can I tell you a quick IRS story?
Sure.
When you get one of those official envelopes in the mail that says it's from the IRS, you cringe and you say, okay, what's this going to cost me? So I've gotten 3 letters in the last 4 months. The first one recalculated my 2020 taxes and gave me an additional refund of $4,000. Then out of the blue, they said, we made an error on your 2018 taxes, and here's another $4,000. So over the weekend, I got another notice from the IRS, and I just thought, wow, this is better than buying Powerball tickets.
Mm-hmm.
But this, I'm managing an estate for a friend who died last year, and I sent her death certificate to the IRS as required. And I actually put a letter in there, and that throws them off because it's not a form that I checked something on. And I said, her income fell below the reporting level. Do I have to file a final return? So there's been silence. I wrote the letter in May, and it went to the office in Fresno. So it's not like the Postal Service, grabbed it and held it. Anyway, the letter is pleading for another 60 days to answer the single question that I posed to them. And also they mailed back the death certificate with no comment, not even a form of, we made a copy of this, you can keep the original. So, one of the things that is contested by, I believe, both Sinema and Manchin in the BBB is hiring more IRS agents to squeeze money out of the rich who don't pay the taxes they're required to pay.
Right.
And Manchin and Sinema think that this is an unfair attack on people who've been successful in cheating on their taxes.
Right. So much of corporate profits stem from tax dodges.
Oh, yeah.
I had after my divorce, I had 1 year, I think it was either 2018 or 2019, that was a nightmare with the government. Anyway, but the IRS is understaffed. That is very apparent.
Oh, yeah.
And so they don't get back to you.
And the Republicans claim that it's because the IRS unfairly investigated the tax status of phony nonprofits. Right. And in fact, they did that in a nonpartisan way. But the Republicans had so many more fake nonprofits than the Democrats that the Republicans cried foul.
Right.
And since then, that was back in the Boehner era, they have been starving the enforcement division of the IRS. And there's nobody there who can even answer a simple question about, do I need to file a return?
And it perpetuates the myth that government can't do anything right. Well, government can't do anything right if you're starving it.
Right.
New York State, I had some interest on what I owe New York State, and I made a call, got through to somebody, and I said, I can't believe I'm talking to somebody, a tax collector, thanking them for being, cooperative and helping me out here. And government, when New York State is funded, anyway. By the way, doing your own taxes, you know about this. It turns out, if you just want to pay your taxes and not cheat your government, it's pretty easy. Intuit, is that what it's called? Intuit? The TurboTax?
TurboTax is the brand, yeah.
So they made a deal with the IRS to, you could download TurboTax for free through Intuit, and you could fill out your taxes for free, but the deal was nobody's supposed to know about this. That the IRS, it's some statute that was passed like 3 or 4 years ago.
It's the H&R Block Protection Act.
You can literally, so here's what happened. You can literally say to Intuit, TurboTax, I'm going to do my own taxes. And you download TurboTax for free, and you do your taxes. And it's really easy using TurboTax. And so I did my taxes, and because I'm old, I didn't trust TurboTax. So I went to an accountant or CPA, and she said, yep, that's, I said, really? Because yeah, you did it right. You can do your own taxes free. They just don't want you to know it. And the easiest thing would be for the IRS to send you a bill. But there are some countries where their Internal Revenue Service, the government knows what you're getting.
Exactly. No, this whole boondoggle is it's either a memory or honesty test or a little bit of each. But the government knows everything except income from a small business, cash income, and a few other things. But they've got 1099s, they've got W-2s, they know if you got dividends from a company. And so your point is correct. The IRS could pre-fill the form and say, well, here's what we know about you from the last tax year. Tell us what we don't know.
But who's opposed to that?
H and R Block.
And people who spend a fortune getting a CPA, which is a scam. Somebody was telling me about what it takes to, you cannot be a certified public accountant without going to certified public accounting school. You just can't take the exam. There was a time when you could not go to law school, and if you could pass the bar, you could practice law. I think fewer and fewer states allow that now. Like Lincoln didn't go to law school, he just passed the bar. If you want to be a certified public accountant, they care more about you being like $100,000 in debt to a college than they do about your passing your CPA exam. It is one racket after another, and then I see people in your neck of the woods looting Louis Vuitton and Nordstrom, which is not a good idea because it's not class struggle, it's not rebelling against, but there's something satisfying to sing that, but it's not, the people who are looting these department stores, they're not on our side, they're not helping, they're making it worse.
Absolutely, David. And we had this wave over the weekend. It started Friday night at Union Square in San Francisco. Then it moved to a mall in Walnut Creek, where the Nordstrom store was the key focus. We're told that 80 people swarmed into the store just before closing time with hammers, and they smashed and grabbed from the jewelry cabinets. They took armloads of clothing, and then they went to a mall in San Leandro or Hayward.
Bad idea. A lot of guns in San Leandro.
Well, the other thing is, during the limited looting that occurred in 2020, we saw people looting dollar stores. And that's just a bad calculation, all right? Because you're risking real jail or prison time and a mark on your record and all of that for items that cost $1. But this wave over the weekend here is clearly orchestrated. And this fits into a pattern that we're seeing, is that they're going to blame the progressive district attorney in San Francisco,
Boudin,
Chesa Boudin.
In relation to the baking?
No.
Bakery?
No, the relation is to the Weather Underground. His mother and father were both spent a long time in prison, and his father was just, his sentence was commuted by Andrew Cuomo in the final minutes before he left in his sexual harassment cloud. And I can't think of his last name, but David, who is Chesa's father, was released by the New York State Parole Board in the past 2 weeks. So there's a concerted effort to paint Chesa Boudin as soft on crime. He's doing exactly what he said he would do when he ran for the office. He came out of the public defender's office. And the occasionally progressive electorate in San Francisco chose him over someone who was approved by the tech machine. So there's a recall underway that'll be on the June primary ballot. They got 83,000 people to sign a recall petition. They are alleging that he's not incompetent. He didn't have sex with anybody he wasn't supposed to. There is nothing except a vendetta that is driven in part by the union, the Police Officers Association, and by conservatives in San Francisco, including a couple of tech millionaires who have funded the recall effort. And so with this wave, and I deplore it like anybody else does, all right? And there has been a lot of petty crime in San Francisco, but overall, since Boudin took over, the crime rate is either flat or slightly declining. Nevertheless, you can cherry pick a few statistics because Asian hate crimes are up, for example. There were 3 of them, and that's an increase of 4 billion% if you oppose Chesa Boudin. So this little wave of retail mobs comes at a very bad time, because I have been watching the criminal justice system since I was a young man, and I've seen the pendulum swing several times. And we have just completed a swing to lesser sentences, rational crime statutes, and the conservatives want to blame voter-approved ballot measure Prop 47 from a couple of years ago that increased the threshold for a felony burglary or theft crime. And this was an effort to keep people out of the prison system who would go in for a small crime and come out with a PhD in big crime. But it is being spun as an invitation for people to loot because they say, well, I'm not even going to go to prison for these thefts. But the real culprit is the police department. And in both San Francisco and Oakland, there is this, particularly in Oakland, they want to hire more cops. And they're using an increase in the murder rate in Oakland this year to say we need more cops. But the cops aren't out there in a position to actually prevent murders, right? So you could, multiply the Oakland PD by tenfold, and you're still not going to be able to stop personal crimes that lead to fatalities, usually gun crimes. Still, the pendulum is swinging back to a more conservative point of view. We can see that the 3 strikes law and the war on drugs were total failures, but they're going to get people worked up about fentanyl, and fentanyl's a serious issue. San Francisco's had more people die from fentanyl in the last 2 years than from COVID. And still, we know that locking people up for drug crimes doesn't really change the big picture. Still,
there's a book out by a faux progressive, San Francisco or something, where, this new book that came out where they blame liberals for what's happening in San Francisco because they're encouraging the swapping of needles. The city hall is giving advice on how to shoot up so you don't overdose. They're dealing with drug addiction as a public health issue.
Right.
And
well, the current mayor, who's not very progressive, to her credit, has been pressing the federal government to agree not to prosecute San Francisco if they set up a safe injection site. And this is seen as a reasonable way to deal with, pardon me, IV drug addicts without just leaving them on the sidewalk. And so,
what's the alternative? Arresting them? But what would the conservative? Because I know the conservatives, real conservatives, want to legalize drugs. Bill Buckley wanted to legalize drugs. So what is the answer? Locking them up?
Bill Buckley is from a bygone era, and it's the real knee-jerk Trump. Lock them up and bash their heads as you put them into the police car. So there's no rational alternative. They just appeal to people's fears and pretend that more cops and longer sentences and locking more people up actually would make a difference.
Crime, there's been a secular decline in crime and violent crime since, I would say, the 90s. There's been a little increase in homicide, as I understand, due to COVID. Not the homicide committed by the Sackler family or the hospitals that send patients away, but could a case be made that the crime bill, the horrible crime bill, I think it was 94 that Biden wanted, there's no argument that getting tough on crime in America actually brought the crime rate down, locking everybody up. I mean, they say, let me just give the argument that you would hear from the fascists. Yes, 2.5 million people behind bars, but look at the crime rate.
Well, crime is a function of societal factors, and it mostly is acted out by younger people. And it's very clear that criminals age out of crime. And part of that is if you get punished and you lose 10 or 15 years in prison, it makes an impression and you say, well, I don't really want to do that again. But the impact of longer sentences and minimum mandatory sentences that tie the hands of judges is not pretty. But TV crime shows is where most people get their information about crime. And even as crime dipped, the crime content of primetime TV, and of course the stuff that's coming from streaming services, has fueled irrational responses and irrational levels of fear.
Right, cops. You never, they did finally pull cops, I believe, but you never saw a bad cop on Cops, did you?
Well, the low point for me, and I don't generally watch that kind of stuff, but was the show To Catch a Predator, where they would set these people up, men in cells who were trying to get a date with an underage girl on the internet, and they show up at the house where cameras are rolling, and they are humiliated by Chris. What was his name?
Hansen, who's broke now.
Yeah, is he?
He's broke. Yeah, you can get him on Cameo for like $10 to record something.
Wow. Well, anyway, they would bust these people, and they always insisted, even though none of these people were armed or resisting, but they would, keep the cameras rolling as they forced them to exit the house. And then the cops would swarm and take them down with, excessive violence. And this was, of course, I have this long-running theory, and some of it came out of my work as a union officer. But we saw that after Friends and Seinfeld and a couple of these other hit comedies got too expensive for the networks, they said, well, how can we get ratings without paying people $1 million an episode? So we have these competition shows like the ones that Ellen hosts. We have all of the reality shows of, voting people off an island and all that stuff. And I believe that was based on sophisticated market research that asked the question. There's a two-part question. What can we put on television that will make your skin crawl, but in an irresistible way where you must watch it? And how can we make you feel superior because you're sitting on your couch with the remote control?
Right.
And reality TV addresses those two kind of subconscious human factors.
Wow.
And
how do we get the American people to look down upon other American people and not know that the real powerful people are looking down on all of us? It's a form of social control. That's brilliant.
David, according to the chat, Chris Hansen is watching. He just posted a little note here. Anyway, I enjoy bantering with you. I would like to make a couple of points
Yes, please.
about the Rittenhouse verdict. I wasn't surprised because in my limited viewing, I didn't ever sit down and watch a whole session on TV. But number one, when the judge said the people who got shot are not victims, you can call them looters or rioters, that set a tone that the prosecution never recovered from. And the prosecution was not up to the challenge. It's not easy to rebuff a self-defense claim. And because of the limited context that was used, and David, I've only been on a jury once, but it was a couple of years ago. And what really frustrated me was the limited context that is created for the jury. So you're not allowed to consider factors that are not entered onto the record by the prosecution or the defense.
Right.
And so, the obvious questions that I see on Facebook of people saying, well, he never should have been there. And, he brought a gun and that made him a target. And it's clear that the self-defense argument was circular, but it ignored the point of initiation because the jury was not allowed to hear discussion of, was Kyle Rittenhouse a Trumper? Was he actually a Proud Boy, or did he just accept a free drink from them? And did he point a gun at the homeless gentleman? Do we know if he pointed a gun first at the? Well, the testimony that he gave and the videos that they used showed that he was provoked by the first man that he shot, who did appear to be mentally ill and had just been released from some sort of a lockup.
Right.
And so then it was Anthony Huber who responded to the 4 shots fired at the first guy. And he's the one who smacked Kyle twice with his skateboard. And Huber,
you're supposed to do if you think somebody's an active shooter, right?
Yeah. And then there's Grosskreutz, who was packing, but he was from the ACLU. And it's hard to believe that ACLU approved of that. And when they put him on the stand, he was used by the defense to show that he had, in fact, raised his gun. He didn't point it explicitly at Kyle, but it was sufficiently displayed in a way that Rittenhouse could claim that he felt threatened. But again, the judge permitted this very narrow context, and the prosecutors were not able to overcome the obstacles that he put in place. The last thing I want to note is the media malpractice, that we learned a lot of things from this trial. Like, well, mom did drive her 17-year-old son from Illinois across the state line, and it was only 20 miles to Kenosha. He didn't have the gun with him. He picked that up in Kenosha. And it's frequently cited incorrectly that, he illegally took a gun across state lines. He was underage, not permitted to have a gun, but then the judge dismissed that charge in a way that I think the jury should have been able to evaluate. So that's another case where the judge put both thumbs on the so-called scales of justice. So, to me, the biggest risk here is that this will embolden many other young people to play vigilante. And the tone of the SCOTUS oral arguments about the New York concealed carry law is really troubling, because Roberts and the Republican majority all just flatly said the Second Amendment doesn't say you've got to get a permit to carry your musket, in your leather pouch that you carry on your back. And so I really think we are moving in a frightening direction. And this is what keeps me up at night. But a year from now, we could be in a situation coast to coast where gun nuts can carry either on a concealed or an open basis. And this is certainly going to be intimidating to people just going to the grocery store or the doctor's office. And the risk of another Rittenhouse case where they can assert self-defense in a way that I find fallacious. That's fallacy, not fellatio. I really think that we are trending, and I mentioned this earlier, that we are trending into a hardline, pro-gun, law and order, shoot 'em first mentality. And as you mentioned, the mobs who hit the luxury stores here in the Bay Area over the weekend are facilitating that trend. So
shoot, kill. If there's looting, when there was looting after Katrina, I believe the sheriff was allowed to shoot to kill. I don't know if that's a legal ruling, but I think looters will be shot, right? Isn't that?
Well, and you had the former president on. That's why we're running late here tonight.
Yes.
But he's the one who dug up the old quote, when the looting starts, the shooting starts.
Right.
And so we're going to have vigilantes who feel more empowered. And David, I don't want to make you run even further late, but I do want to touch on one other issue.
Yes, please.
That last week, 2 innocent men who had been convicted of the 1965 assassination of Malcolm X were exonerated. Khalil Islam didn't live to see the day of his exoneration, but Muhammad Abdul Aziz did. And the man who never contested his guilt, Talmadge Hayer, he started arguing that those 2 men were innocent in the first stages of his trial. And he was tried alongside these 2 other guys. And he said, no, there were 4 other people, and these 2 were not among them. And so we have another case that brings me back to my favorite whipping horse, which is the FBI.
Mm-hmm.
So the memo that I have a copy of Hoover saying we want to prevent the rise of a new Black Messiah was first focused on Malcolm X. He used the tactics that were later used to divide the Black organizations in Chicago, the Panthers and the Peastone Nation, and to get them to fight each other. The same tactics were used to at least exacerbate divisions in the Nation of Islam between Minister Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X, who was his young protege. And once they parted ways, it's clear that the FBI was paying members of the Nation of Islam. I want to recommend an almost great documentary, which is called Who Killed Malcolm X? It's on Netflix. I've watched 4 of the 6 episodes, and it's great because, for example, they established that there were 9 paid FBI informants in the audience at the Audubon Ballroom where Malcolm X was killed. What they also establish a violation of what is called the Brady precedent, where the FBI withheld from both the prosecution and defense in the trials of these 2 innocent men that would have shown that the FBI knew who the 4 men who actually joined this fellow Talmadge Hayer in the conspiracy to assassinate Malcolm X. And so I want to praise for a moment Rachel Maddow, because I'm often sharply critical of her work. Last week, when these exonerations were announced, she did a long segment, her opening segment, and she actually was critical of the FBI, but only in the deep past, okay? And we have a generation of people who were sent to prison by Bob Mueller and his team at the FBI for being Muslim in America. There are over 500 of them who were framed by paid FBI informants using the same model of J. Edgar Hoover and the, protecting the actual killers of Malcolm X. So this is continuity, not change. And I hope that Rachel will do a little reading and catch up on what has happened in the past 20 years that mirror what happened in the 60s and 70s. And this documentary, the reason I can't full throat praise for it is that they do suggest a deep role of the FBI in the assassination of Malcolm X, but then they pull up short and they go into what about and what about and what about. And maybe the lawyers forced them to do that. Maybe it was the judgment of the producers, but it is still a worthy piece of documentary that will help people understand the context of Harlem in 1965 and what led to the death of Malcolm X. And finally, I just want to acknowledge that we're recording here on Monday, November 22nd. I've not heard of any QAnon supporters in Dealey Plaza, but this is the 58th anniversary of the assassination of John F. Kennedy. And to this day, the cover-up is working. It has led to people knowing that there was a cover-up, that the lone shooter, blame Oswald, Warren Commission report was bullshit. But the irony is that today, Rolling Stone is defending the official narrative. And Oliver Stone, not Rolling Stone, has a new documentary that just went live on Showtime today. I haven't seen it yet. And his last foray into the JFK film in the 1990s, unfortunately confused a lot of people, including me. And I hope that the new Oliver Stone film will help clear away some of the bullshit that has been generated to obscure what really happened in 1963. But
there are people, by the way, I have an interview with Mort Saul over my website, and he told me mafia, that the mafia did it. And for anybody to think there wasn't a conspiracy to kill JFK,
right?
It's, I guess Posner wrote the definitive book about how it's impossible that, Oswald acted alone. And then Peter Jennings did this report, you can see it on YouTube, that picks up on Posner and poo-poos the whole, there was a conspiracy.
I interviewed Posner. He was not persuasive at all. He's a pompous, self-important fellow. And your point is really important. There was a conspiracy. this Rolling Stone piece published today flatly says there wasn't. And
Because
we can argue, you follow the thread of the mafia. I am more inclined to believe it was the CIA using mafia figures as
Right.
cutouts.
Right, of course.
But I think it was Alan Dulles who was the mastermind. So that said, what we do know is we were lied to. They continue to prop up the lies. Biden did not release the documents that the 1992 law required. And so this is why people don't trust the government. And this is why wild conspiracy theories develop.
Yes.
And it leaves us all, playing video games and watching, what is that? That South Korean show that everybody's watching right now.
Squid Games?
Squid Games, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who doubts that there was a conspiracy to kill JFK hasn't read enough.
Yeah.
And
David, I've made you even later again, so
Thank you. I enjoy it. Let me just tell you one thing that you may not know. Speaking of conspiracies, Netflix, who killed Malcolm X, Netflix also gave us Filthy Rich, which is a documentary about Jeffrey Epstein that was based on a book by the crime novelist James Patterson, who wrote about Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein and James Patterson were neighbors, so he took an interest in Jeffrey Epstein down in Florida. What's left out of Filthy Rich
a whole lot.
Bill Clinton.
Oh, yeah.
They intimate that he may have been on the Lolita Express. James Patterson is Bill Clinton's writing partner. They write crime novels together.
Yeah. No, I watched all 4 episodes. It was very disappointing.
Disgraceful is what it was.
Yes. It focused on what went on. It was
prurient.
Correct. And it re-victimized many of the victims without any prospect of actual justice and accountability. But I want to credit Nick Bryant.
Can I just tell you one thing? Yeah. The name of the book, I just looked it up. The name of the book that Clinton wrote with James Patterson being the producer of this Netflix series on Jeffrey Epstein, the name of the book that they wrote together is The President is Missing. Well, he was also missing from that documentary you did on Jeffrey Epstein. And I'm going to be focusing on the Ghislaine, or whatever, the Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell.
That's how to say it, yeah. Mm-hmm.
For Thanksgiving. We're going to go over that, because what happened to Jeffrey Epstein's safe?
Yeah. Well, Nick Bryant had a copy of Epstein's Black Book. It was actually kept by the pilot of the Lolita Express. And he disclosed it in 2012. I did a podcast with him at that time. And he was really courageous to face up to the power that Epstein wielded, which clearly worked to keep him in a kind of house arrest when he was convicted. And he was never held to account for his most serious crimes.
Have you seen this picture?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the Pope.
The only one that's more disgusting is when Newt Gingrich and his former mistress reported for duty as ambassador to the Vatican.
I'm posting a picture of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell with Pope John Paul. They're kneeling, and I believe they may have taken communion, Jeffrey Epstein. Yes, there are conspiracies out there, but not QAnon. But it is easy to understand why they believe everybody at the top is a pedophile.
Yeah.
It is, I mean, it doesn't come from nowhere. thank you, Peter B. Collins. Peter B. Collins is a recent inductee into the Bay Area Radio Hall of Fame. Go to peterbcollins.com and listen to his treasure trove of interviews that date back to, I don't know when. But
well, put Nick Bryant in the search engine and you'll be able to catch the podcast I did with him.
You're a brilliant man. You really are. You're thorough, and I'm very grateful that you do this show. You're brilliant. Thank you.
That's a little rich, but I'll take it. Thank you so much.
Oh, you are.
Happy Thanksgiving. I won't be joining you on Thanksgiving.
Okay. We'll see about that. Thank you.
Bye, David.
Thank you. Let us now go to Denton. We're running behind. We are running behind. I hope he's here. There you are, Professor Mike Steinel over at Mike's Place in Denton. We see the top of your head? How are you?
I laid down on the floor and took a nap.
I don't blame you. So did I. It's a long show. We had the stars lined up today, and we just had an embarrassment, and you're part of it, of riches.
I'm an embarrassment. I agree. Hey, before Peter gets off, he's my sound guy. How's the sound today?
It sounds great.
Okay, I hate it when I'm louder than you or you're louder than me. I just don't like that imbalance.
You sound great, and the YouTube feed is working. Good night.
Okay.
Good night. Thank you, Peter.
Love you.
The issue is YouTube, not the audio podcast. I'm going to figure out how to pull the feed out of Zoom, remix it, and then send it back out.
Hey, what happened last week? There was no video.
Oh, last Monday, right?
Yeah, and I had shaved and everything. By the way, I'm wearing my suit. I don't know if you can see because you had a big show today. Judd Apatow.
Yes.
And Donald J. Trump.
And Greg Fitzsimmons.
Fitzsimmons, great show. And last week you had Sam Cedar. You were hot last week. I thought that your meditation versus masturbation debate with Emil Guillermo was fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
No, it was great. You just kept at it. I love that. That is some of the best radio since Citizen Bacon. Since you berating Citizen Bacon,
I have to contact Citizen Bacon.
I'm sure he's going every Monday to that city council meeting that you would ask him to go to. Remember that? That was how you ended up. You wanted him to be like local politics.
Right. There's a side of me that with certain people.
It's cruel.
That's cruel. And was I cruel to Emil?
No, because you two love each other so much. It was so it's so engaging. For people that you really like, you and Jim, and you and Gamil. I've had a little wine. It's been a long time. And John Ross, yeah, there's enough comfort there that you guys can go at it, and that's what I think. That's what guys do.
Yeah, there's this teasing that goes back and forth, and then not letting it go.
Yeah,
What I learned is Kevin Rooney taught me that is just stay on one thing and just not let it like be a dog with a bone and just go for the marrow. Once you get the meat and the tendons off the bone, just keep digging in there for the marrow. That's where you find the real comedy, I guess.
I have
how are things in Denton?
They're fine. I have a big bone to pick.
Okay.
Pig for love.
The sound quality.
Oh, now you're gonna complain to me about the Pig for Love?
No, you don't like the way it sounded.
Well, here's the thing. Let me just tell you this. It's sort of like we have a relationship. Like a marriage relationship, and it's okay. Everybody's happy. And then at some point,
you get pissed off.
No, one of the persons starts going like,
"What am I doing?"
No, what do you think about bustiers and nylons? One person drags the other person down, and finally, after the thing about, can we get a bustier, and some nylons? Finally, that person relents, and they do it. They go to the level of the partner, and then the next day, that partner sends the pictures around to all, puts it on Facebook, and that person in the bustier is looking like a roadshow of Rocky Horror, So anyway,
I put you in a bustier.
Metaphorically.
So far, I'm enjoying this.
Metaphorically. No, I turn on the show.
So far, this is good.
First of all, normally I do these songs and then they're just gone. Like there's so many songs that I've done, and I sent you something from the archive, by the way.
Yeah, I have it here.
So many songs that are just one-offs, So like around 5:00 in the afternoon, I'm going to do this damn Pig for Love. And meanwhile, my 99-year-old mother-in-law is downstairs watching Andy Griffith and NCIS. Nice juxtaposition. And Jeopardy. And I'm up here singing, "He's a pig for love." I mean, and you drug me to the level. And then on top of that, and then you played it like, how many times did you play it on Thursday?
Love it. I absolutely love it.
Have you got complaints? I got some complaints.
About the sound quality?
No, about the content.
No.
Well, here's the thing. I'm going to play you one. I got this on my voicemail. I don't hope you can hear it.
Hey, this is Mike. Thanks for calling.
Can you
Not
hear it?
here right now.
Yeah.
I'm probably out doing something stupid like writing a song for the Feldman Show. But anyway, leave your message, and when you hear the beep, and I'll get right back to you. Hey, you pigs, what are you doing with that telephone? Put that down. I said put that down. Get back in your pen.
Yeah, I get that's my brother's wife, and so she
didn't like it. She didn't like the pig in.
Took it personally. She thought I have to see her for Thanksgiving.
I know.
She's more than a pig for love.
I got emails. Check this out. I put this up on my. Take a look at this. I got an email. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Pin my screen so everybody can see it big.
Right.
How do you do that?
Pin. Yeah.
Okay.
What does it say?
Well, first, if it's the email account it came from is porcine pig, and his email is bunchofpigs@gmail.com.
That's a
and
legitimate...
then you see the message.
Yes, Sid zigga.
They don't have fingers, David. The pigs don't have fingers. This is the best they could do.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
They were on the number row that time, but they did get it together at the very end. You see what they wrote?
You suck.
Yeah.
So maybe they were suckling pigs. Maybe that's a compliment. Maybe you like solidarity.
Yeah, a bunch of pigs. Do you know how easy it is to get a Gmail account?
Well, hang on for 1 second. Now, these complaints.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, these
Now you're going to talk. Now you're going to complain about the sound quality. I did that kind of rushed.
I thought I ruined it. No, in all seriousness, I thought that I ran some kind of filter on it by accident.
There's some strange, sometimes ambient. I think you put echo or compression. Maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Or
some of them, like Travel and Light, always record. Some of it's what I do. I gotta get I do it over here on this other computer.
Right.
And I have to get the compression. When I have time to really mix it. You know what I do? I mix it with I turned the volume down really low, and I mixed it on the computer speakers without these. So
Right.
But I thought, I wasn't really
By the
happy
way,
with.
hang on. I'm going to interrupt you.
Sure.
I cannot stop playing Pig for Love.
Well,
And
you're a
it got-
sick
It
man.
got in my head, and it's just it's brilliant.
Did it sound familiar? It's the same
No.
chord progression as Harvey J.K., the theme for Harvey J.K., which you haven't played in a while either.
No, I haven't. I
What's
am.
up with that? I wrote all these themes. You don't
I know.
play them.
Here's
Meanwhile, you put me in a bustier.
but that's for your own good.
I got the nylons with the stripe down the back.
Those were for me to wear.
My Louis, I'm really worried about my Louis Vuitton order. They
I
won't
spent
get
a
here on
fortune
time.
on that.
Yeah. Did you get me the cod piece like I asked?
They were all out.
What do you get for a man who has everything? A cod piece from Louis Vuitton.
The thing is, in my
I was 45 before I even knew what a cod piece was. But that's so funny, a cod piece. Anyway, look it up, kids.
Just in my defense, I do this entire thing on one computer. The whole thing is on one computer. And I have a laptop that I sometimes bring into the equation, but mostly my ego, I'd rather sacrifice the quality of the show than compromise and need another computer. Like I want to be
I hear
able,
that.
I just
That's
want to, I just want to be able to run this whole thing through one computer and understand the computer. Well, the byproduct of that insanity is an inbox where I just can't, I really just have to dump my email and start anew because I just can't return emails that I get from the show. And I feel terrible. And then the other thing is all the files to the show go into a hard drive that's offline. And I haven't figured out an efficient way to, get things from the past into the show. Everything is new.
I'm just jacking with you. I did.
No, you're right. I mean, you're right. And what I need to do is be more successful, and then
That'd be
able to, and then be able to, hire people who I could abuse and make feel less than on a daily basis. That's my fantasy, is to be successful so that people are terrified of me and I hold, their life in their hands.
Well, the thing with Pig for Love is you promised some lyrics and you didn't come through. So I actually almost last week thought, let's just workshop the song, you know? So I've got some new verses. Well, see, like, here's what I've had so far. I'm a porcine gourmand in the art of romance. I'm a maestro in the boudoir when I take off my pants. When I had to sing that while my mother-in-law's right downstairs in earshot.
Did you put your pants back on after?
I never took them off.
Oh.
I have a live version of this. You want to hear it?
Sure.
Can you hear the piano? I'm a porcine gourmand of the art of romance. I'm a maestro in the boudoir when I take off my pants. All of that is, whoops, I got ahead of the chords. Now, all of that is true. All of the above, I wouldn't lie to you, 'cause I'm a pig for love. My appetite's rapacious, but my capacity is dim. I may seem audacious, some call me Gentleman Jim. When all is said and done, and push comes to shove, I'm second to none. I'm a pig for love. Okay, now here's where the song breaks down. The third verse. The third verse is a little lame. Some ladies claim that my lips are delicious. Others won't come close because I seem suspicious. You got a better idea? This is like we're workshopping.
Well, what don't you like about that?
I don't know. It's kind of my lips are delicious. It's kind of.
Well, you could go, women won't come near me because I smell like knishes?
Yeah, well, you know, the thing about the song is that it's about the guy's, he's a pig for love. It doesn't necessarily, it isn't that he's saying he's so handsome or anything, or he's desirable.
Mm-hmm.
He's insatiable.
Right.
You know? I had one called, I had a thing.
Well, hang on, what rhymes with delicious? Malicious?
Well, see, that's the thing. I came up with suspicious, but I think the line "some ladies claim that my lips are delicious" is not funny, and kind of it should be self-deprecating.
Some ladies say.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to think. Aloysius.
I had some like my desires are voracious. My body is bodacious.
I like that.
Seems like I'm always hungry. What rhymes with hungry?
Orange.
I don't know.
Orange rhymes.
You know, here's a weird one. I said, I'm hungry like the wolf, and then I went to the rhyme zone thing that I use.
Right.
Nothing rhymes with wolf. Can you believe that? Nothing.
Yes, it does.
Give me a rhyme for wolf.
Wolf. You're right.
There wasn't anything, and this rhyme zone is pretty good. I use that a lot. I just kind of put words in there and do like.
Do you feel it's cheating?
Hell no. No.
I mean, did Cole Porter have rhyme zone?
Nobody had a rhyming dictionary, I'm sure. You know, Bob Dylan had. He wrote like for years, and somebody said, there's a rhyming dictionary you can buy. He goes, what? Because he's a rhyming Simon, man. That's all about the rhyme. I like the rhymes. It's an easy up. Anyway, we don't have to workshop this. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I'm working on my novel.
Which one?
This one's called. I'm going to call it either the Squatter or the Executor. And it's about I gave up the one about the guy eating corn in the barn. I couldn't, it didn't go anywhere. And I may give this one up too. But I'm thinking this guy is a clinical psychologist who in 2020, he doesn't have any practice because nobody wants to come in. So he's up against it. His parents have died. He's taking care of his parents. His funds are low. And he starts to sell off. First of all, after his parents dies, and this kind of happened in our family, you start going like, with the siblings, you go like, hey, where's that clock? Who took the clock? Who took he finds out that maybe the nurse has been taking things from the house, the jewelry. Right. So he figures out that eventually in 2020, there's a lot of people, first of all, a lot of people died in 2020 and didn't have funerals. And if they didn't have heirs that lived close, there's a house that's sent empty. So he starts going around the country, like going in, and he studied up. He's brilliant. He's got like a photographic memory, so he knows what to look for. And he develops these rules. Like one rule is always check the refrigerator when you get. First of all, big rule is look for the key outside. Everybody's got a hidden key outside in a flower pot or under a doormat. See, it's easy to break into a house. I'd say 50% of the people in the world have a hidden key somewhere outside their house, so they don't get locked out. So he's got all these rules. Look for the key outside before you try to pick the lock. Boom. And he says, always look at the refrigerator. If there's food in the refrigerator, if it's condiments, fine. But if there's a pizza box, look out. Somebody's in the house. He says, check the thermostat. And I got this from this house up in Kansas that we have, When you're not there, you set it at 55. Warm enough to keep the pipes from freezing, but not too. So anyway, he's got all these little rules. He's very smart. But he starts to, the last rule is number 10 is don't be greedy. Only take what won't be noticed. So but now the big problem I've come to is I've hooked him up with a dealer in St. Louis. He lives in Kansas City, so he's got some stuff he's got to load, rare books that he's taken to a dealer in St. Louis, and I'm thinking that collectibles, ephemera, art, a lot of that's cash business and really ripe
we
for.
Should bring Bacon on. That's what he traffics.
Yeah, I need to talk to him. Yeah. And a lot of it's ripe for money laundering, don't you think?
Well, my theory. Everything is money laundering. That American business is an illusion. It's just one big money laundering operation.
But do you think some of these exorbitant, Frida Kahlo just sold for $35 million. And I'm thinking, like, somebody's got that much money, and is it cash? Who knows?
I think the Asian market, as I understand art to be, that what's driving up the price of art are all the new billionaires coming out of Asia.
Out of China and North Korea or South Korea?
I think so. I think that's what's driving.
And Hong Kong and Taiwan, yeah.
I think so, yeah.
And they've got so much, and then the dealers can. Well, anyway, so if anybody in the chat has, I'm going to have him traveling around, sneaking into houses, and eventually he becomes the executor of a guy who kills himself in Kansas City, and his house is full of art and no heirs. And then it's going to be like, why did this guy kill himself, Maybe he didn't kill himself. So that's the dead body. Got to be a dead body in there somewhere. But anyway, I'm kind of bogged down on how collecting really works. I don't want to be inaccurate. But
right. Now, do you collect things?
Bob Dylan stuff. That's all I collect. And I kind of got over that. Within 6 months, I bought every album that he made.
Right.
And it became, for the next 4 or 5 years, like my daughter's go-to. Like, I have a beautiful print and another one over here of Bob Dylan art. A lot of guys use him as a subject for their art.
Right.
And I've got
so in
mugs
order
and
to collect something, the psychology of collecting is a sense of permanence. Like, I'm going to be here, my stuff is going to be here for a while. So I'm planting my flag here in this space, and I'm going to populate it with things that I've collected, right? That's what you're thinking.
I think it becomes a matter of completion. I want to own all the spoons from every state in the union. I want to, my mother collected bells everywhere she went. And so it becomes like all of it, that they don't even enjoy it. Like I haven't, to be real honest, I haven't listened to the last 4 or 5 Bob Dylan albums more than one time.
Right.
It's all on YouTube. You could,
right.
But I want to own
humans
them.
are so interesting. Humans are interesting. The idea that we collect things that have value only because we've decided they have value. They have no function other than I want it. And then the price. I have no collections of anything. Nothing.
That's probably healthy. That's probably healthy. I look kind of green,
Books.
don't I?
I used to collect books until I discovered the e-reader, and I used to like to travel. I used to like to have a living room filled with books, And I thought, all right, I guess I collect books. And then I thought, well, that's not really.
We have a lot of books. We have a lot of paper in this house.
It's hard to throw a book out, isn't it?
I went through and I threw all the junky paperbacks, and I kept everything that was. That's another thing that this guy, my character, is going to be a voracious reader, who's
Right.
trying to be a novelist. But he's got here's an interesting thing. He's got such a photographic memory that any idea that he comes up with goes, oh, that's already been done. You ever thought about people that have those kind? My memory is very bad musically. I can't remember stuff I've written.
Mhm.
And that's why I kind of write the same stuff over and over again. Don't even know it. But someone who could really have like total recall, total melodic and
It would be a
harmonic recall.
curse.
It would be a
would
terrible
writers-
curse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mary
Hey,
Lou
but-
Henner. Mary Lou Henner has that. She can remember.
No, she has this other thing. She has, and there's a name for it, and I wrote about it in my book. She has the ability to recall details in her life,
She can
events in
remember
her life.
every day of her life.
Yeah.
You can
And-
say Monday, January 5th, 2003.
And that's a definite thing. And photographic memory.
We had one of the we had on the show. Wonder if Will Ryan brought him in. We had the person who was featured on 60 Minutes with Mary Lou Henner.
Oh.
I had him on as a guest on the show.
How long ago was that? I don't remember that. That's been a while.
Ironically, I can't remember the year, let alone the day or his
Yeah.
name. But he was interesting. Yeah, he was really interesting.
Yeah.
It's kind of like what you think you want, and then it becomes maybe a Twilight Zone episode. It would be hard to be married to somebody like that because they're always right.
Yeah. They say that there's really good book by Sacks. Who was the guy that wrote
Oliver Sacks?
Say it again?
Oliver Sacks.
Yes. His last book is all about memory. And he talks about the flexibility of memory, how in his own life he remembers his house burning when he was a child. But there's no way he could have remembered. He was too young.
Last night I was listening to Hard Day's Night with a friend,
Yeah.
and I said,
The movie or the song?
Yeah, the album, and it was Love Me Do, and I said I can taste this song. It's so baked,
Yeah.
it's so branded into my brain because I was a kid when it came out, and it was just everywhere. And you would just, like the Beatles. If the Beatles came on, you would just stop, and it was otherworldly. The Beatles music, there's a period of Beatles music that is not of this world. And I can taste the song. It's just the strangest feeling.
Well, John and Paul were brilliant songwriters. George was a good musician. Ringo was a solid drummer. And it's one of the more interesting collaborations, I think. You almost can't. Just how John and Paul worked it out to say Paul McCartney and Lennon, and yet there's John songs and there's Paul songs. You can tell them once you start to realize that, oh yeah, that's a Paul McCartney song. Michelle, that's a Paul McCartney song.
Right. George Martin. I didn't know that.
The fifth Beatle, yeah.
The Jerry and the Pacemakers songs. I didn't know he produced those.
Yeah.
He was something.
Hey, are you going to watch the new documentary?
When is
by,
that? Where is that?
I think it's Disney Plus, and I don't have Disney Plus, but I'm going to get it just for that.
And what is the name of the documentary?
Get Back.
Get Back.
It's the guy that did the Hobbit movies, Jackson.
Okay.
He's the director, or he put it together.
Is this about the rooftop concert?
It's what led up to that.
Mm-hmm.
All the stuff in the studio when they produced that last album, and you see them talking, and there's that George leaves. George says, "I'm leaving," and he just leaves, and you see Yoko's in there, and Linda Eastman's in there, and the quality of the film is fantastic. They really had, they were multimillionaires and they could afford everything, and they recorded. You could see these songs. 60 Minutes did a little bit up about it, but you could definitely see like, oh, here's Get Back, the song, Jojo Mama in Arizona, and they're just working through the song. You say, I think he should be selling, grass. He should be doing marijuana. And they're talking about it. They're workshopping the song the way we should have done Pig for Love, to make it a really great thing. And then somewhere they'd make it at some point a documentary. But you know what would happen?
Martin playing the harpsichord on Pig for Love.
There you go. That would be bad.
That would.
His son is kind of narrates something because he was there. He was a child hanging out and watching it.
Wow.
It's pretty remarkable. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, looking forward to it. That's for sure.
I saw an interesting movie, as long as we're winding down here. And it was weird. So, we had Judd Apatow on the show tonight, and Judd's done the show a couple
Incredible get, David Feldman. Incredible get.
Here's how it happened. It was very surreal. His wife is in a movie called The Comedian, starring Robert De Niro. And it was written by two of my friends. And I never saw it. And suddenly it just pops up on my selection. I guess Hulu, I don't know. It's so confusing. I watch it because it's about comedy. And it's great. It's an accurate portrayal of stand-up comedy in New York City. De Niro, once again, plays a comedian who had some success, but he's way past his prime, and he's a vulgarian.
Yeah.
What I loved about The Comedian is it wasn't pretentious. It was about just a working comic who's getting older, and his jokes are vulgar. It's lowbrow, and they don't portray comedians as truth tellers. There's nothing pretentious about this movie. They're just there to make you laugh, and they're going to talk about stuff that's sometimes disgusting. A lot of poo-poo caca sex jokes, and and I loved it because it wasn't trying to say that stand-up is anything other than making people feel good. And Leslie Mann is in it, and she's great. I mean, she's really great. And I thought, I'm going to email Judd, as I'm watching it, I'm going to email Judd and tell him how great his wife is in it. And I finished the movie, I checked my phone, and it's Judd texting me. I went, this is so weird. It was so weird. It's just like, does that happen to you when you're thinking of somebody and then you get a text from them or a phone call?
Yeah, from time to time, I would suppose. Yeah, not often.
That happens.
I text Marilyn Monroe and nothing ever happens.
Nothing?
Nothing, man. Jeez.
Damn.
Jeez Louise.
That, there's just weird, like sometimes, I don't know. It was just.
Anyway, you've had some tremendous guests. I mean, the regular guests are great, and I miss some. Pete Dominic,
I know.
And then the people you have to meet, make up with. And I think we've gotten over our bustier nylon sting, so that's fine. I'm good with that. You've
Maybe we'll add a third show to the week.
You want to play my song?
No, I'm going to just keep checking. There's a video that goes with this,
Oh, can you play that?
I love this song.
I do too. It's one of my better ones.
I love all your stuff.
It's my pre-bustier nylons era.
I love all your stuff. I really
Oh,
do.
you're nice. You're nice. I just want to say something before we sign off. My part is if anybody that I know is listening, just realize Jackie the Joke Man is coming up next. And you got to strap on. If you're not ready for Jackie the Joke Man, you might want to hit that stop, leave the meeting or whatever button.
Jackie is harmless. They're just jokes. I love his jokes because, as I said, they're like chord progressions that that you have to learn. All right, let me add.
I hear that. I hear that. They don't bother me, but I know I have sensitive relatives.
Yeah. What are you doing for Thanksgiving?
Well, we're sharing our grandson who's here in town, and we're not going to do turkey. We're going to do a nice pot roast. I love pot roast. Turkey is kind of overrated. It's all about the stuff around it, the dressing and everything. And we'll have a big breakfast with him, and then he's going to go over to one of his other grandparents and have a big turkey dinner.
Are you competing with the other grandparents?
We're trying not to. We're sharing.
But you want to...
I'm his favorite grandpa.
How could you not be?
He calls me Bop Pop. He's so cute. He sees me.
How old is he?
He's just now 2. He goes, Pop Pop, Pop Pop.
Keep talking. I'm looking for the video. Hang on.
Yeah.
I found all the sketches that we did on this show back in LA.
Hey, by the way, I saw some of your old stand-up. I love the bit where you did with the I hate hearing impaired people.
Oh my God! Where'd you see that?
It's on YouTube.
Really?
That's a great. Your timing was great in that. You actually looked like a real comedian in that one.
I used to be a real comedian. I just have to find.
No, it was terrific. Would that be unacceptable these days?
I think. Well, here's the thing. Everything I said was unacceptable back then. The joke was that I'm unlikable. You know who does a really great job? Anthony Jeselnik does what I tried to do as a stand-up, which was I'm gonna be so unlikable, you're gonna like me. And
you would cover your mouth. You say, I hate hearing impaired people. Then you would go, what would you say? What was the next part of it?
Why bring that up? Go watch Anthony. Better you should watch Anthony Jeselnik.
And I love that. And then the other one I watched was about Bernie Sanders. No one's going to vote for a junior senator from Vermont.
Right.
That's a good one too.
Yeah. And then I said, nobody's going to vote for Herman Cain. I'm not going to do it. I'm tired. I don't want to. Here we go. I found it. This is one of my favorite. This is one of your.
This might be my best song for this show, I think.
Got
humor.
Here we go. Like I said, here we go.
I'm traveling light, got everything I need. Got a little bottle of Woolite and a little bag of weed. Got a Saul Bellow novel, cause I really like to read. I'm traveling light. I'm a creature of the road, got no regrets. Gave up my postal code and cigarettes. I'm doing much better with a touch of Tourette's. I'm traveling light. Oop, oop. Just need a clean room in a Motel 6. Not too close to downtown, but not out in the sticks. I need my Penn and Teller magic kit so I can do my tricks. Got my favorite pillow, which I call Mr. Fluffy. 4 kinds of allergy pills in case I get stuffy. A pound of Epsom salts, cause my ankles get puffy. I'm traveling light. I got 2 pairs of socks and shorts in my little valise. a couple of passports, and my sex doll Denise. I'm staying real quiet so they don't call the police. I'm traveling light. I need my sedatives and my antipsychotics. A high-speed parallax motor cause I'm into robotics. And my little red Speedo, I like to do aquatics. I'm traveling light. Got my CPAP machine and my George Foreman grill. A copy of Lolita and my little blue pills. A Navajo blanket in case I get a chill. I'm traveling light. Got my margarita mix and my rusty old blender. A fifth of tequila in case I go on a bender. My attorney's number in case I want to change my gender. I'm traveling light. So light, 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 so I got a big bag of Twizzlers in case I have some visitors. Febreze if my room is stinky. A Polaroid in case I get kinky. My Jesus bobblehead and my Star Wars bedspread. I'm traveling light. I got my rabbi costume and my portable dark room. My hair plug lotion and my expensive wrinkle cream. My Emmy statue for my self-esteem. I'm traveling light. I got my podcast mixer and a fancy microphone, my exercise bike so I have a place to hang my pants, my very valuable Hummel collection, a menorah made of fish heads, a Christmas tree, I like to keep my options open, don't you know, a shoe shine kit, a skill saw, a crossword book, a large supply of mechanical pencils, a year's worth of New York magazines I've been trying to get around to read, some scripts that I've been tweaking for those people in LA, and my enemies list. Don't forget about my enemies list.
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Can't hear you. Now we can.
Now, when you listen to that, I hear perfection. I hear, like I've must have played that song easily, I don't know, 50 times on this show. And every time I listen to it, I want to hear it again.
It's got a good beat. It's got a good beat. You can dance to it. Somebody wrote it's relaxing and funny. I thought in terms of the funny, I got it pretty good on this one. The thing about
are you able to step back and really appreciate what a gift that is to us? And can you enjoy that the way I do?
Well, yeah, I guess. I don't know. It just seems like it's fun. It's fun for me. I think that just to be real honest, the music I've done for your show is so different than what I did my whole life, which was all serious and everything. And being able to lighten it up a little bit, there's a lot of flaws in what I've learned from doing in the having to mix my own stuff is that if you put enough flawed stuff together, and
it's a sound
it's okay, you know, and it doesn't always work. Like last week, I did a Pig for Love, and I just hated it, and I ended up like at 5 o'clock erasing everything and redoing it. It just wasn't meshing together, and but it's kind of like you just throw enough paint up there, and eventually it becomes something more than its individual parts. I think that's the big thing, you know. And a great band, that's the way a great band. If you just took like just the feed from like one person in a band, it wouldn't sound very good. But when you get them all together, like the Grateful Dead, when you get it all together, it blends and it.
Can you when you listen to Dylan, when you listen to music, can you hear mistakes?
Dylan is totally rough and raw and yeah, that's his style, and that's why a lot of people, like a lot of my musician friends who are especially classical, some not all, and some of the jazz people who are more like trying to get something pure. Dylan is just like they can't handle it. He can't handle his voice.
So are there people who go to the symphony and they have perfect or relative pitch? They're so sophisticated they can hear mistakes? I guess they can, right?
Oh yeah, you can hear mistakes. But most of the symphonies are so flawless anymore. It's
Right.
very seldom, I mean, I go to student things and, I was a teacher for so long that all I did was listen for the flaws. I told somebody, I hate the way I listen. I can't just go and listen and enjoy. And that's why when I got into Dylan after being involved in jazz, it was so different. I could just enjoy it. And that happened, about 10 years ago. And then I
Right.
started that band. But I think that
What is your favorite, like an album that you keep listening to lately?
well, that's the thing. I don't listen to a lot of music.
But is there something that you can? I'll tell you what I listen to.
Okay.
Sinatra at the Sands. It was recorded in 1966. It's with the Count Basie
Yeah, of
Orchestra,
course.
with Quincy Jones in the room doing the arrangements.
I've heard it many times.
It is.
It's very swinging.
I've Got You Under My Skin.
Yeah.
That version of I Got You Under My Skin is, I just, that arrangement, it's breathtaking.
Sinatra was so subtle in his approach. Like he's totally a jazz musician, but it's so contained, his phrasing and his when he was in his prime, which wasn't his early years, it's actually later, like that's when he was in his prime, that album.
I agree with you. I can't listen to him as a crooner from I don't understand.
No, he hadn't matured in terms of his rhythmic feeling. But his rhythmic feeling is so subtle. The same way with Dylan. If you listen to Dylan, his rhythmic feeling of his voice is spectacular. From verse to verse, he'll change it up. There's nothing, and it's all about expressing the words, and drawing attention. I'm going to listen to. I'm very interested. I tell you what I heard recently is Charles Lloyd. Charles Lloyd, the saxophonist. He's got a new album out. He's 84. It gave me great hope. I'm 70 on Saturday, David. I'll be, my address is 4517 South Monte Carlo Way.
Let me pretend to write that down.
I didn't give you the same address.
I know.
Not that anybody would. Care.
If you're feeling happy birthday.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to
this weekend.
Saturday, yeah.
Good for you.
But
give my best to Nadine.
Yes,
please.
I will. As soon as I go down there.
There are two songs. I was listening to music last night. There is, if you're ever feeling down, find Sinatra at the Sands.
At the Sands, okay.
And listen to I've Got You Under My Skin. And if that don't do it, and then there's a curiosity that I cannot stop playing. And it's Luciana Pavarotti and Annie Lennox doing There Must Be an Angel Playing With My Heart. And he did duets. He does one with Bono.
Have you heard the one with James Brown?
Yeah, I couldn't get through that. Have you heard the one with
You didn't like that?
I'll listen to it
man.
again. But
It's
have
a
you
man's
heard
world.
what he does
It's a
with
man's
Bono?
world. I'm going to listen to the one with Bono.
Miss Sarajevo is just like breathtaking. I'll listen to the one with James Brown. The one with Annie Lennox, There Must Be an Angel Playing with My
I
Heart.
love her. I love her voice.
Yeah, I don't have a critical ear. I don't know anything. There's something, it's live, and I can't figure out, there's something I would have done differently in producing that.
Well,
but I keep playing it over and over again. Sometimes you just have to listen to a song over and over again to see why they did something that you might not see, right?
I'm not sure I know what that means, but Annie Lennox on Saturday Night Live, the first time when she left her husband, and they were in that band. What was the band called? I like the band.
Eurythmics.
Yeah. She's doing solo for the first time on Saturday Night Live, and she sings, I'll send you the link. Man, it was electrifying. She's so emotional, and she's got such a great instrument. She's got a great voice.
Yeah.
Not everybody has a great voice. I don't have a great voice. I sing well, but I don't have a great voice. Great. My wife had a great instrument. When she was in her prime, it was one of the greatest coloratura voices ever. And I've got a recording of her with the Swedish Symphony, Swedish National Orchestra, where she sings, this won't mean much to anybody, but she sings a high A flat. High A flat. She ends the Glier Concerto on a high A flat. It's some of the most beautiful coloratura. I'll send you the link, David. You'll fall in love with my wife like I did.
Or your life.
Yeah, whatever.
Happy birthday! I love you. I'm so grateful for you. Thank you for everything, and have a great
David.
Thanksgiving. And I love Pig for Love, but I'm a pig for Mike Steinel.
I might redo it so the sound is better.
Okay, go to MikeSteinel.com. Mike Steinel is a jazz trumpeter, composer, and educator. He was a member of the University of North Texas Jazz Studies faculty from 1987 to 2019. He is the author of many books, including the highly acclaimed Essential Elements for Jazz Ensemble, Volumes 1 and 2, Building a Jazz Vocabulary, Running the Changes. When does that come out? I don't know.
January.
In January. And Lake House is your latest mystery novel?
That's on YouTube. Lake House Part 1.
And go buy Song and Dance, the Mike Steinel Quintet, featuring Rosanna Eckert. It's on Origin Records, and you can buy it by going over to MikeSteinel.com. Thank you. We're doing a longer show tonight because
I'll see you later.
Thank you. It's the Thanksgiving getaway. Somebody asked me, why are you going into 8 hours? Because this is the week people are flying and sitting in their car, and they have time to listen to the show. When we come back, we will be joined by Jackie, the Joke Man, Martling.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. Now tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right and buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Welcome back. Welcome back. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. To our podcast listeners, we run a billboard of all the guests who are on the show when we play that song. Today's show is an embarrassment of riches. So I want to thank everybody who participated in today's show. I mean, it's just incredible, from the professors to the journalists to the comedians, and it's just amazing. All right, I think I have Jackie. I have to find him. Please friend me on Facebook. Follow me. I'm vamping right now. I'm looking for Jackie. Please friend me on Facebook. Follow me on Twitter. And office hours every Friday night starting at 8 p.m. Subscribe to the show wherever you listen to podcasts. If you'd like to see what this looks like behind the scenes, go to my website and sign up to attend a live taping. And you can be in the Zoom room asking questions. And boy, the chat room really captured my guests today. That was funny. And we also have a YouTube channel. I think we have about 6,000 subscribers. So please subscribe to this show on YouTube and you can watch us live. Let us now go to Jackie the Joke Man Martling. From New York, from beautiful Bayville, on the still remaining glorious Gold Coast of Long Island's North Shore, let's welcome our old friend, Jackie the Joke Man Martling. You'll love Jackie's autobiography, The Joke Man Bowed to Stern. The parts in English are the best. Follow Jackie on Twitter at Jackie Martling. Repeatable jokes every day at 4:20 p.m. International Marijuana Time. Here's the perfect holiday gift: your own personalized video. Go to cameo.com/Jackie Martling. For laughs 24/7, call Jackie's Dirty Joke Line. Use your finger, 516-922-WINE. For more show information, go to jokeland.com. Hello, Jackie.
Mommy, what's diarrhea? Shut up and eat your chili. So a lady's coming out of church and she says, Father, do you eat brownies? He says, sure, but I prefer Cub Scouts. Two guys are in a nut house, and one guy has his cock on a table, and he keeps hitting it with a hammer. The other guy says, geez, does that feel good? He says, fuck no, but it sure feels great when I stop. In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. He laid his cock on Plymouth Rock, and he pissed all over the crew. Hey, why can't pilgrims keep their pants up?
Why?
Their belt buckles are on their hats. And always remember, if the pilgrims had a shot of bobcat instead of a turkey, we'd all be eating pussy on Thanksgiving. So a guy says to the bartender, it's been 30 years. So this morning I told my wife, I want to renew our vows. I said, do not walk behind me, for I may not lead. Do not walk ahead of me, for I may not follow. And don't walk beside me either. Just leave me the fuck alone. An old guy's teaching his grandson how to jerk off.
Great.
Kid says, "Grandpa, this doesn't feel so great." He says, wait till it's your cock.
That's a sweet story.
Hey, what's the best thing about a girl with a colostomy bag?
What?
Her asshole is always clean.
Well, you know what? You made a good point there. You're right.
There's no fallacy there. So a couple's out shopping. The guy picks up a case of beer and puts it in the cart. His wife says, "Put that back." Then the wife picks up a jar of face cream. He says, "What's that for?" She said, "It makes me pretty." He says, "Well, so's the beer, and that's on sale." A penguin walks into the police station and he says to the desk sergeant, "My brother's missing." The desk sergeant says, "What's he look like?" I just love that.
Right.
So a guy's about to get a tooth pulled, and the dentist says, "I got to pull a tooth. I'll got to pull a tooth. I'll give you a shot to numb your jaw." The guy says, "No, I'm afraid of needles." Dentist says, "All right, then I'll give you laughing gas." No, I'm allergic to that gas." So the dentist leaves the room and comes back with a few pills and says, "Here, take these. They're Viagra. They won't help the pain, but they'll give you something to hang on to while I'm yanking out your tooth."
Great.
Hey, what's the difference between your wedding and your funeral?
I give up.
At your wedding, you get to smell your flowers.
Oh, right. Okay.
Oh, you dumb motherfucker. So O'Reilly.
Oh, really?
Oh, really? O'Reilly limps into a bar on crutches, and he's got two black eyes. Bartender says, "Who was it in Be Jesus happened to you, O'Reilly?" "Oh, 'twas McKellen next door. He's the one what did this to me." "Oh, what, did McKellen have some kind of weapon?" "Oh, but he did, yeah. He had a tire iron in his hand." "Oh, and did you have anything in your hand?" "Yeah. McKellen's wife's left titty. It's a beauty for sure, but not much good in a fight."
Great.
Hey, why do Italian girls wear sleeveless dresses?
Why?
They love the feeling of the wind blowing through their hair.
Oh, come on, Jackie. What are we going to do?
How can you tell if a Pakistani girl's going steady? Her boyfriend's initials are carved in her back. In the hair, shaved. I didn't mean carved. I meant shaved. Oh, no, now we're going to hell.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to go to hell.
We're going to lose. Oh, go ahead.
No, you're not. It's harmless.
Harmless joke.
It's a waitress's first day at a roadside cafe.
Right.
And she says to the cook, "A trucker just ordered 3 flat tires, a pair of headlights, and a pair of running boards." The cook says, "Listen, 3 flat tires means 3 pancakes. A pair of headlights is 2 eggs sunny side up. And a pair of running boards is 2 slices of crisp bacon." The waitress spoons up a bowl of beans, puts it in front of the truck and says, "All right, Smiley, here you go. As long as you got to wait for your breakfast, you might as well gas up." How do you tell if a turtle is nearsighted?
How?
Helmet. Hey, what's the difference between a praying mantis and your ex-wife?
What?
Your ex-wife doesn't fuck you before she bites your head off. That's too good.
Yeah.
So the priests get together and decide that the top Roman bishop really needs to experience sex. The bishop thinks about it. He says, okay, I'm going to do it, but only on the 3 conditions. The first of all are no pictures. No pictures, no cameras, nowhere near. I don't want to know pictures. Second, you all swear. You got to swear to me you're never going to tell nobody about this, that never tell nobody I did it. And third, she got to have a bigger tits, jumbo tits, very bigger tits, like this. These are huge fucking tits I could suck and fucking roll them. Here's a college kid's sex manual. You ready?
Right. Yeah.
1 in, 2 out, 3 repeat if necessary. So a guy brings home a girl from the bar. He goes down on her, and it is foul. Oh man, it's nasty. But he's a good sport, so he stays down there.
Nice guy.
And all of a sudden, she blasts a huge fart in his face.
Lovely.
But he keeps at it. He's down there, and a few minutes later, whoa, she lets another huge fart in his face. She says, are you all right down there? He says, sure, as long as you keep pumping that fresh air.
All right. That's the
Hey,
best
why
one.
did Jews jerk off?
Why did Jews jerk off? Why?
It's free. All right, here's one for you. What's the difference between Grandpa and a blow-up doll?
What?
Grandpa moans when you fuck him in the ass.
Oh, nice. I forgot about that one. That's true about my grandpa. Yes.
Okay, here you go.
Okay.
A big game hunter. A big game hunter is just about back to camp when a lion that's on a boulder on the side of the trail leaps on him. But the lion jumps too far and lands 10 feet past the guy. And the hunter runs and makes it to safety inside the stockade. The next day, the hunter hears all this noise outside the stockade. He climbs up and looks over the stockade. And what does he see? It's the lion practicing shorter leaps. That is the single worst joke there's ever been in the world. It's just perfect.
I like it.
Helen Keller went to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in her cap and called it.
Oh my God! Jeez, no.
A guy says, Doc, my wife stuck a strawberry up my ass. The doctor says, I've got some cream for that. So Schwartz says, Friedman, I've never seen you donate to charity. Friedman says, oh, I've spent a fortune on sick animals. Really? Of course, I didn't know they were sick when I bet on them. Hey, how do you get a job climbing out of a huge pussy?
How?
You just have to fall into it. So a guy trips over an old bottle, and the genie comes out. Ugh. I'll grant you one wish. The guy says, I want to live forever. I can't grant that wish. Then I want to die after Congress gets their heads out of their asses. The genie says, you crafty fuck. So a guy says to the girl behind the drugstore counter, I need 3 condoms. She says, you want a bag? He says, nah, she ain't that ugly. Hey, what's the best way for a girl to give you a hand job?
How?
with her mouth. An old guy walks in the bedroom,
Yeah.
and his wife is naked
Yeah.
in the corner, standing on her head.
Mm-hmm.
He says, what the hell are you doing? She says, well, I figure since she can't get it up, maybe you could drop it in. Hey, how do you say overweight woman in Chinese?
How?
You fat cow. I know you can't say that. You can't say that. I said it.
You said it.
The boss says, Miss Connor, who told you that just because I tried to kiss you at the office party that you could sit at your desk, drink coffee, gossip, and not do any work? She says, my lawyer. So Schwartz walks into a coffee shop and says, how much for a coffee and a donut? The waitress says, donuts are 75 cents, coffee is $1, and refills are free. He says, I'll take a donut and a refill. A guy says to the bartender, I think my wife's got Alzheimer's. He says, why do you think that? He says, she woke up this morning and had no idea why her asshole was sore.
Nice. Nice.
Oh, he didn't do it against Sir Will.
That's
you
good.
gotta calm the fuck down.
Yes, I do.
Okay. The guy says to the bartender, you know, this morning I was standing on the subway across from a beautiful Thai girl. Oh, man, I kept thinking to myself, please don't get an erection. Please don't get an erection. But she did.
No.
Don't even try to tell me that ain't fucking funny.
It's funny. It's funny.
So Angelo says, Judge, I'm a worker so hard, Judge, to get here. And now I'm here and I love America so much. But I'm no speaking of good English, Judge. I guess I'm no gonna get my citizenship papers. The judge says, don't you worry, my friend. You are going to get your papers. What's the worst thing about eating redneck pussy?
What?
Licking a dog's ass to get the taste out of your mouth.
Oh, my God. That brings up such horrible memories. That just brings up...
All right, we'll just do two more.
No, it's great. It's great.
A guy's in a hot air balloon, and he's lost. And he sees the guy down on the ground. He takes the balloon down, and he says, yo, can you tell me where I am? The guy on the ground says, yeah, you're in a hot air balloon about 30 feet up. The guy in the balloon says, you must be a show business manager. Well, I am. How'd you know? Well, what you just told me is true, but it don't help me. The guy on the ground says, you must be an actor. The guy in the balloon says, well, I am. How'd you know? Well, you don't know where the fuck you are or where you're going. You expect me to help you. You're in the same position you were in when I met you, but now it's my fault.
That's great. That's great.
A Chinese guy is standing at the bar. A Chinese guy is standing at the bar when a rabbi smacks him on the back of the head. Chinese guy says, what was that all about? That was for Pearl Harbor. Oh, that was Japanese. Chinese. The rabbi says, Japanese, Chinese, it's all the same. After a few drinks, the Chinese guy goes and smacks the rabbi on the back of the head. The rabbi says, what was that for? For Titanic. What? The Titanic hit an iceberg. It wasn't the Jews. The Chinese guy says, iceberg, Goldberg, all the same.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah,
That's a
great.
classic.
Yeah.
All right, one more.
Okay.
Our pal Sporty.
Sporty.
Remember Sporty?
Yeah.
Sporty gets a job going door to door selling toothbrushes. And the first day he sells 500 toothbrushes. And the boss says, Sporty, 500 toothbrushes? How'd you sell so many? It's really easy with nothing to it. And when they answer the door, what I do is I give them a free sample. You give them a free sample. Well, you give them a free sample, then how do you sell any? No. The free sample I give them is a piece of candy. And then they start chewing it. And they say, Jesus Christ, this tastes like chocolate-covered dog shit. And I say, it is. You want to buy a toothbrush?
Wow, that's great. Oh,
All right, I think I'm done with you. This was so great. One more. Two old guys are on a park bench. And the first guy says, how often you get laid? The second guy says, almost every night. Almost every night? Yep. Almost on Monday, almost on Tuesday.
Wow. These are so, let me wrap it up. These are so great, and I'm going to not remember any of them. In fact,
I love that. That's why I can make a living.
There was one, and I have to ask you about a barbecue and a parachutist, but I'll ask you when we get off. Hey, go see Jackie. Go buy his autobiography, The Joke Man, Bow to Stern. I'm telling you, the parts in English, you're going to love. You're going to love the parts that are written in English. Follow Jackie on Twitter at Jackie Martling. Repeatable jokes every day at 4:20 p.m. International Marijuana Time. The perfect holiday gift is a personalized video. Go to cameo.com/Jackie Martling. Get a gift for somebody you love or you want to get even with over at Cameo. Laughs 24/7. Call Jackie's Dirty Joke line. Use your finger 516-922-WINE. For more show info, go to jokeland.com. Thank you, Jackie.
And in case people don't know it, there's 5 of these phone calls that you and I have done are on jokeland.com.
Great.
And people go nuts, and they absolutely
They're
love
the
them.
best.
And they did a documentary on me that'll be coming around soon called Joke Man.
Great.
So I'll leave you with one more. A guy and a hooker go up to a hotel room. Now she's taking off her dress, her wig falls off, and she's bald. Then she takes off her bra, her falsies fall out, and she's flat as a board. Then she takes off her hip boots, and one of her legs goes with it. And after she washes off her makeup, she's got a complexion that's like the bottom of a parrot cage. She drops her false teeth in a glass of water, lies down in the bed and says, "Come on, handsome." He said, "I'm sorry, I gotta go. I must have left my cock in my other pants." I love you, Feldman. I'll talk to you next time.
Stay on the line for 1 second. All right. I think we are frozen here. Let me fix something. Video. And yeah, we are. Did we do it? Yeah, we froze. Okay. For the people in the Zoom room and those of you watching us on YouTube, the playback machine got too hot and we froze. So we're not going to be able to play back any more videos. It's an 8-hour and 15-minute show. It's a long one because people are traveling for the holidays. I figured I'd keep you company on a plane flight or a long drive. I went to the YouTube channel and somebody in Amsterdam wrote, "Holy F, I went to bed listening to this show 8 hours ago. I woke up, it's still going. Well, thank you for watching us on YouTube. Please subscribe to the show wherever you listen to nonsense like this. Office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. Go to my website to get an invitation. If you would like to sit in the virtual studio audience and distract our guests, go to my website and I'll send you an invitation and you can sit in the Zoom room with all the other chin waggers. I think that's the show. I think we did it. Hang on. Yeah, it's enough. It's 8:15. Friend me on Facebook, follow me on Twitter, and I'm not answering emails. I have to figure out a system to, I don't understand. So hang on for 1 second. Let me thank our guests, if I can find them. This is, yeah, I have to find the guests. Hang on. I want to thank Dan Frankenberger in the newsroom. We don't do the show without Frank. And let's see. Thank you to Greg Fitzsimmons, the brilliant Greg Fitzsimmons. Listen to his podcast. Judd Apatow. Thank you, Judd. He's at Largo in LA, December 7th with Beck. It's a benefit. Go see him. Davey Mammal, my son, did a great job with Carol Concha-Bell from the Chile Solidarity Network. Boris Vanderspeck from Chile Today. I'm not going to do the Chile Today hot tamale joke. I know, I'm sure the chat room already did that. Aldo Mariaga from the School of Political Science at the Diego Portales University in Santiago. And Dan in the Community Billboard, thank you. And Howie Klein, read him over at Down with Tyranny. David Cobb, thank you. Dr. Harriet Fraud, listen to her podcast. It's not just in your head. Capitalism Hits Home. And of course, former President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Thank you. Professor Mary Ann Cummings, physicist and Parks Commissioner for Aurora, Illinois. Peter B. Collins, Professor Mike Steinell, and Jackie the Joke Man Martling. I don't have my playback machine, so I think I'm just going to say good night to, I think I'm going to say good night to everybody. We'll end with Pig for Love, my favorite, my new favorite from Professor Mike Steinell. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
I'm a porcine gourmand of the art of romance. I'm a maestro of the boudoir when I take off my pants. All of this is true, all of the above. I wouldn't lie to you, 'cause I'm a pig for love. He's a pig for love. He's a pig for love. My appetite's rapacious, but my capacity is dim. I seem so audacious, some call me Gentleman Jim. When all is said and done, and a push comes to shove, I'm second to none, 'cause I'm a pig for love. He's a pig for love. ladies claim that my lips are delicious. Others won't come close because they think I'm suspicious. Please pardon me if I'm somewhat repetitious, like a hand in a glove. I'm a pig for love. Yeah, I'm a pig for love.